Okay, my one. How are you guys doing? Do we have a season 12 tier list already? We don't even have patch notes right now. Well, not the final patch notes at least. I mean, the TLDR is that in season 12, not too much is changing with the class balance. Paladin is going down a bit, generally. So you're not gonna have like S plus and this kind of stuff going on. But, you know, most stuff is gonna be kind of where it is right now. Yo, 43 years, Cetabyte. Thank you so much. Hello guys, by the way. Blue Days, Riley, Jigstow, Huffy, Joker, Durbin, Zafrogi, Chronix, Tysek, Ponyo, Jays, Flying Bear, Crucible. Nice everyone here. On YouTube as well. Sinky, Steam Machine, Macy. The news today. Yeah, it's gonna be a few hours. There's the dev live stream later. Which is when? 11. It's like 1 hour later than normal. So normally this is 8 p.m. So it's gonna be 9 p.m. for me. So 4.5 hours. Which is fine. Another expansion. Well, it's been 1.5 years. It's about time. How do you like PoE 2 compared to D4? I like them relatively equally, I would say. I just haven't really had that much time to play a lot of PoE 2 lately. Where will Warlock place on the list? Well, on the Season 12 tier list, there will be no Warlock. On the Season 13 tier list, I mean, I don't know. We're probably not going to have a tier list in the first place. Because, I mean, what are I going to do a tier list with, you know? Like, we haven't seen anything about the other classes or whatever, you know? So, the entire game is going to be different in the expansion. But yeah, it's a new class, so I guess it's going to be here, yeah. When in doubt, it's going to be far up. Just make stuff up, okay. Think today they will announce or reveal a special edition Warlock skin with purchase or just a Paladin? Good question, actually. Since back then, when you can pre-order, it was still secret, so they can't really give skins for it. But I don't know, maybe they're gonna say today, hey, everyone who bought this thing is gonna get the Warlock skin. I mean, I could see that happen, actually. It'll be in the Warlock tier. Yeah, for push, we actually did this again this season. Classic. New class, S plus. Classic. No stealth drop Warlock for season 12. No. Warlock has the new skill trees and stuff. So it's not gonna be in the it's not gonna be in season 12, you know. This is an expansion thing. Like Paladin was designed with like old skill tree architecture. Well, it's like kind of like a mix, I guess, since Paladin has like the 3 variants. But yeah, the skill trees look very different. Hi, Kellas. Hi, Minion. Actually, streamers have already playtested a new class of Blizzard. That's correct. There was an event in January that I went to. There were a bunch of other streamers and then a lot of press people and stuff. And yeah, you'll see it later as well. I have like 2 hours of Warlock footage, and I'm gonna have like 2 videos later on that as well. And then I'm planning to do like a few more like deep dive things over the next days. Are they introducing skill tree changes in season 12? No, it's season 13. I'm releasing the Warlock files today. Some of them, yeah. What will be my main build for next season? I still have to decide. But T5 lair bosses are no joke. Like, you know, for the people that were crying for like harder content and stuff like that, T5 lair bosses on hardcore, and if you want to like actually farm them, that is not happening with most builds very easily. So you definitely have to play one of the good builds if you want to do that. So I don't know yet. I might start another Paladin. You know, I'm just gonna focus maybe on Paladin 2 seasons in a row now. And when the expansion launches, I'm gonna focus on Warlock for a bit. And I don't expect Paladin to change really that much anyway, right? It's kind of like the expansion class already. So we've played it now, and it's fine. It's fun to easily reach God status in D4. Yeah, I agree. And that is changing, actually. Not just in Season 12, I think. But, I mean, okay, here's some PDR footage that I have. So I think I remember, like, he's like Season 12 PDR. Okay, I'm playing Evade here. It's just like a random, you know, Evade build. Okay, we're doing... How fast? 2.5 minute 90s or something. Here's 100 in like 6 minutes. And I think this is a T5 forward, right? Let's see it. Okay, so this is a build that can almost speed farm at T100, yeah. And this is a T5 horde. And the butcher does live 5 seconds. So yeah, you definitely need to have a build capable of like relatively easily doing a T100 now in order to do all of the non-pit content easily as well. And these butchers can be juiced up actually, they can get tankier over time with like the upgrades in the hordes. Let's see if like some of the later waves. You see the other lords, they just evaporate. But the butcher... Yeah. Look at the butcher. He's fucking tanky. So even when I only nuke the butcher, it's like 10 seconds or something. Actually, let me see it again, like how long was this boss fight here in the 100? So this is 10, 20, 30 seconds, let's say. Yeah, so I think this butcher is like kind of equivalent of like a pit 95 boss or something. Or somewhere 90-ish. Let's see the 88 here. Yeah. Somewhere like 90 to 95. Like you need to like kind of like insta blast a boss on tier 90 to do like T5 content. Like actually, do I have... Here, actually I actually have a video titled Deathtrap T3 and T4 Horde. So we compare. So this is T4 Deathtrap, man, one of the best rogue builds. Okay, let's look at the butcher. And then compared to like Torment 3 is just like insta die, I guess. Let's see. Nah, okay. Still like a few seconds. Because I have to first get it through the barrier. Do I have some lair bosses here? I must have some lair boss footage somewhere. Hi Maxi, by the way. Zeal 100. I don't know. I'm gonna try to find some labels footage. I don't have it labeled as labels anywhere. Paladin 112. So Paladin is still like one of the best builds. Here's the labels. This is a bloodied labels? I think so. Okay, there's no bloodied Belial, so this is like a normal T4 Belial. And I think this is, wait. How does it work again with the bloody stages? Do you have to first teleport there and then activate it? Or do you just activate it and then teleport there? I don't remember exactly how this worked. No, this is a normal T4 Vashan, right? There's a chest spawning. So in the bloody sigils, it just... here, now we're doing it. Okay, this was not a bloodied one. So this is bloodied sigil in Andario. With Oradin, one of the best builds in the game. Let's see. Yeah, it's still something like 5-6 seconds. And this has really good single target. Will I play PoE? Yeah, I was thinking yes. We'll see. The thing is, the timing is kind of bad, right? Since we have the season on Tuesday, and I will have to do Maxroll stuff. I have to do videos, and I'm kind of behind on like prepping for that. And the patch notes are just today, and then we have to go through them and then make videos and guides and whatever. So it's kind of rough. If like PoE had started like a week earlier, maybe it would have been nice. Okay, here's a T5 Duriel. Can we assume wudijo has been playing D4 Warlock and creating build guides until the release embargo? I have played the Warlock, and you will see that later. I'll be showing this off a little bit here later on stream as well. I have like a 2-hour footage. But I mean, there's no guides. Like, what guide do you want? For what? Here's Judgement, Paladin, 100. Actually, kind of on the same level as Evade, turns out. Evade was also a 6-minute run, almost exactly. How long was the boss here, though? The boss here is 1 minute-ish, 50 seconds. Shield of Attribution. Okay, I mean, this is like probably the strongest build of the season, or like, I don't know, let's say top 3. And it's also extremely good at single target in general. So here, doing like all the T5 content should be no problem. Like, if you want to have like an easy time, I guess this is the build. And then you can like transition over to Oradin at some point, I suppose, once you get the stuff. So I think Paladin will still have it the easiest. Paladin is also just kind of tanky and stuff. Okay, here's a T5 Grigor. And he lives. You see this? It's still like 10 seconds at least. And this is like a giga single target boss. It's a single target build. And this can push like 115, 120 maybe even on the high end. Let's see the Butcher hordes though in comparison. Yeah, so the Butcher horde Butchers are definitely a bit squishier than like the lair bosses. So this guy died in like 3 seconds. So they have like, I don't know, maybe a quarter or something. And this is wave 9. Already kind of juiced up. Yeah, okay. So just to get a bit of an estimate, I should write the stuff down, honestly. How about we write the stuff down? This Belial footage earlier, where was that? I think I was on the Aura then. I did like a Belial. I want to compare Belial. How long is this? Okay, let's see. So this was like a 7-second Belial kill. That was like a 5-second Belial kill. So let's say 6. And then a T5 Varshan. Okay, that seems pretty comparable to Belial, actually. Like the small bosses seem kind of comparable to the Belial. But Belial is pretty tanky. And then Andariel. Andariel doesn't have that much HP actually, since she has all the phases. Okay, 44. Hello. It's also 5 seconds. Yes. You'll cut this. Senile. Thanks, guys. I think Necro will become meta good again. Well, again is a very strong word here. And the answer is, who the fuck knows? So, I mean, I definitely would expect the Necro to get some of the kind of like furthest reaching upgrades to the skill tree, right? Because Necro right now is a class with the least amount of skills. And it's like generally a pretty undercooked class, I guess. And yeah, then it comes to like expansion, skill tree updates and whatever, then yeah, I do expect a lot of greatness. Honestly, I dislike the Necro so much in D4. Yeah, exactly. You know, they have to fix the Necro, you know. The Necro is just like not on the level of other classes. You know? It's just lacking in every way. You know? Hopefully it's out of beta this time. D4 out of beta. Let's go. Happy Diablo is fixed day. No, that's gonna be in 7 weeks, I guess. Any plans for LE end of March, or is there too much other stuff on the table? I definitely want to jump into LE, and I think end of March is like an okay time. It's gonna be like 2.5 weeks after the 4 season, so I probably need like a day or two of unresting a little bit, because I haven't played LE really in a while. Funny, it's the most undercooked when Rod was doubting. It was his favorite doing pre-release of D4. Yeah, I mean... It's almost a chore to play. Yeah, Necro is rough. Yeah, and I mean... The new skill tree design has a lot of opportunities to fix all of that. So... For now, I would just say consider it fixed. I feel like they should increase drop rates if they're making their bosses stronger. Yeah, I mean, these T5 bosses are definitely giving you more stuff, I think. Do I have like a... Wait. Okay, here's a T5 Doria, right? With Sigil. Okay, let's see what I get here, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 uniques. One with a GA. I'm not sure how many uniques you get. Do you get 6 usually in T4? Maybe it's one more. And getting a GA is usually like 1 in 5 kills, I would say, to get one item with a GA. Let's say Duriel. The studio fight was, by the way, yeah, about 10 seconds before it done. Okay, there's also a legendary ring, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so again, there's 1 ancestral and 6 items total. This one has 2 GAs even. I mean, I don't know the exact drop rates of Torment 4 bosses, but yeah, just my gut feeling says one inventory has 1 ancestral or so normally. And here we just had like a little data set of 2 kills, each with 1 GA, with 1 ancestral item. So definitely the drop rate is supposed to go up, I think. Else this doesn't make any sense anyway, right? But I don't know what is the drop rate exactly. Is Shield of Attribution also okay at speed farming, or is it only for pushing? It's like alright, but it's not a very fast build. I did season start Shield of Attribution actually in season 11. That was my starter. And then I also played it again as my yellow item only challenge. So it's very good to kind of like, you know, do all of the progression and stuff because it's just powerful, tanky, it just does everything. And yeah, later I can like switch to something like Auradin or even faster builds. Like Hammerdin is probably like actually what you want to go for if you want to really speed on the Paladin next season. Nah, this is 100 in 3 minutes. Okay, it's like not as powerful as like the Auradin, I think. But if you go like a bit lower and like one-shot stuff, he's a 90 for example, it's up to almost. It's another 90, 2 minutes. Yeah, so it can do pretty consistent 2 minutes here, I guess. And this can probably be min-maxed more. Do I have a speedrun of Death Trap by any chance? Ah, wait a minute, here. We're doing some bosses with Death Trap, let's see it. Getting clapped. Nice. Okay, let's check this out. That is a T5 Harbinger. Oh my god, look at my HP, man. Like, it's insane. Splat. Oh boy, yeah. Does Rogue have a chance next season? Yeah, I mean, besides Paladin that is going down a lot, like all the other classes are kind of where they are already. Minus, I guess, Sanctification is like a stronger theme than Season 12 theme. But that's crazy, man. Even if it's like fucking auto attacks with the bites, they almost wreck me here. Orphan Maker for bossing. Yeah, if you really wanna like blast these bosses, you probably have to do Orphan Maker build as a rogue. I mean, which other build is better than Death Trap on rogue in general for something like this? I don't think there's much. But yeah, I can definitely see people make an Orphan Maker setup just for this. Can you even do stuff like Harbinger with Orphan Maker easily? I don't know. Detch. Again, this is a build I can do 90 seconds, 80. He's an 85 in like 2 minutes. So, you know, this is a build that very easily gets the glyphs to 100 and stuff like that. And I struggle against Harbinger. Here's a Beast in the Eyes, let's see it. Okay, I think I want to reset or something. Okay. I have the Rust Bit and Dirk equipped, by the way. You see the icon above his head? This little like circle where it says ice. This is the Rust Bit and Dirk. So I actually equipped the single target setup basically. That's the new dagger. This one. So it's double damage on boss. So how long was this kill actually? Okay, we started 22. Yeah, this was 16 seconds. Also quite squishy setup of Maker. Yeah, on hardcore, I don't know, man. And you can't even equip Endurance Faith. At least. That'll be neat, you know, if you could at least go Endurance Faith and then you're kind of safe, but you can't even do that on Offmaker. When are the new builds coming? There's no new builds. The new builds will be an expansion. But I mean, some stuff is gonna go up and down with the balance tuning. And we're gonna be cooking later. I'm just trying to like get a bit of like data right now, like what to expect right now. I think this is gonna be useful. Do I have the T100 here somewhere? There's a 95. How long is that? 6.5 minutes. Oh boy. 100. Okay, it seems like it was kind of crappy run. 100 is 10 minutes. Do I have the horse here somewhere? Okay, here's a Grimoire. I can see a Grimoire. So we are at phase 17. Look at that HP bar. That's crazy, man. Boy, that's a long fight. $44. Wait, when did it start? 22? No. 17. 27 seconds. For Grimoire. And Beast here is actually like with a phase as well, because I didn't phase him. But this is no Respite in Dirk, right? I think I changed it after this at some point. Yeah, I TP out. And I take the dagger. Okay, this is why. Let's writing this down. Where was the other beast fight? Okay. So it starts at 4:24. We do the entire phase. I dash out. Oh no, did he knock me? Oh, I walked in. Okay, it knocked me, yeah. Oof. How much HP is there? Nice. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, when does it start again? So this was 46 seconds. Pretty sure they'll be releasing Warlock with Season 12. That way you can go into expansion. Willing to try out all new class trees? Nah, 0 chance. Like, just imagine like this mess of like, okay, Warlock has a new tree and the other classes have the old trees. Like, how's that gonna go? Okay, let's see if I find some other data. Evade. So we had that earlier, and I was gonna write this down actually. So here's a 220. So it's like 140 seconds, 88. Okay, here's 100. That was 6 minutes. It's an 85. Okay, here's Relentless Butcher. Okay, I'm gonna type this down actually as well. Relentless Butcher, early wave. So yeah, if I just hit the Butcher, it's gonna be like 3 seconds. But the evade is also a relatively high single target build. Okay, let's see one of the later waves. Because I probably juiced them up. Doesn't seem like too much. Not sure what the other boons I took, yeah. The Ruthless Lords. Gain health and damage for each spawn. So there's actually one of those that juices out the Butcher. So let's see like wave 10. I mean, you can compare it to the Elderlords themselves, right? So the Elderlord is like 2 seconds max. And the Butcher... Butcher at this point is more like 8 seconds at least, I'd say. 10 seconds even. This one PTR, yes. I'm just going through some of my footage right now to... Like, people ask me about tier list and what's gonna change and so on, and it kind of like brought me into this rabbit hole of figuring out how good a build has to be next season to be a build, basically. If you want to do everything on the highest content, on the highest difficulty. And I mean, there's really not that many builds now, if you want to do that. At least comfortably. So that's what I get at so far. Wait, what happened with the boss here? Bartok just dies. What? That's like a 3-second Bartok. Okay. For some reason. Make it all. Will Hamilton be good? Yeah, Hamilton will be very good. Can even juice something in D4. I tried escalation, it doesn't escalate. Same speed throughout the chain dungeons. Soon TM. Just wait 7 weeks. Here's a Crackle. Let's see Crackle a bit. So Crackle is obviously going to be one of the best builds. What am I doing here? Ah, half of my gear unequipped actually. Okay. So this is a Crackle Sork with no rings, no helm, no chest. Against T5 Orivar. I mean, it's the season starting on Tuesday, but there's no Warlock. I promise he just one-shots me because I have no toughness. It was a fun little challenge I did on PTR though, with 4 items unequipped on the Sork. Yeah, Sork is just kind of too cracked. Literally. But funny enough, the ads from the side actually one-shot me here, look. It's like the fire trail from the ads. Not even the boss. Because I'm so squish. Okay, anyway. I think here I did like the real one. Okay, so here's Crackle. Let's slide this down. Crackle. T5 Beast. Okay, 601. Yeah, that's like 2 seconds flat, basically. So Crackle, pretty good, turns out. Who knew? I should probably write down how long is the boss on these here. I think this was like a 30-sec boss, if I'm not mistaken. I need to double check this again. And here as well, like how long are these boss fights? So we get an idea. I think this is pretty important information. Unlimited power. Okay, so this 100 is pretty comfy, but it's still 4 minutes until the boss. But the boss is... Okay, 10:49. 1 stagger. Yeah, 12 seconds boss on 100, so... Perfectly balanced. Yeah, I think it wouldn't hurt to give Crackle a little bit less single target and then a bit better AoE clear. It's a very nice build. And I think it's fine that some builds have like, you know, strengths and weaknesses and stuff, right? But I feel like Crackle is kind of like too good compared to like everything else that the Sork has. And even if they buff other stuff, all the other stuff will not be anywhere close in terms of like boss damage, right? So it should be at least somewhat comparable, I believe. So I think they should make it so that, you know, maybe you cleave or you hit multiple targets or something and not just like one target at a time, maybe. And then lower it a little bit. Like, you know, maybe minus 30% damage, but you hit 2 targets or something like that. That would probably even buff the build across the board. But yeah. I know, like, you know, the ratio is kind of skewed. Thank you so much, Painlow, for the 11 months, by the way. What's the point to release Season 12 for only 6 weeks? Well, the point is money. Also, it's 7 weeks. Did they remove passes for expansion because they could not balance builds? This is not the reason why they would remove them. Yeah, there's like many ways to like relatively easily balance out builds, I think. And passes were not really like a big obstacle there, I would say. At least from my perspective. Passes are just boring AF. Yeah, that's like kind of the bigger deal, I guess. Passes are just like number go up, right? And okay, some builds profit slightly more than other builds on passes or something, but realistically, okay. I mean, there was definitely a thing with passes where it's like, okay, a certain class has like a mechanic that is like unique to that class, right? Like align the elements and, you know, protection on the Sork, right? This is like such a Sork thing. or like supremacy on the Spiritborn or something like that, right? So there are definitely cool passives, I would say, that really make a class like feel different from other classes. And I really hope they're gonna preserve that in some ways. Right? It does give some depth. But yeah, most of the passes at least, you know, like 80% of them are just kind of like useless, just damage. That's it, right? So there's nothing interesting about them. And then you have Envenom. Yeah. Timed out 91. Yo, thanks as well, man. 90 and Crack is the only skill to choose for Zorks, since they would tell what enchant for other builds. The only Zork that can farm fast. Yeah, I think it's just how it is now until the expansion of Substan. So it's like another Crackle season and that's it. Season 12 is in 5 days, correct. Okay, let's see this here. Here's a 90 Crackle, 2.5 minutes run. How long is the boss? 27. Okay, this was 4 seconds-ish boss fight on a 90. He wasn't vulnerable at the start, so... What did I say, 2.5 minutes? Okay, let's see if we see some hordes or something. Do I have hordes here? Did I try a horde? No. I only tried like pit and some bosses. But okay, I mean, like, Crackle is not gonna have issues. Crackle is not like the best horde build, I guess. Since there's like a lot of density and you have to like one by one kill everything. But you do that with like 1 zap every time, I guess, so it's maybe okay. How often does it actually zap per second? I don't know. It's a lot. It's probably like 5 to 10 zaps per second, so if all of them one-shot an enemy, you can still clear hordes pretty well, I guess. I'll be playing Warlock in Season 12, Cope. If Rogue doesn't get a major or at least big rework, I'm gonna lose it. Rogue's been the most uninteresting class for 4 seasons. Yeah, I'm also expecting to see a big turnaround on Rogue in the expansion. Like in this season, I wouldn't expect any miracles. You know, this is like, hey guys, the expansion is literally next month kind of deal, right? So what's the point, right? In like making big balance and whatever changes or mechanical changes, you know, this is all in the expansion. So, but yeah, I definitely see myself playing a lot more Rogue with like, you know, new skill tree and so on. I've been kind of waiting for Rogue to become like interesting again, and I think this will be the time. More work party oriented battle pass than this upcoming season. I mean, this is like a relatively normal size season. It's just that we didn't even see any of the seasonal content. Actually, there was seasonal content, right? We had the bloodied stuff. But, okay, that's nothing super crazy. It's just like more difficulty and stuff. But the actual season content was actually hidden on the PTR. So maybe they're gonna reveal this today and what it looks like. There'll be 2 seasons in 2 months. Yeah, it's more like this season is at the regular time, but it's 1 month shorter than normal. So, you know, we had the last season start of December and now it's start of March, so that checks out, 3 months. Just that the next season will be like a month too early. I think there's a high chance WARLOCK gets released at Season 12 since they've been pretty quiet. I don't think so. I think people might be coping because they dropped the Paladin. But the question would be, why did they give Paladin the old skill trees, but then drop the Warlock with the new skill tree? You know, that doesn't make any sense to me. So... yeah, I mean, for the Paladin, Yeah, okay, Paladin did like some weird hybrid thing, right? They have like technically the old trees, but yeah, I guess it made like placeholder passives and whatever, right? And it's gonna delete them all. Like, you know, all the passives on Paladin are relatively uninteresting, right? So they just like did it there as like okay, we have to make some passives, and then they're gonna delete them in like 2 months. You pay your damage is cut in half or 60%, comes out of hatred, it's way too high. I mean, you can see it like what I'm doing here right now in this little exercise of figuring out how hard is T5. T5 is already pretty tough. There's only many builds that can really do it easily. Okay, let's write this down here as well. Do you have, I actually have the synchron here. Okay. Do you have any more like bosses? He's a 90. Wait, where's my controls? Okay, 2.5 minutes 90. Scourge. Wait, did I write this one? Yeah, I did, okay. Okay, there's not much else to see here, I suppose. Any other builds we had here? The Death Trap? I want to see the boss time on this again. Let me check. Okay, 85, 2-minute run. When do we enter? 1304. So this was like an 8-second kill. Okay, here's a 95. 848. So it's exactly 30 seconds. Okay, 6:30. Lot of Judgement though, to be fair. This was a 75-second boss. 74. Crazy. Times 2.5. Kind of checks out with the HP skilling. But still crazy to see how much it goes up. I want to see this here. T80, where's that? No, you have to wait for the stagger, that's kind of the problem. It's like 4 seconds. Okay. What else do we have? Blessed Hammer. Let's see that. So that's 3.5 spawn. I mean, the thing is like Blessed Hammer is like not a bossing build, man. Kinda scuffed. 45 seconds. 47 seconds actually. Are drops working as intended? Yeah, drops are starting when the livestream starts. I think I have that in the command. I guess I'm gonna put it in title and drops later. How about that? So it's gonna be in like a few hours. Is Ordin dead in season 12? No, Ordin is very good still. Still like one of the best builds, but it's gonna be a bit more effort now and it's weaker. You have to use Standard Knight basically. Okay, here's a 90 with Blessed Hammer. 2 minutes. 4 seconds boss. We like to do overt content, whispers, and dungeons, but T4 isn't hard enough. Yeah. I mean, if they add, like, you know, even with one more difficulty, like a T5, that will make it hard. Like, the bigger problem is not just that, okay, it's not hard enough, but also, you know, with the way that rewards are scaling, there is not enough reason that even if we had a higher difficulty, we would really go and struggle there, right? Like, you know, the way to play this game efficiently is to always just kind of one-shot everything. Like, no, the way that you see it now, like, this is already almost too slow. You know, that's kind of the main problem, right? Because going up in difficulty slows you down too much compared to the extra payout. You know, the XP barely goes up, your loot barely goes up, and so on. Like, you know, if you go from like a, let's say, a Torment 3 Nightmare Dungeon that you can do in 1 minute to a Torment 4 Nightmare Dungeon in 2 minutes, that is a huge downgrade in efficiency. Right? Like, you have to be almost nearly as fast. Yeah, that is like a big problem that D4 has. And you know, I don't want to be like, okay, a 5-minute run is now efficient or something like that, right? But at least, like, you know, there should be a pace where you fight enemies for a little bit, right? For a few seconds on a lead pack or something like that, a few seconds on a boss, maybe a 10 seconds boss, maybe a 20 seconds boss sometimes. You know, this would be fine, I think. But the thing is that the way that the game rewards you for going up in difficulty, this is just never happening. We like the way D2R feels when you reach hell, which D4 is like it. Anytime walking around in hell you can die, so you have to be careful. There's nothing like that in D4. You, sir, should try Spurborn. T5 should have exclusive rewards to be interesting. Yeah, that's like definitely one of the problems that, you know, there is, like, in Torment 1 you can get everything. And the thing is, you don't even get everything so much less efficiently than in Torment 4. So technically there's almost no reason at all to ever progress through the game, right? You can just farm everything on Torment 1. Like, you know, it's completely backwards, right? Yeah, so that's definitely something that the expansion needs to fix. Sometimes additional challenge is more fun than one-shotting everything. I agree. Now, the problem is, how do we get the devs to align the challenge with the fun? You know? How do they... Like, they need to force us to have fun. This is always what I say, you know? You need to force people to have fun. You know? If you make it most efficient to just one-shot everything, everyone is gonna just one-shot everything. You know? Because that's the way to play. If you make it more efficient to actually challenge yourself, then people will challenge themselves. You know, because then that'll be the way to play. Not far away, the Wings was viable for one season, being one of the most fun builds, and there's not be a thing after. Yeah, they really dropped the ball there with Razor Wings. And the thing is, they have two Razor Wing specific aspects, right? They can like fine-tune it exactly how they want. You know, because those aspects don't affect anything else. And they have two of them. So, but yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird. Imagine having fun while playing video games. I don't know, man. Weird concept. Yeah, Razor Wings was really cool. When was that? Was it Chaos Powers? I think it was Chaos Powers, right? Season 10? Yeah. Yeah, that was amazing. They had it figured out with mine cages, then they removed them for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, I guess it wasn't exactly no reason, right? Like the way that they made the torrent system and also the way that they justified making that was, okay, we put mine cages everywhere and you can do them whenever you want. And now we have torments. So that was the idea, right? You always have mine cages if you want. But then, you know, way too quickly, they just made it so that you are just expected to be in Torn 4 no matter what, right? Like they just like power crept us to the moon. And so Torn 4 was just the standard. You know, where before, you know, mine cages was like kind of the bonus on top. You know, if you were powerful enough, then you did that, right? And then if you were powerful enough, you did the second mine cage, right? And if you were powerful enough, you did the third mine cage because they stacked. And like all like, and the thing is also like, you know, the quality of the loot changed. You know, back then before the expansion, you know, if you like the monster level went up when you press mine cage, right? You got higher level loot. And that doesn't exist. Like there is no higher level loot in this game. So like the whole premise of why you want to do it was just gone, you know? I think I have this written down already, right? Okay. Let's see some other stuff. Let me close this thing. He's a spear, 110. Okay, what are we doing here? This is the Fist of the Heavens proc build, actually, right? I think. Wait, let me see the gear. Yeah, Fist of Fate, Cathedral Song, Griswold, Arcadia. Okay. So this is a 2 minutes 90. Not bad, actually. How's the boss? The boss is like one of the weakest parts of this build, I guess. Okay, 12:55. 8 seconds. Okay, it's 100. Kind of big progression jump, to be fair, but I guess I cleared like to both floors, so guess I got off a 3-minute clear. We start at 12:19. It's 23 seconds. Kind of funny how you only go triple as long for 10 tiers higher, because this build kind of needs a bit of ramping. Okay, it's 105. We go in at 8:35. This is 125, 126, 27, 8. Okay, 1.5 minutes boss in a 8-minute run. Look at that gap. 23 seconds to 1.5 minutes. Progression jump, man. Look at that. What the fuck? It's like 55% or so. Boom. Oh god. Scuffed, man. Fucking scuffed. Okay. So 8:06. It's the same boss as we had on the 100, I think. This was almost 5 minutes boss, actually. Went from 23 seconds to 5 minutes in 10 tiers. That is so fucked, man. They really have to bring down that scaling a lot. Like a lot. Per tier. Yeah, this is not a great bossing build here. Did I do any non-paid runs here? Did I do any bosses? Here are some bosses. Okay, let's see. Let's see on Dariel. Okay, 3210. Yeah. 22 seconds. This checks out of the tier 100 boss here, but I mean, there was a lot of movement, and a lot of movement is really bad for this build. You want them to stay. So this is probably a much faster kill here. Oliver, let's see. 33 to 17. That was 16 seconds. Beast. 34, 43. This was 13 seconds. Do I have hordes here? There's no hordes, unfortunately. But I guess if I had to take this data and compare it to the hordes, so horde butcher late wave, blood took 3 sec, lord 30 seconds boss, 23 seconds boss. It should be a few seconds actually. 45 horde butcher. Although we did say T5 horde butcher is roughly a quarter of Greek war. Roughly a T90 boss. So that was 8 seconds. Now the thing is, in hordes they have the advantage on a build like this that you actually get a lot more procs, so the butcher will actually melt on a build like this. Because there's lots of other targets. The more targets, the more you proc the stuff. It's just a relatively weak single target build. Because it's like based on lucky hits. When it's a campfire, 7 PM, yeah, somewhere in the world. It's in 3.5 hours. It's gonna be the best build overall. I'd say Oradin again, most likely. Although, yeah, maybe not. Maybe Crackle, actually. Might be Crackle Sork. It's very hard to go that fast now. Like, Oradin was very fast in Season 11, but they basically force us to use Sundered Knight now. Yeah, for T4 content, you can still do without Sundered Knight, and you're gonna like just like passively one-shot everything and stuff. So that is an option. Hope it is not again joining public boss parties and staying AFK there. There's not gonna be people carrying T5 bosses too. Actually, I guess there will be people carrying because they will. Actually, they will do that. But doing a solo carry is like nearly impossible. Maybe as a Shield of Attribution Paladin you can do it or something. If you wanna carry an entire party on T5 bosses and do it fast. Let's see this again. I have here some. Wait, is this T4 or is this T5? This is T4 actually. Let me see some of the later parts of this. Okay, let's write this down. So this is 11.5 minutes. How long is the boss? Dies at 3:18. So it's 1.5 minutes boss. Look at the difference here. Spears, 5 minutes boss at 110. This is 1.5 minutes boss at 115. That's crazy. So much more damage. Like this build would probably do like a 12 to 15 minute boss kill on 115. So like literally times 10. Tried 120 here, that didn't work out. Actually, it kind of works out. This is not a GA temper and not a masterwork on it either, which is pretty important. I want to see the pants. I put on guard. So if you want to go full YOLO on softcore, you can go without 100% block chance, and then instead of on guard, you put also resolve stacks here. And then you can like squeeze out another tier or so, maybe. Or maybe more even. Maybe almost 2. Okay, I'm playing the Arbiter version here on Shade of Retribution. So it has like a very long ramp and stuff. Let's see the 115. Wait, I have this already, right? Okay. Did I do the 120? What did I do at the end here? Okay, here it's like a fortress run, not Arbiter. That actually looks kind of too bad. Arbiter is like too crazy. I think for general gameplay it would probably make sense to go not Arbiter for this. Just play fortress stuff. It's gonna make bossing very comfy as well because you're just like invincible. Paladins just can't die. Sounds pretty balanced. Okay, he's 105, 3 minutes. I do not have resolve stacks when I walk in there? How did he just explode like this? That's wild. How many seconds exactly? Okay, they start at 12:00. 5 seconds. Hi, Wokis. You have news for season 38? I don't have news, but it's later than expected, I guess. So I think people are expecting like late March right now. I guess they might do it like a few weeks after D4 and then try to like line it up with like season 14 again. The problem is not somebody carrying, but that is even possible without boss mods. There were so many leeches that you needed to see which ones were sneaking in for XP and doing the bare minimum. Yeah, I mean, XP farming is now done in Infernal Hordes. And I guess people might do rotations for that. It depends on like how rare the sigils are, I guess. Right? Like Hordes is like by far the best way to farm XP in Season 12 with the Butchers. And you definitely need like pretty powerful characters to do them fast. I think most people will actually just stay on Torment 3 and farm the bloodied sigils and the bloodied lair bosses and so on. Like the gap between Torment 3 and Torment 4 is ridiculous in difficulty, but not that much in rewards. Like your XP is, I think it's like 300, 400, 500. I think you go from 500 to 600% XP bonus. So that's a 16% upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. So that's not very much, you know, 16% is kind of minor compared to, you know, the difficulty just being like 10 times higher. And it's kind of like the same for lair bosses, loot, and so on, I guess. People will probably just do it on Torment 3 for the most part, unless they have like a friend or like a really powerful build that carries them. Podcast today. Nope. Today is just we watch and we cook. Gonna play any PoE with the new season coming? Yeah, I wanted to, but On second thought, I guess this might be a struggle, to be honest, you know. I have like a few days until the, like, you know, we go straight from PoE launch to D4 launch, and I've been very busy lately. I am not prepared. Like, you know, I have to do like all the Maxroll stuff now for season 12 and like all my videos. Like, you know, I want to release like 20 videos or something in the next like week, I guess. I have like 3 of them prepared, so it's a struggle. Rouge, any good next season? It's fine. Death Trap is really good. And I mean, Maker is like a very powerful push build and stuff. Won't be like Pally. I mean, Pally is coming down a lot. You don't have to just play Paladin. It's 3.5 hours until the Blizzard stream. Did I playtest Warlock back in August last year? Maybe. Paladin gets nerfed a lot. Yeah, I think Paladins are going down like 7 tiers from the castle change. Or something like that. And then Oradin specifically is going down a bit more. And a few other things. I hope they're gonna fix like the support Paladin stuff and so on. Not that I really want to play support Paladin, but if you want to do any sort of like group stuff and they make Paladin that good, then it's just like so fucking shit to play. Can't wait to see the reworked rogue skill tree for range. Yeah, same man. Like the ranged rogue stuff has been like so blech for a long time now. And combo points as well, man. I want to play combo points again at some point. I want to do some pen shot, you know, explode packs. Oh man. We're also doing 2-man here actually right now. With Shadow. But this is not what I was looking at actually. Okay, any other data points you have here? Infernal Hordes, let's see it. Here's a butcher. 1, 2, okay. It's like 1 second. Where's the butcher? Here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's like 2 seconds, let's say. Do you have any bosses that I'm doing here? Is this a T5 dungeon? I think so. Yeah, I failed a strong room actually. We didn't get to 5. Ah shit, we had to unlock all the pit tiers and stuff. Okay, and then hand sanitizer invited me, okay. Where's the bosses? Harbingers then of the Penitent, let's see. How long was the Greek War kill here? It was probably not optimized yet though. It was literally like right at the start of PTR. I was back on 202 here. I'm pretty sure this was way better later. This should have been a much faster kill. Considering I can kill like a, what was that? 105 boss in 5 seconds. And we said, okay, Horde Butcher roughly equals T90 Pit Boss. Horde Butcher is roughly a quarter of Greek War. So a T5 Gregar should be like a pit 100 boss or so. Kind of. And I did 105 in 5 seconds. Now, okay, there's like one important difference here, which is this is better played when you have Fortress. And the other setup had Arbiter for pushing. Now, the interesting part is you actually have the portals that spawn enemies and stuff, so you can actually stack your Arbiter. At least the Celestial Strife aspect. When showing the Diablo stuff on stream, do you make it so the audio doesn't come through in VOD, or does that matter? You mean like the live streams? No, there's nothing problematic with that. The only thing that you have trouble with is the music. So I have my music off on my VODs. So also for those people that want to watch on Twitch but not have music, you can just basically go back 1 second on the stream and you just watch with 1 second delay and you just watch the VOD basically. And there's like this new feature now where you can like, you know, rewind. So if you use that, you will not have music on Twitch if you don't like it. But you can still chat in the live chat while rewinding, basically. You need to give a different way for rogue to get calm points other than using basic skills. That's really what's holding it back. No, I don't think so. I like the idea of like using a builder to then get the calm points and, you know, unleash some big shot. The problem is that like the condemnation design right now is kind of crappy, right? We don't even build combo points really anymore. You do like one basic, one core, one basic, one core, right? That's not just like 3-2-1 combo anymore. It's like, you know, previously it was always like 1, 2, 3, shoot, boom, you know, and they could make the boom really good. But now you just spam your core skill a little bit slower. So how much better can I make the combo point effects? Not much, right? So that's the problem, I think. If you do like a 3-to-1 combo again, then you can make the kaboom a lot better. How do you make it so the music doesn't play in VODs? You can set up different audio tracks, and then you can tell OBS that a specific one of those goes to the live stream on Twitch and the other one goes to the VOD. So there's a split that Twitch has. YouTube doesn't have that, so on YouTube I just need to always not run music because you can't do the split. But on Twitch you can. With the Warlock in D4, be able to bind demons like in D2. Bind demon is too powerful in D2R. I mean, they did that with revives in Diablo 3. And I think that was a huge mistake. Not only the fact that they never bothered to actually make revives viable in some way after doing all that work, but you know, it's like the single most laborious skill you can implement in a game like this, right? When you give players the option to use a monster in some way. I'm very surprised that PoE2 did Spectres, I gotta say. I did not expect to see PoE2 Spectres, but they did it. And even that is still causing issues, you know, league after league and stuff. There's some crazy things going on. But yeah, trust me when I say there's no shortage of cool demons on Diablo 4 Warlock. What's holding basic is back is that you can only play one skill in D4 with a build specific unique. Yeah, I don't like that either. Like, I really like leveling, actually, in Diablo 4, because while leveling, you don't have that problem. You know, while leveling, stuff is as it should be. And then it just goes to shit as you go, right? And I think it's fine that, you know, there's builds that are very specialized, and in the end you have one skill that does all the work. I mean, it's how it works sometimes, you know? Like this build, for example, I think it's totally fine that, you know, my Shield of Retribution does all the work here, for example. But yeah, there's other builds where I feel like it shouldn't be that way, right? There should be at least something happening when you press another button. Like when I press like a ground stomp or whatever, or like at least I should have the option to do like some sort of hybrid setup. You know, like I want to play Kratos Barb again, I want to play Flurry IF again. You know, when you have like very clearly defined roles for a certain skill, like this is my AoE skill, this is my single target skill, right? But this is like almost impossible to do in modern D4. You know, Shadow Imbuement, right, has been completely worthless for like 9 seasons as a result of this, for example. And it doesn't have to be that way. Tempering was an L. Yeah, I mean, at the time, Tempering was kind of cool, right? When Season 4 came out, and like, it was a pretty hype update, Season 4, I'd say. But, you know, the problems definitely became more and more apparent over time. Weapon tempers in particular, you can only buff one skill. That was kind of like the nail in the coffin already. Like, it was already like kind of tough to make multi-skill builds, but, you know, even just one season before that, in Season 3, we had, at least we had like Shadow Imbue being relevant, you know? Like Pen Shot, Shadow Imbue, that was like one of the best builds of Season 3, right? And yeah, then that kind of like went completely out of the window with Tempers. People do it more, the skills could be automated. I mean, you can automate a bunch. I guess that really depends on the build though. Like some builds are just like more APN than others. Can you do maximum pit already, or which character is the best for a new gamer? Play Paladin. And no one can do max pit. How do I think I should fix the rogue imbuements? I mean, there's an aspect that says something like for each rank in the skill that triggers the Shadow Imbuement, your Shadow Imbuement gets plus 10% damage. So effectively, it equalizes the rank scaling between your skill and the Shadow Imbue. So that's a good start. That should just be like the baseline functionality. This is literally the baseline functionality of Poison Imbuement, right? If your skill is stronger, your Poison Imbuement is stronger. But for Shadow Imbuement, if your skill is stronger, your Shadow Imbuement is not stronger. Why? You know? So that would be a start, I guess. But yeah, besides that, I guess, you know, the main other thing to change would be to basically kill off all sorts of like skill-specific aspects and uniques and tempers, and make these things like more generically scaling, more like it buffs your entire build and not just one thing, right? This is like the main problem. Like, it's fine that you can invest into a certain skill, but if you want to have something like Shadow Imbuement be like a thing, then you can't invest people more into one source of damage than, you know, maybe a plus 50%, you know, across your entire build, you know? But yeah, I'd really like to play some Shadow Imbuement again. Or it buffs a mechanic that is usable across classes and builds like charges in PoE, for example. Yeah, in PoE you have like, you have one button builds as well, right? But yeah, most builds are somewhat reliant on a combo, and all of your stuff contributes because you have a lot of like just base damage scaling and very generic scaling. You don't have these aspects that only buff one skill, you don't have these uniques that buff one skill most of the time. But yeah, again, like there's nothing particularly wrong with just having a build where only one skill does all the damage, you know, some builds just work like that, and that's fine. Like if I think about like a Quill Volley Spiritborn, you know, it's like the all-rounder one-button build, right? Basically. It's just solid at everything, and not particularly good at anything. And that's fine as well, you know? Just press Quill Volley and you win. That's okay. This is a Paladin Kippen. But yeah, for example, when I played like D2 lately, and then I was playing like Fire Warlock, and I had like the Fire Wave and the Apocalypse skill, like just rotating those two skills with like, it was like a 2-to-1 rotation. It was like Fire Wave, Apocalypse, Fire Wave, Apocalypse. I don't know, that was just like a lot of fun, and I could actually see both skills contributing, you know? And that is cool. Like, I think it would be nice if, like, you know, I could play a Barb, and I play, I don't know, Hodar, and I whack shit, right? And I just like spam Hodar 90% of the time. But sometimes I press my ground stomp because I want to reset my Wrath of the Berserker and pull in enemies. And then I press ground stomp and I actually see the health bar move. I mean, that would be something, you know? Look, you can actually see it. I walk in and I press Defiance Aura. Here. And actually one-shot the entire screen. There's like this gray wave here. But the only reason why this happens is because this build is way too overtuned in T4. Like on an actual like tier, this wouldn't really matter in like a push. That's me also go, guys. There's an wait, there's no escalation of bloodied sigils, I believe, right? Actually, there is a bloodied. Wait, is there escalation? No, there's escalation. Never mind. There's a normal sigil. This is a boss. Oh yeah, I forgot. These fucking boss mods don't even stack. Dude, if they don't make them stackable. I guess we don't have sanctification this season, so it's gonna be easier on the stash, but oof. Okay, is there any more like footage that we have here? Evade, crackle. Capital Lecker builds. Let's see what we have here. This is a 15-minute recording. So we're starting with some Crushing Hand. T4 Hordes, T4 Butcher, let's see. Okay, what's this? We had 42 seconds. Let's see how long we take for this guy. The Crushing Hand is a pretty strong build. And that was 11 seconds. And this guy spawns every, like, 15 or so. Actually, a bit less. Yes, you get 4 per wave. So a bit less than 15 seconds per. Crushing Hand. Let's see this one. 49. Yeah, 10 seconds. Kinda tough, actually. And this was early wave. Do you have like a late wave? No, we just went straight to the pit, okay. Just to see this. Okay, here's a 4-minute boss spawn in a 95. Let's see the boss. So there should be, let's say 20 seconds, is my guess. 47. Okay, it was 27 seconds actually. 4.5 minutes. For all the major RPGs you played recently, Elite seemed most fun to me in build progression. Only problem is the endgame lack of diversity in activities, in direction, and completion. Yeah, I mean, like, building towards Uber Aberov is still like a really cool goal, I think, in last Epoch, but it's like such a massive step up of, you know, everything else you do, right? That a lot of people probably just never even consider doing it on their build. And even if you have like a really strong character, it's tough if you don't have like a really good, you know, build for it, basically. Like, you know, I did like Heartseeker versus Uber Aberov, and that required me to do like a 15-minute flawless run where I get nearly one-shot by nearly everything. But I did it. But, okay, I mean, there was a bit of power creep in Season 3 in last Epoch, right? I'm not sure how much power creep there was exactly, so that probably helps. And Heartseeker is not exactly one of the top builds. It's like pretty good, but it's not like even in the top 10, I think. Or top, I don't know, top 20, I don't know. Did they kill Oradin in the next season? Not even close. Okay, here's Payback, but this is not Fawn's Payback, right? Wait, is it Fawn's Payback? What am I doing? Actually, I'm doing Fawn's, apparently. Did I change the glyph? Adaptability. Payback is how I got the rank 1 on a Spiritborn in Season 11. So I'm still kind of blasting. I'm not sure if I'm doing Fawns right now. I think so, because you put adaptability on the ring and then pressing Vengeance on the neck. So that means you're playing Fawns, so I'll probably have to Hubris Glyph. Okay. I kind of just left the run here. And then we're doing Zier. Okay, let's see. Okay, 1347. So it's 9 seconds. He's a beast. It's also like, you know, not supremacy pre-stacked. So this could even be much stronger if you like try to stack it. 1445. Yeah, Payback is pumping. It's like a 6-second kill. Or 7, let's say. So this means Horde Butcher should be like 2-3 seconds. I'm not actually hitting him, but okay, here. Chunked. Okay, so you can definitely chunk this guy. Okay. Let's see another one. Yeah, problem is that it's not really a hordes build. Like, this is very uncomfortable in hordes, I'd say. But I can do like a 3-second kill for sure. Here comes Rake. Did I change all the other stuff? Okay, let's see how long this butcher is. There's boy not lurking. Okay, 22:10. Oof, dude. There's a second butcher already appearing. 22 seconds. Okay, this one is a bit faster, I guess. Okay, I did some adjustments. Let's see this. 38. I was a bit faster now, 15, I guess. But still, there's a second butcher already as well, so this is too slow. Like, you need to kill the butchers in like sub 10, I'd say, maximum. Let's see a boss. T5 Duriel. Okay, so 26:52 start. You have to fucking phase and stuff. Oh my lol. $27.58. Was 68 seconds. Okay, he's an 85. 3 minutes. Seconds pause. Hi, Fearless. Hi, Toyfair. I'm not sure if we're gonna find people like that are playing now, since, you know, it's like end of season and stuff. But maybe try on Discord, on LFG channel or something like that. If you're looking for some people to help you. Okay, what are we doing now? More rake. What is this one here? 325, so that's not even better. Let's change it. Here's Quill. Let's see Quill. It's like a 3-minute run. 12:07. 7 seconds. Okay, that kind of checks out. I didn't do like a lower tier of Crushing Hand, unfortunately. Like a 4.5 minute. And Crushing Hand is definitely stronger than those two. He does a 4.5 minute run, 10 tiers up. So on an 85, I would do like a 2-minute run, maybe even or something, and like a 5-second boss or something. Okay, here comes Harbinger. That is certainly gonna go well. Watch. T5 Harbinger, let's see. 46. Wait, is this bloodied? That's not blood. Is this normal? Actually, I am doing bloody Harbinger. Okay. I'm surprised. He's actually kind of melting. Okay, I start at 26. And we bring him into the first shield phase in like 2 seconds. But he goes into the phase. And then I Alt F4. Oh yeah, I remember there was like this bug. There was like a sound bug actually. Like some sound in this Harbinger fight played at like 100% volume, and I had my volume at like 2% or something. So it's like completely blasted everyone's ears. And I Alt F4. Okay. But yeah, Harbinger, this would be... Okay, how long did it take to get there? 26. So he was at 33% and 60% barrier. And he has... So this is like, let's say roughly 100%, right? So it's like roughly half, actually. Right? You do the first third. He gets 1/3 barrier. Then you do the second third, he gets 2/3 barrier. And he has almost that, actually. So he's like roughly at half HP now. 13 seconds in. Okay. And I didn't even try Stinger, I think, right? Yeah. Stinger is archived right now, so whatever. He has Wing Strikes. Wing Strike is gonna be very good. Yeah, 3 hours for a live stream. Maybe I'm gonna start Wing Strikes this season. It's also gonna be a very nice progression build, I think. And probably goes a bit faster than Shield of Attribution. There's a very interesting YouTube video about the Warlock. Can you share? No, you cannot. You have to wait 4 hours. Okay, so 3.5 minutes, 100. How long is the boss? 12:44. 13 seconds boss. I didn't see the Baby No Money Warlock video. I saw that actually. Pretty cool. Wing Strikes comes online so early. Yeah, I actually did not play Wing Strikes at all in Season 11. I only played it for the first time on the PTR here. I just like skipped that build. But I think I might just play this as my starter. To be honest, it's a pretty good starter. It just kind of works. But loot filters. Is this like a leaked Warlock video, or like what are we talking about here? What is this PoE vocabulary? I mean, here's PTR, Wing Strikes leveling. Actually, I did that, apparently. So I guess I did Shade of Attribution for the start until 15. Let's see this a bit, yeah. That's a bit too fast. Let's do... Nice. Game crashed. I know Sonic. Season 12 is on Tuesday, yeah. It's great for leveling. I always want to say it's the best value for leveling. Yeah, I think I was gonna start it. What am I doing here? I think I was testing the Fawn stuff. Fawns now works for Shade of Attribution. Okay, here we go. We continue. Yeah, I think the strat would be you play Vessel of Hate campaign until level 15 with Shade of Attribution. I mean, okay, maybe you can even continue the campaign if you want. But you're probably gonna get like Arbiter online, go Wing Strikes at 15, and you just blast for Helltide. And I think that's probably just like a good way to start. And then you do a Stronghold at level 50. Yeah, we were debating at some point if like we should do leveling guides similar to like, for example, the Diablo 2 leveling guides on the D4 branch on Maxroll. So on Diablo 2, there's only like one leveling guide per class. And that's just like the way to level, basically. Or I don't know, I wouldn't like to replace all of the existing leveling guides. You know, if people just want to play a certain archetype, they should do that, I think. But maybe we'll do something like, you know, the meta guide kind of deal. Is Killstreak and decent XP? The PDR was pretty awful. But the best XP was in Hordes, actually. Like, by far, Hordes was really good. Okay, wait a minute, I'm still playing Shield of Attribution here. Like, when do I do a switch? I went to level 21. Ah, wait a minute, here. So we have both in this. When did I do the first levels? Or what did I do there? Level 21? I think I opened a cache, yeah. And I went to 23, yeah, okay. And then I just did that. Okay. I made the setup. So I have hammers. Dude, it's kind of funny how the falling star looks so slow-mo. Look at this. When you have no attack speed. I just realized. I mean, it's still pretty fast, but, you know, compared to what you're used to. You can see this is hard difficulty. I guess if you really want to stay in Arbiter form as much as possible and do just Wing Strikes, you probably want to do the advanced cooldown version as well. Or maybe drop the Defiance aura and put the Holy Bolt thing there. That also gives you Arbiter form, right? Isn't the boots for advance? Now advance can still, you know, you still dash around and you get resolve. So that's not terrible. How did they nerf Oradin? They nerfed Castle. And they forced us to use Standard Knight now. So you have to like cast consecrations and stuff. Okay, you're not like strictly forced to use Standard Knight, but Standard Knight is significantly stronger than like Griswold and stuff. And Castle Nerf hits like all the Paladin builds almost equally. Slightly less on the Zeal and like 200 builds, I guess, if there's any. Okay, we are on Penitent. We're doing a Blood Maiden on Penitent. Let's see this. Stormfire still fine. Yeah, Dawnfire, I think it was not changed actually. Ah, you're right. No, they also nerfed the Wolves though on the Origin. So they nerfed Castle and the Wolves. And that was a relatively significant nerf. But yeah, you basically get most of the power back that the Wolves were giving you from using Standard Knight. So you are roughly equally nerfed as other Paladin builds. But you have to play it differently now, basically, and it's like slower. Okay, this is actually really fast Penitent Blood Maiden. Wait, is there anyone else here? There's another guy. I think he was killing her. He's a Shield of Retribution guy. He's definitely melting the boss instead of me. I think I crashed here. What is going on? Yeah, I think Odin will still play with the Wolves. But you have to do this on a night now, basically. You're playing a hybrid Wing Strikes and Odin, wonder if that's still safe. I don't think there's much of a reason to do that. That's actually what I've done like very early in the season, before we understood the like Wolf strategy. I actually put the Wing Strikes setup and like the neck and the aspect into the Auradin build like in the first week of the season or something. But then the Wolf strat emerged and I removed it all again. And then we just had like a distinct Wing Strikes build and a distinct Auradin build instead of some weird mix. I'm thinking they're going to announce Warlock unlocked in Season 12. No chance, I think. I am surprised that they're doing Season 12 and Warlock on the same day, though. I think a lot of people are just gonna be like so confused about this. They're gonna be like, huh? Wait, new season? Where's my Warlock? Where's my skill trees? Where's Skull Wars? Like... It's gonna be best at level next season. Yeah, Vessel of Hatred campaign and Strongholds again. And then, yeah, to bridge the gap, you have to do like Helltides, I guess, and Undercity. Now, Season 12 is not the expansion. Okay, we are taking a lot of damage, and some of these at least take a while, right? Let's see. This is like standard speed now. Yeah, like, we definitely not... We have no business being on Penitent here, looking at this. Like, it's like way too rippy. And this guy lives for like 15 seconds, because he's also shielding and stuff. So I would have to go maximum expert at this point. But I think I have no aspects and stuff. Tried auto-detonate Judgement build in new season. Yeah, Judgement is kind of rip, I think. I mean, it's still quite playable. Did I write it down? I didn't do just yet, but yeah, Judgement is... I guess you can still play it. I did like 100 something with that. Wait, how fast is 1 hour, 1:40? Let me just check this real quick. Here's Judgement. But it is certainly not as crazy anymore. This like roughly evades Spiritborn. I did like evade 6 minutes 100 as well. Let's write this down. How long was the boss though? So I guess it's still good enough if you want to do like T4 and stuff. 10:08. Oh. So this was 50 seconds though. 50 seconds T100 boss versus Shield of Retribution, 5 seconds T105 boss. Oh. They are not the same. Okay, I wanted to see this one here, the Helder Commander on Penitent. Yeah. So on Expert, the boss would be dead about now. It's like around 10 seconds. 10 seconds for Helder Commander is okay, I guess. So I should be on Expert, but I think I have some aspects here. Let me check this. Okay, here I have a Virtuous equipped, and now we're putting the Wing Strikes aspect. So I think I was testing, like, okay, what can we do when we have the aspects? And I'm not sure what's the other one, maybe Holy Punishment or something. Now here you can definitely see like the chunks, right? Because the Wing Strikes just keep zapping, ding, 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 ding. Okay. The new Emerald in Season 12 is so good for your favorite Flurry Rogue build. The new Emerald, if you have a lot of sustain in your build, and I mean Flurry has a lot of sustain, right? Like you just Giga heal, because Siphoning Strikes and Flurry itself heals you. It is not a terrible Amulet. I wish that the damage was like distributed over a longer time and you would burn for longer. Because I feel like 8 seconds is sometimes maybe not up, right? On boss fights or something. Hi, Metroid Pro. You haven't slept in 3 days. What is going on? When is the developer stream? It's 2.5 hours. Okay, what are we doing now here? Penitent. I think I just like imprint a few more things and just try to see how it is when you have a bunch of legendaries. Turns out it's pretty good. We just like one tapping. Here's a boss. Bloop. Okay. Wait, what did I imprint here? Holy shit, man. Everything just insta one shot. I know that the difference between like the pre-tournament difficulties is like roughly ×2 per difficulty. So going from normal to hard is like double and then double and then double. So if you get like 2 good aspects or so, it's like 1 difficulty roughly. And if it's just imprinted like 5 things, then yeah, we're kind of just blasting everything, I guess. Can I see Shield of Attribution here? How does that feel in comparison? So here we are on hard. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say fuck it. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start playing Wing Strikes as my starter. I did some Shield Bash. Let's see Shield Bash. Yo, chunking. Uber Tristram killer. As it should be. 2, 3. Like 3 seconds flat on Belial. With Bastion. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this is a bloody sigil, right? Okay, let's see it. Okay, so my card fitting says it should be 10 seconds. What do we say here? T4 Belial is roughly equal to T5 for Shauna and Dario. Okay, so maybe less than 10. Let's say 8 seconds. Okay, 145. Okay, it was 9 seconds. Alright. And I have a fucking Lum rune. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to have a Lum rune. Wait a second. Maybe, I don't know. D2 took up weeks. And Resident Evil took up 8 days, that's about it. Okay. I don't understand what I mean, Jamokuts. What is that? What is that? Okay, here's Urivar. 233. It's 10 seconds Urivar, he knocked us around. Okay, anything else? The thing is, you don't really want to take Shield Bash into like hordes, you know, it's kind of shit in hordes, I'd say. Also, why is this so slow? The 105. But here we're destroying. Did I miss something there? Also, what the fuck? Why is there a blue gem? I think I did this to get like the 5-cent block on like some Paragon node or something. This is why. Make it lol. Okay, it's a 95. 4 minutes. 4.5. And a 16-second boss. Okay. Will I play Warlock? Yes. But not today. Today I will just show you the Warlock I have played a month ago. But you have to wait until the embargo lifts. So the embargo lifts in 3.5 hours. It's 1 hour after the dev stream. We are allowed to show it. Here's Seal. It's like one of the last builds I have in my list here, actually. Okay, Seal. 2.5 on 90. Dude, I love the Seal animations, man. So cool. Seven-second boss on 90. Warlock is not coming season 12, yes. We're trying like manual Zeal without the Archer Veil here. Was this a 90 as well? And at the same time, actually. Interesting. So there's like manual casts, right? Yeah. But yeah, like a pretty big progression jump there. Do I have another run? It's 100. I think it turned out to be weaker. I did not play Argent Veil, so I guess we're not gonna put that. Like I really hate playing Argent Veil on like boss fights when they're like longer than 10 seconds. And I was telling them like, please lower the multi on Argent Veil. Don't make me play with this in the push. Like this is like much more fun when you actually like, you know, press the button and kill shit. The Heartseeker redo looked cool. What? I mean like from the expansion like trailer thing. You sure they're going to make Warlock strong but it's too close to Necro thematically? I wouldn't say that there is too much overlap. Okay, they're both like edgy casters, I guess. But beyond that, they have like quite a little overlap, I would say. Need a Borderland cold map. Let's go. And they're gonna have to rework Shroud for expansion if we don't have it passives. Yeah, just delete it. Everything will be better. Just delete it. I'm gonna check out Mirage. I might. I'm still not 100% decided. It will also depend a little bit on like what you're gonna see today with you know, season 12 updates and guides I wanna make. Okay, we start the boss at 10:00. 50 seconds. Actually, 5.55. Okay. Anything else we have here? Spear, Zeal, Judgement. Did I do Judgement? Yes. Is there anything else on Judgement that I tried here besides this T100? No. I don't like Judgement that much anyway. He's like Hammered in leveling, Divine Lance leveling. We can check out a few of these things. I guess realistically, we'll just combine the hammers with the wing strike stuff, because why not? You have like a relatively cheap button to press. Ooh, bottle thrower. Oh, Virtual Vix also earlier. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you for the subs, guys. If you're still here, Vix. Appreciate it. Get rid of Shroud, big buff to Tyraels. Nah, Tyraels is so bad, we wouldn't even run it now as an alternative. Like, if you want defense, you have better options than Tyraels, which is kind of funny. Like Tyraels is just completely forgotten, and Shroud is just like too oppressive. Like, just delete fucking Shroud, and everything will be better. And delete Tyraels too while you're at it if you want, I guess. Like, just don't make us put a mythic in every fucking slot, man. You know, I want to use other shit. Yo, Califea as well. Thanks so much. We do need some Mythic Love. Existing inventory is boring. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the expansion is gonna like rework a lot of aspects, a lot of uniques, and of course that includes the mythics, right? So I would be kind of surprised to see if like they're not like really changed in a big way. I mean, Shroud first of all has to change, but you know we still have like stuff like Nezukem, a Havarion, random meme items that never anyone really cared about. A bunch of useless ones and like 2 mandatory. Yeah. And the thing is they had to like power creep the helm slots so much, right? When they started making helm uniques, and now look at the flurry helm and this kind of stuff, right? So that it actually even has a chance to compete with Perdition. Like, I don't know, I don't like this very much. I think it's okay that there is some damage you can get on defensive slots. But putting like a ridiculous multiplier like that there is like kind of not it, I think. I think there should be like some sort of like reasonable choice to make. Because, like at a certain point, you just don't have the option to put a defensive item on your helm anymore. There has to be Perdition or, potentially class helm, right? And the opportunity cost is like way too large if you don't do that. And then Shroud is just like the item for every single build, basically. That's kind of stupid, I think. Okay, what else do we have here? Divine Javelin leveling. Let me check that actually. Don't remember what I was doing here. Expert. Divine Javelin has a lot of base damage. And I played this build a little bit in endgame in Season 11. It was like one of my favorite builds of the season actually. Maybe I'll do it again. But I don't think I tried it as like a high-end build. I think I estimated if I had like the same quality of gear and stuff as I did in Season 11 with like my push setup, with all the significations, it would have been like a T125, which is pretty high. You may try Dragonkin while you wait for April. Not a bad idea. I was also thinking about doing that actually, but maybe a bit later since we have the season launch here. When does the drop event start? When the live stream starts in 2 hours. The drop thing is actually very short. It's only today and tomorrow actually. And there's 2 drops. The previous goal was always speed 100, so 55 now. What's the new goal? I think that is like still the same goal roughly. Because once you get into speed 100, let's say a few minutes, then you should not have trouble with the T5 content anymore. But the thing is, it's like way harder to get there compared to like, like previously, if you want to do like all the content, like T4, that was pretty easy for like any build, right? But T5 is like a huge step up from there. So you actually need to go all the way to like 100 speed farm to really do this comfortably. So like I tried to like get some estimates here. So we have like a bunch of builds. But here, Crackle, for example, 5.5 minutes T100. And then you can do like kind of insta-kill T5 boss. But I mean, that's Crackle, right? Really high boss damage. Shield of Attribution, also very high boss damage. It's like the strongest build in the season. So that is the best build in the season. So that can do, yeah, insta-kill basically on the bosses as well at some point. But I didn't do a lair boss here. 13 seconds boss on T100 in a 3.5 minute run. Let's see, here's Spears. I did a 13-second beast, which is, it's like roughly like a T95 boss. So if you can do like a T95 boss in like 10 seconds, then you're kind of chilling. So I think this is like a pretty good benchmark here. Here's, for example, a T95 boss in 30 seconds. And this is like with a stagger as well, right? Like rogues rely on stagger and stuff. So you're not gonna have that on their bosses. Like their bosses, you're not gonna stagger those. So that's like kind of a bit of downside as well. Did you see Warlock holding a two-handed sword? Or was that just debate? You did see that. Is T5 boss worth doing if you can't insta-gib? I mean, that depends. On hardcore, obviously, they're pretty rippy. So you might not want to do that necessarily if you're not safe. But let's assume softcore. I think it's probably worth to do something like a half-minute fight or so. I mean, I don't know exactly how the drops scale up, but it do seem noticeably upgraded. Like I was checking this earlier, like a few kills, and basically every kill was 7 items and 1 ancestral. And if I compare this to like live server, Torment 4, it's usually like 4 or 5 kills per ancestral, I'd say. Let's see. How fast do we want to do this? It's kind of cutting it close here already. Like even evade is kind of cutting it close here. With like a better setup, maybe. If you bring this down to like 15 seconds, 20 seconds on 100 or something. Smile. Thanks for the reminder, Diablo. Appreciate the sub too. I was gonna say you wanna do like under 4 minutes speed farm. Something like that, maybe. Can I like sort this a little bit actually? Let's put all the Paladin together. And then we have the Sork here, and then there's Spiritborn. There's my other classes actually. I don't think a bit Barb, Druid, Necro. We did Rogue actually. Yeah, skip the Rogue here, it's fine. Rogue is kind of like a very good, like, middle of the pack benchmark, I would say. Yo, Dini, man. Thank you as well for the 20 months. Sometimes determined by how fast a build can move, not only kill speed. Yeah, I mean, like, any build, like, you know, if you assume, like, a situation where you basically just kind of, like, one-tap stuff, any build will do, like, sub 3-minute run or so, or sub 2.5 minutes run. So that's kind of, like, the timer to shoot for maximum when it comes to farming the pit. Like, even on a Necro or something. Yeah, another one. Eternal Machine, thanks so much. When do I go play D2? I go play D2 3 weeks ago. PoE tomorrow. Yeah, I might log in. I'm not 100% decided right now. I'm kind of like waiting until we see what's gonna happen later here. I definitely have a bit of like build cooking to do. Maybe I can start with that now as well, but on the other hand, we're gonna get the patch notes later. We finally grow from a twig to a slightly larger twig. Nah, the new skill trees are pretty big, Jared. And there's a lot of stuff to think about. There's a new season, it's on Tuesday. Do I have this stuff still saved? Okay, here's the screenshots I took from like the expansion reveal trailer, right? There's war plans. Going hatred. Okay, so here's the trees, right? And I mean, I didn't really show a lot of examples here, but here's like an example of Hoda Barb. So these are the 3 variants. It's like similar to what the Paladin right now has with the 3 variants. And they're like completely different skills, basically. Like, you know, they're technically variants of the same skill, but, you know, most of them are actually doing very different things. So at the very least, they get like, you know, tags and whatever, right? And this kind of stuff. Like here, okay, this is like just AoE, and then there's the seismic line, and then here is like summon ancients. So now it's like an ancient skill basically, and it does fire damage as well. So suddenly you scale the character completely differently and stuff. And yeah, like, you know, like we see this on a Paladin as well, right? Like your Blessed Shield becomes a Juggernaut skill and does force damage and, you know, this kind of stuff. So the Paladin gives like a really good idea already of what's going on with the variants. But then you also have these side upgrades here. So there's one, and then there's another one. So you effectively have 3 choices to make per skill. And there's 2, there's 3, and there's 2 options. And then, you know, you have 6 skills on your bar and potentially more skills that you trigger or, you know, whatever, right? So you can potentially even invest more into more skills in that. And, you know, they all kind of like do different things now. So that's all you need to be amazed, fire to ice. Well, I mean, there's obviously like, you know, like a cascading, you know, like array of other changes you make after that, right? You don't just changing like this one variant and then that's it. That's what I'm just trying to say, right? Like if you play a Blessed Shield Paladin versus like the Shield of Retribution, it's like a completely different build, you know, like your entire setup is completely different. And the other like supporting skills are different, your Paragon is different, you have completely different legendaries, you have completely different uniques. And this is not even like the expansion tree we have on Paladin right now, right? This is literally just for the variants. Like all this stuff is missing here, this and this. So there's actually going to be like, you know, a lot more choices to make everywhere. I'm sad we don't have the Adams family at the Diablo team anymore. Yeah, both Adams are gone. Also, look at that. Necro tree. By the way. Core skill, skellies. And more skellies. So you can customize both of them. They split mages and warrior. Yeah, this looks like it, right? So this has the swords. And this has like the flame. This is like the mages, I guess. It's kind of interesting that the mages come before the warriors. I think I didn't catch the other upgrade, but I remember like here in the trailer they showed this. So there was this Hydra upgrade here, and then it says, okay, gain 50% attack speed, but duration is reduced to 7 seconds. Do we see like the normal Hydra here? No. But yeah, 7 seconds is pretty short. On the live server, Hydra is 10 seconds. I don't know, maybe it has a different timer in the expansion. But you know, it's like a relatively short timer, right? You have to like kind of keep it up actively. You do like Hydra, cast a few other things, Hydra. So, you know, it's like suddenly much more involved. Where I think the other upgrade here was actually like longer duration, so it was like the opposite. So you just put the Hydra in the corner and forget about it, and then do the other thing, right? So there's like these two options, for example, in this skill, where it's like, okay, you do like a more active Hydra build, or it's just like, okay, the Hydra is there, right, and does its thing. And here's like another example where Hydra is not just a damage skill, but then it becomes a cold skill and it chills. And that opens up like a whole lot of synergies, right? Suddenly you can do like all the sort of frost synergies. You can have like, I don't know, ice armor that, you know, does extra damage when you have frozen enemies. Or like whatever, right? You have like ice shards that ricochets off frozen enemies. And all that kind of stuff. And I can just trigger from your Hydra now. And I didn't show much about the stats here, unfortunately. Only this, I think. Cube. Loot filter. Rain of Arrows Rogue, man. Holy based. Okay. I just saw that now. Cannot have more than 5 sockets, but can do 2 unique charms. So here you see the seal, 5 sockets. The last one is locked. And he just goes for a full set. Can I delete this one here? Okay. And this one. These are new enemies, new zones. Here's remember this was a deep freeze, and the character is not inside the deep freeze. Like the stock is actually walking around, and the deep freeze is just there. I think this was the druid punch thing. Here's the dance of knives, throwing like 5 knives at once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's Heartseeker. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 arrows. He's like this Giga Shield Bash wave from Paladin. Almost looks like polarized shockwave, like from the size. That is Diablo 2. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. They didn't give us many examples here, but I mean, this is already kind of interesting, right? Just like talking about, you know, like the impact that this can have, right? Like imagine you get 3 variants of mages that are as impactful variants as like, you know, Blessed Shield on Paladin, right? And the same for the warriors, and then the same for the golems. Was the Warlock and D2 fun to play? I had a pretty good time. I mean, I played a lot of Warlock now, so, you know, when I play like another Diablo 2 season or so at some point, I'll probably play something else then. But it was good. The classes need loving. Everyone deserves some love. You rolled Paladin first, it ruined every other class for you. Yeah, it's much more reasonable in season 12 at least. Paladin is still like the strongest overall, I guess. But it's not like, you know, ahead by an insane margin or something. It's just that Paladin has like a variety of very good builds, and the other classes have like 1 or 2 basically. So can we get passes from the cube? No, this is not like a Kanai's cube. This is like more a D2 cube. But I guess if you will, I mean, this is getting kind of close, yeah, right? The talisman. It's like some sort of mix of like charm. I mean, these things are literally called charm, right? It's basically like a charm inventory mixed with just more equipment slots, basically. Like there's literally stats on the shit, right? And you know, this is basically what like sets do in like equipment in D2 or D3. So it's like some mix of like equipment, charm inventory, and I guess kind of SQ to some degree, with like extra powers. I guess it comes closest to Connor's Cube when you think about it. It's hardly possible to have Warlock in season 12. Yeah, I would be very surprised that if they put Warlock in season 12. I don't think that's happening, guys. They already gave us 1 class early, right, with the Paladin. And what are you doing here? You're gonna get joined now. Oh. I should have added a Hunter Ranger class and added changed Rogue to melee only instead of adding Warlock. I'm very happy with like the overall design of Rogue. I think I really like the combination of Rogue, ranged, and melee combat. Doge. Yeah. Say hi to Chad Malin. Hi. There's a Maltese. Hey, Nilorni. Oh, we had a sub earlier from Eternal Machine. Thanks, by the way. Not sure if I said that. There's no way they shadow drop in season 12. It's already a filler season. And don't bother making much changes to classes. Yeah. It's a short season. And the Warlock is definitely one of the big hype things for the expansion, right? They want to keep something in the back to hype it up and stuff. Yo, Ronnie, thank you. It would be a beta test of Warlock. I mean, if they do something like that, then they would do this like, with like few people or like, like a closed beta or something like that, right? And I don't think that's such a bad idea to do this, right? Because, with like they're making a whole new class, right? And there's gonna be bugs, there's gonna be game-breaking stuff. Like, even Paladin had a bunch of bugs. And at least they dodged like all of the like, really insane, like, one-shot 150 kind of bugs. But for example, for Spiritborn, they didn't, right? So on Paladin, it worked out. Paladin was just like really strong. And it was relatively bug-free, I guess. There was just like a few things that were kind of insane and stuff, but it was not like game-breaking. Since the entire class was overtuned anyway. But yeah, I mean, they're not always that lucky. So it's only a Warlock reveal or they show ability tree? I'm not sure if they will show the ability tree, but I can show it to you. I have a screenshot of every single skill and variant and stuff. Will it continue season 12 after release of the expansion, or will it go to season 13? Yeah, that will be season 13, of course. Two minutes, pit 150 coming of Warlock then. I hope not, man. I hope not. Maybe it's time to get the Paladin expansion. I mean, the Paladin is just one of the things, right? There's two classes, and then there's all the other classes that are also new, basically. You know? Do I like more of the skill tree screenshots here? There were not that many screenshots, unfortunately, but here, just this, right? Like, every class is gonna get a skill tree like that. And, like, reworks on aspects, uniques, everything, right? So, every class is gonna be new, basically. It's just that, okay, we already know somewhat what they do, right? With, like, okay, what are the skills and so on, but what will they do? How do we build them? Like, I think, you can basically throw all of that knowledge away completely from what you have now. Just break NDA. No. I'm just waiting. I'm patient. Giving us 2 classes means we will expect 2 classes in the next expansion. I don't know. Even if they do it now, I wouldn't expect 2 classes in the next expansion. In fact, I kind of expected they would stop at 8 classes. But since we definitely have a few expansions to go, I would expect 1 class per expansion to kind of keep going. And I mean, it kind of makes sense. I think they are probably at a spot where they kind of can keep adding more classes and then just say at some point, okay, like this class just is kind of done, like we don't need to do much on the druid anymore. We don't have to do much on the barb anymore or whatever, right? Or maybe here and there they have an idea and they throw in like a new thing. But, like in the past they always had this like, this forced, okay, every class gets an aspect, every class gets a unique, and blah, 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 right? And like if this game is like in a more like steady state, all of the other classes are fleshed out, then I guess it makes sense that you can just keep adding classes if you want, and focus on those classes and then kind of develop them over like the course of 10 seasons or something, right? After they're introduced. And then at some point they just reach their, full potential, basically. It's too much work to have that many classes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I thought so too. I think it would just give them too much kind of like maintenance, basically, right? Per patch. Too many like, oh shit, every class needs a new aspect now. Oh shit, every class needs a new unique now. And it just kind of keeps piling up, right? If you have more classes. But if you just don't give new stuff to every class every time, then it's fine. And since like it's like the same player base, just split between more classes anyway, it's also okay to not give something new to every single class every time, I guess. Because someone might say, okay, Barb is my main, but I'm also okay playing some Paladin, and Paladin got this new thing, so I'm gonna play that now, So are they going to keep going after 3 expansions? Yes, I guess. I mean, we are nowhere near done. You think every season has to have something for every class? That's what brought us back to the 3 new sets and tweaks. Yeah, okay, but like in Diablo 3, they exactly didn't do that, right? Like in the early seasons, maybe like season 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. Those were like kind of like the big development seasons, right? And then season 5, they introduced the cube as. Was it already season? What was it, season 4? It might have been season 4 of the cube. Anyway, but after season 5, they kind of just like stopped developing the game entirely, almost, right? And then they did like very small things, and usually not for all classes. And even when they started picking up the development again, like season 19, when they started introducing the new sets and stuff with like Crusader and whatever, they did like two sets, 3 sets, 2 sets, I think. It was also not for every class. And I mean, that was just like accepted, that was okay, I think. So they just said, okay, we're gonna do 3 seasons to cover all 7 classes. And everyone was fine with it, I guess. So I don't think you have to give something to every single class every single time. I mean, you can always do balancing, right? You can like, see what builds are shit and buff them a bit, and what builds are too OP and nerf them a bit. I mean, that is like easily done, right? You just look at the performance of builds and stuff. But yeah, I don't think you have to make like, 10 new unique. I think it's actually bad to just make a new unique item every single season for every single class. It's just kind of like dilutes the pool. It gives it like way too much shit sometimes. Like so many uniques they make are just kind of like just dead, in the water basically, right? Like they make this, what is this thing called? Druid boots? Stepwalkers? Kamsim Stepwalkers, like this fucking item, man. And okay, it does have some sort of niche use for like Cataclysm build or some shit to get you online earlier. I'm not sure if people even use this in late game, but I guess it does have some sort of purpose for like one build. And Cataclysm is like a relatively like, let's say, fan favorite, I guess, for druids. So, you know, this is like maybe an example of like, okay, it's like a very niche thing, but at least it has a bit of a purpose, right? Forcing ourselves to make something for every class in the season, we have dog shit like Stone Burst. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like if you have like a quota, like, hey, every class needs a new skill in this expansion. Go. And now we have Stone Burst. That's a perfect example. You know, it's like, hey, just don't do it. You know, if you don't have a good idea, then leave it. You know, and come back later. Yeah, that in D2, so many unique, totally useful. Yeah, I guess in D2, the other problem is just that it has too much power creep, right? Through rune words. Like if rune words didn't exist at all, I think Diablo 2 would be like a way better game in terms of like, you know, where balance between itemization and like the uniques and like the normal rares and stuff lands. It's just that that rune words are way too powerful, I guess. And they're like too easy to get for the most part, you know. Stoneburst, someone should have taken a pay cut after approving that. Who approved Stoneburst, guys? Actually, I did play Stoneburst. Was it in the Chaos season? I think it was a Chaos season where it was really cool. I'm doing Druid cooking. I'm not cooking right now on Druid. I'll be cooking some some Paladin stuff. I do want to make a guide for Death Trap. Probably Evade. There's like a few builds I'm not gonna Crackle, I guess, is also another thing. I'm probably gonna play Crackle again. Crackle is just fun. I'm gonna make another Crackle Sorg, I think, this season. It's just a cool build. D2 itemization is good. I do agree that generally D2 itemization is extremely good, but it does have flaws. You know, if rune words were either harder to get or worse, then I would be happier with it, let's say. Druid cooking for the expansion. Omega Punch is gonna clear everything. Dude, that fucking Druid Punch is so amazing. Yeah, I was looking at this in the trailer, I was like, holy. It does make me excited for Druid. Make the Druid Punch have Shockwave aspect. That'll be a big punch, man. When can we expect season 11 builds on Maxroll? I think it means season 12. And the answer is they're already there. Like most of the build guides will not really change. You know, we're gonna delete the sanctified stuff. We're gonna add bloodied affixes, but they're like relatively little impactful right now. Okay, Paladin is changing a little bit on some builds. Oradin is like the biggest change, and Judgement is like the second biggest, I guess. But yeah, most builds are kind of similar to before anyway. So that's mostly it. There's gonna be like maybe some other small differences. What's up, man? Oof. There's so little variety in D2, it's wild. I don't know, I mean, you have 8 classes now. Each of them with like a few, you know, good enough builds, let's say. That's good enough, I think. But yeah, it would be nice if they would like do some balance pass and then, I don't know, make some random shit like, I don't know, jab, zon, or I don't know, weapon throw barb better, or you know, this kind of stuff, like a zeal paladin, maybe upgrade that a bit. And you know, there's a lot of potential there to like balance it out a bit better, I guess. Fearsome Barkman, yeah. He's protecting our hearth and home. Kalopedaki, Melon. Where's it? Okay. Go get him, Melon.
He was searching.
Yeah. He went to get them.
Who?
The intruders.
Was he barking?
Yeah. Okay, he got this.
He's appointed his mom. I have a gift for you. Should I bring it?
A gift?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. You're not touching D2 until we get a dedicated extra charm inventory. Yeah, there was actually like a poll that people linked lately.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
Uh-oh.
You don't like gifts?
I don't know what kind of gift it is. But I gladly accept it. And in that poll, there was actually a question about what would you like to see next in Diablo 2? So they are thinking about like updating more Diablo 2. And there was like a question about, okay, finish Act 4, I don't know, do some quality of life improvements or something, charm inventory. I think there was a question about another class, I'm not sure. But some stuff like that basically, and they kind of like wanted to kind of get an idea, I guess, what people are looking for. And I really hope they're gonna do this. I think that one of the questions was maybe like a mapping system as well. But yeah, charm inventory would be very nice. Like my ideal charm inventory would be you get half of the current inventory. And that's it. And you know, charms in your regular inventory don't work, basically. And I think that would be fine, you know, it's like it kind of cuts back a little bit on the power creep. And I think it would be a fair compromise for like getting an entire inventory worth of space. Yeah, PD2 does it bad, right? Because you have like an entire inventory copied for your charms. And that's like too much, I think. I'm ready.
Close your eye. Remove the headphones.
Oh no. Oh. What is going on?
Oh, look amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now make a command.
A command?
Not a command, redeem command. You like it, chat?
Yeah. Alien, please.
I also got you this.
Uh-huh. Very cool.
Well, these are also for you. Now look, they have the protecting thing.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't see absolutely anything. Like it's very hard to see it.
You used to have them.
Yeah, they broke at some point. I had like this command for the redeem for this.
Do you like the alien ones?
Yeah.
How do I look?
Okay, I think they're slightly more transparent than before, I believe. Like before, I barely could see anything with this. Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, it looks hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay.
They look better on you. Okay. How many points?
A lot.
No. No, don't make it a lot.
Yeah.
By the way, you haven't removed the VIP yet, and we're running out of spots. We ran out of spots, I think.
Yeah.
You said last month.
Don't say it out loud now.
Yeah, people should know.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to remove the VIP redeem. There's no more spots. Out of this world. Do I actually have the emotes here? The alien dance and stuff?
Please, yeah.
I have this one.
What about alien, please?
I don't have this one, actually.
Ah, we have unpleased.
Hey, that's this one, yeah.
I prefer the others.
Kind of similar, actually. Is there anything else?
Fit with the glasses. You want more alien?
Oh, I'm looking if there's any other cool emotes.
This.
What?
Okay. This is very good. This. And this.
Yeah,
And
careful.
Sorry. This.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
It's like a hamster?
Yeah.
Nah.
What?
Oh. The alien guy. Oh shit. There's an emote for that, man. But actually, it needs to have an S though. Is that one of an S? I guess I can edit it myself, right? I can make it myself.
What is this glimmer used? There in the chat.
Glop.
Oh.
It's this one, yeah. I think I have it already, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Oops. Alien unpleased. Okay.
And there's another glorp. Low. Glorp feet. And glorp cozy.
Careful.
Yeah, how can I show you though? Nah, here. Can you put glorp cozy?
Where's that glob even coming from?
Does it matter?
Yes.
I don't care. Put the glorp cozy.
Oh,
I found the perfect one. This.
it's globbing time.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay.
Okay.
Glurp.
Now thank me for my valuable contribution.
Thank you for your valuable contribution. What would I do without you?
Be boring.
Yeah. True. Okay, I'm gonna put this one here. Okay. Good, I got some new emotes. Enjoy. What did V chat do without Nini? Yeah, I would have to suffer through my boring streams, I guess. Oh. But now we have glasses. I guess I make a redeem for the glasses again. Maybe some random shit, that's for sure boring. Maybe not. I don't know, maybe not. Okay, Sepke. What is that? Aldench. Oh yeah, I like this one. There's like more stuff with Dench. It's very nice. There's also like a I have a Dench. Where's that? Denching. Breach is also good. There's this one. The handshake is nice. There's another. Dude, the first time chatter. Holy shit, man. Yeah, the skate park, I'm gonna do that one for sure. Where is that? Wait, I've seen this one. Yeah, I have a dent. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I love these. Oh, we have this one actually. This one is also good. Okay. Oh man. Any others? No, that's fine, I guess. Anything else, guys, while we're at it? Do you want anything else? Okay, link me emotes if you want. Still have like a bunch of slots. IEM. Wait, what's that? In-ear monitor. Wait, what do they do? Also, what is this? Multiple drivers in the chambers for each ear makes the audio so much cleaner. Interesting. So these are basically headphones, but like giga high tech or like what? Is Necro S tier? I have a dench. Yeah, Necro S tier. I don't know. What do we have? Okay, let me look at the tier list a little bit, right? Like this is actually where we started, like 3 hours ago, before I went down this rabbit hole of doing all this shit, yeah. So what does it actually mean for our tier list? Here, right? So S plus will disappear. That's what it means, first of all. I think for season 11, I think this was like 125 plus. And this was 115 or 110 plus. I'm not sure exactly. I don't remember exactly what we did, like benchmarked this. But yeah, something like that. So that was like a pretty massive gap, right? And now I think the castle nerf is something like minus 7 to 8 tiers for every Paladin build. And there's only Payback left. And I think Payback was maybe slightly overvalued. There was like one really big outlier clear. But yeah, this, you know, it's just gonna go down here, I guess. And then it's gonna be fine. And I guess without Sanctification, Payback is also like a build that really profited a lot from Sanctification. More than the typical build. So yeah, basically all the stuff that's currently here will go here. It will basically replace the top of S. It will just kind of all move down. I'm not sure where Hoda Barb will land, but Hoda Barb will not have double Select anymore. Lunging Barb will not have double Select anymore. Same with Bash. So I guess all these double Select Barbs will probably go down a bunch. More than other builds. And yeah, that basically leaves us with, you know, stuff like, okay, Shield of Attribution is probably number 1. And then Auradin is probably like number 2. or so. But there's a bunch of other stuff. I think Hoda is still gonna be very strong. This is a push right now. So Orden might not be like the top 2 push, but somewhere in the top 5, I guess. This might be a bit behind on this. So these are like maybe like top 10 builds. The Wing Strikes and the Blast Hammer. Hoda should be like top 5, I guess, anyway. Yeah, this might definitely drop out of like top 10. This might also drop out of top 10. And then there's like Heartseeker, Crackle. But here's Necro, Shadow Blight. And I don't think much is changing on Necro anyway. I should read the patch notes again, to be fair, to kind of see. Haven't played Paladin yet. What is the most fun build to play? You want to play it now, or you mean when the season comes? I mean, now you can play a lot of stuff and it's all gonna be OP. When the season comes, it's gonna be slightly more struggle, I guess. Imagine playing Shield of Retribution Pala, so boring. I really like the build. It's actually one of my favorites on Paladin. But yeah. Or will probably be top 3 in groups. Yeah, they nerfed the wolf stuff, right? But I guess you still do that anyway, Sato. And I guess that's the other thing where the Auradin basically brings most of what the support Paladin brings. So maybe you're just gonna replace the support Paladin with an Auradin in party. And just go with that. And it just helps. In before there will be Evade Warlock. Evade is the answer to everything. Wonder the snapshot got fixed. I think they put it in the patch notes, but it wasn't actually fixed, right? Best chill build next season? Yeah, I'd say Wing Strikes or Auradin is probably what you're looking for. You miss Banazan Spellborn? Interesting, I haven't heard that in a long time, or ever, maybe. Do you remember when the Banazan came out, man, and then everyone wanted to play that because like the strongest build, and it was like, you know, so hard to gear, so hard to play, so inconsistent, shitty boss damage, like, oh my god. It was a fucking disaster. Actually, this build alone prompted us to finally make the overall endgame tier list. And like make the build ratings as well that we have in our guides now and stuff like that. You know, right, previously we had the like endgame and push tier list together. This was one tier list, which was mostly based on power. But the Banazan build single-handedly forced our hand. And I mean, it's for the better, you know, it's very good that we have it split now, I think. And especially with the tower being like the actual push thing now, with actual push builds, I guess it makes sense, so. There was enough warning in the build guide. Yeah, I mean, there was, but that's not enough, so. Overall endgame tier list is the best. Yeah, I mean, the overall endgame tier list is also the one that we pay the most attention to, basically, when we make it. So, you know, we try to really polish this one. And, you know, like this, like the push one is mostly just data. So we just kind of collect, you know, what is the highest clear of every build. And this is the push tier list for the most part. And like a bit plus minus, I guess. And then, yeah, like, you know, something like speed farming is a relatively gut feeling. And leveling as well. You know, this is just kind of like our experience where we just say, okay, this is just the build, you know, this is good and this is bad. You know, there's not a clear benchmark. And yeah, bossing, we have a benchmark for bossing, so this is actually based on data to some degree as well, I guess. You know, Lancelot, thanks for the sub, by the way. What will be S tier next season in Paladin? Yeah, I would say everything that you currently see in S minus Advance, Zenith, Shield Bash. Okay, we can do this, I guess. Brandish. I guess Brandish is still decent enough. I'll probably keep it like a low S or something. But yeah, it's like my gut feeling right now. So these are all gonna be very good here. Judgement definitely goes down a bit though. Maybe not overall S even. Well, maybe like low S. So Judgement is gonna kind of go down. But yeah, these are fine. Actually, Blue Days, you asked about the most fun build, right? New season. Yeah, personally, I'm a big Shield of Retribution enjoyer, but it's not like the fastest. But it's like a very good starter build. Wing Strikes is very comfy. Very good starter build. I will probably play Wing Strikes. I like Brandish a lot, but Brandish is certainly a bit behind the others in power. It's good enough, you know, it's like a strong build, but not like OP. So those three, I would say. Blessed Hammer is also pretty fun. Crackle is really fun. I'm a big Heartseeker Rogue enjoyer, but doing like T5 counter with that is gonna be tough. Outside of Orphan Maker. I guess Leap Crack could be fun. It should be strong enough. You level up as shield until Emmy for Wing Strikes. Nah, I think I'm gonna level as shield until I get the aspect for Wing Strikes. I think that might be good enough. Or maybe I was gonna switch anyway at 15. Golem, not S tier. Yeah, Golem is just like not really like fast and stuff, right? It's just kind of like a clunky build. Is Druid the most hated class by Blizzard? A rogue build for season 11? Yeah, it's mostly Death Trap again. Like, if I was going to start rogue, I would do Flurry into Death Trap. I feel like there's a lot of builds in S tier. We need to make an S plus tier. Well, this is the overall endgame builds tier list, and you know, a lot of builds are really fast and destroy everything one shot in the game, and get a glyphs level 300 very easily. So you don't need to make a distinction between them very much here, I think. Giacomos, thank you as well, man. 1 year. Appreciate that. No wizards in D4 yet. Yeah, we have Stork, which is like pretty close, I guess. There should never be more than one build per class in S tier. It just makes sense. There is best and then everything else. Yeah, this is not how we rank it though. Like, we have like kind of metrics, like, you know, what decides which builds go here, basically. Which is like, basically the overall endgame tier list is mostly based on this, right? So, okay, it comes as no surprise that Origin has 5 stars and everything, right? And this is why it's the #1 on the tier list. So if you look at the overall tier list here, Origin is #1. Because it's just, you know, it pushes almost as high as anything else. I think it's like #2, right? And then it's one of the fastest builds. It one-shots all the bosses. It cannot die. And you literally AFK, right? So it doesn't get better than Origin right now. And, you know, basically we rank these things here individually. And then we make the overall endgame tier list based on that. And I mean, if there's plenty of builds where we say, hey, you face roll the entire content, well, they're going S. That's it. You know, that's Like, what else do you want to do besides face rolling the entire content, you know? Like, why would I not put it in S? So... Is that getting nerfed? Yeah, I guess like next season this will be like 4. This will be like 4. This might stay 5. This will stay 5. And this will be 4 or something like that. So... No chance to get another shadow before expansion, right? Yeah, I don't think so. You think the speed farm is still S, no aim, big AoE? Yeah, the problem is you have to like cycle your auras now to get the consecration buffs all the time and so on. So it's definitely a bit clunkier now for speed farming. Unless you're talking about like T4 and you just don't care about consecration, right? Then okay. Yeah, like in season 12 we might be a little bit more strict with the tier list. Because now we have like a much higher bar with Torment 5 content basically, right? And we will definitely make some adjustments accordingly, right? It's just that, you know, the bar is extremely low right now that builds need to hit. Like if you can one-shot all the bosses in Torment 4, then, you know, and you can do like 90-second pit runs, that's all you need, you know? You don't need anything else. So those are the 2 criteria basically, for the most part, right? And yeah, I mean the bar is much higher now. Are some builds better than others for killstreak? Yes. Every build on Rogue is way better for killstreaks than any other class, because they have Umber Crux. And also Paladins with Rally can keep killstreaks up very easily, but you need like a lot of sustain. Rally costs now 35% life. That's a lot of life. But it allows you to keep the killstreak. And I mean, besides that, it just comes down to making decisions about where to go and, you know, not dropping the buff, basically. But I mean, you know, for the most part, you know, you will just have a kill streak as you go through the pit or through the 9th dungeon. And okay, if in 9th dungeon, sometimes there's like a dead end or there's like a treasure room or there's like a whatever, right? You pick up loot and then the kill streak drops. Okay, so be it. But yeah, it's gonna be easier to do on like a rogue, for example. On a rogue, you just put down the Umber Crux totem, you hit a totem, you loot your stuff, you hit a totem again, and then you walk away and hit the next pack, and you can keep a kill streak rolling. But most people will probably not really care about this stuff. It's like a kind of gimmicky thing. I think tower's gonna be open from the start. Yes. It's another thing that people keep forgetting, I guess. I mean, not everyone cares about tower, I imagine. But I think there will be plenty of people that want to try out the tower, you know? There's a lot of people probably that haven't even seen the tower at all, right? Because they just quit Season 11 before that. And that could be fun, right? For people to kind of jump in, do the tower, like in the first week or whatever. Like for some people, that's literally just new content, even though it was already in there. In between Cracklesock and Rogue. Yeah, Cracklesock is nice. You're so excited about Killstreak? Yeah, that's kind of this weird thing with Killstreaks where it's like, okay, they made Torment 5, including lair bosses, and you just don't get anything from the Killstreaks on the lair bosses. And that was like the hardest thing, you know? Like the lair bosses are the hardest thing, and the season theme does nothing for that. So that's kind of strange. And then the bigger problem is that, you know, the stats that we can put on a gear are just like not really doing anything. Like the stats are kind of nice to like progress, you know, like leveling, Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, but then like once you're like in Torment 3, these stats just kind of like, you know, they cease to be useful, right? They're just kind of like they're obsolete. There's movement speed, attack speed, resource cost. Like all this stuff just doesn't matter once you're actually set up, right? You will be crit capped, you will be attack speed capped, you will be movement capped, you will have resources. Like literally nothing matters. So it's like, okay, just put like a few things that you kind of care about later on, right? Wouldn't that set a baseline for what it can do without a seasonal mechanic? I mean, the baseline is eternal for that. I guess, you know, eternal still exists. No one plays eternal. Yeah, but I mean, in terms of like, if you want to set a baseline, you can just look at eternal, right? Or you can just like take whatever builds we use in season and then just subtract what is the boost, right? Like if you look at sanctification, like sanctification didn't really change builds in a big way most of the time. Okay, there were like some things like if you get like starless where normally you don't have it, maybe you can do something with resources, okay. But you know, almost every sanctification is just like power creep, right? So nothing really changed on your build. And you can just subtract that and then say, okay, like everyone just gets minus 10 tiers from no sanctification, and that's it. Who's going to do that? Blizzard? You just lose out on a lot of big data that way. It'd be nice to know before expansion changes everything. Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't need to establish a baseline now when the expansion literally changes everything, you know? Like, everything you know about this game is gonna be turned upside down in 2 months. So, why do we care, you know? Like, everything you know about how a build works will be redundant, you know, in 2 months. So, it's fine. We don't need to establish anything. When is stream starting? It's like an hour? An hour, I think. Then you stand for the Borkhouse pet, you must buy WoW. I saw it. Was it from WoW? Maybe. I should put up a timer, I guess, at this point. Let's see. It is 69 minutes to go, guys. Nice. I guess maybe the drops on is not good yet. Because that will be later when it actually launches. The drops are not running yet, right? I think that's just they go with the live stream. You love my picture looking like a LinkedIn profile. Yeah, I don't know. That's also my old work. I was working in the consulate. So I was wearing a suit every day basically. I just looked like a random picture there. I think we discussed this at some point, but I don't remember exactly what was our conclusion here with like bossing tier list. But I think here we're gonna see like a pretty big distinction as well between builds with okay, which builds can do like easy Torment 5 bosses basically. So this will probably be a much smaller list on bossing on S. And it's gonna kind of like generally all drop down, right? And okay, leveling is like relatively unchanged. I guess we'll see if like the bloodied affixes make a bit of a difference here. Like the one thing I can think about here is like resources, I guess. You know, if some builds are like really resource hungry. I guess Paladin leveling is suffering a little bit from the ready changes. What are the other patch notes here actually? I hope they're gonna add some cool stuff here with some of these effects. Especially the rampage effects, I guess. Oh, there's actually also like a very interesting aspect that was not on the PTR, but that is in the data. Where's that? Okay. So that is in the data, which is kind of interesting. So maybe that was like a thing they were hiding, or maybe they cut it or something, but I think this would be kind of cool potentially. But yeah, like Riff was working on like the D12, season 12 default planner update, and then he linked me this thing, and I was like, what the fuck? So maybe there's gonna be some more stuff. Okay, bloody sigils. Hi, Halloween. New unique items. Okay, Blood Mad Idol. I wonder which builds will run this. I could imagine some rogue builds will run this because they might not have like good enough aspects. It's 125% and berserking. It's a pretty good item. And has an okay stat line. No passives though. Yeah, this ring is just like kind of whatever, but on the other hand, okay, let's see. I think the typical like horde wave is like 500 enemies or so. So I get like 30 stacks of this, like a 60% damage buff at the end of the wave. So this is like a relatively shit ring, to be honest. I wonder if they're gonna buff this. I think this ring is not good under almost any circumstance I can think of. The Rust-Bitten Dirk is pretty good. Like the rogue's just gonna like slot this in for... It's mostly a rogue thing, I guess. This is gonna be for bossing. And then Word Skin is just kind of weak. But it's like a nice early game item. This is like a Mother's Embrace type item, you know? Like you pick it up, if you get lucky, and somewhere in like Torment 1, and you just roll with it, you know? So that is like where this item fits in, I guess. I like this thing, but it's like not an endgame item. And then kind of same story here. It's just kind of like a feels good man thing. If you get it somewhere on the way, that's kind of nice. Can I show my hoodie? Sure. You're sad about the season 12 theme? Massacre was the most hated mechanic of D3. They thought they were rid of it. Yeah, I mean, it works quite differently here though, I guess. Looks cool. Yeah, you can actually buy this. I think that you can get this from the Blizzard store. You can check. There's a Tree of Whispers hoodie. They still didn't fix Blood Mist aspect on Necro. And I guess they won't anymore. He cooked up an idea for a Paragon board the other night. What if every board was fully filled out and you could connect each board from any edge, keep the nodes as they are, but the new nodes could be basic stat increases or something. I don't know exactly what I mean, but I'm not sure if that's an upgrade to the current system. I think the Paragon system is generally okay the way it works. I would like to see a bit of like a reduction in power. I would like to see the legendary nodes being decreased. I would like to see the like glyph values reduced, especially like the primary effects. With like, you know, all the additive, you know, like you get like something like 2 to 250 additive damage just from rare nodes on each board usually. So with 5 boards, you get like 1000 to 1300 additive damage just from the rare nodes. And this doesn't even include the glyphs. And the typical glyph is also, I don't know, somewhere between 200 to 500 additive. You have 5 of those. So let's say 300 times 5. So the paragons alone with glyphs gives you like 2,500 additive or something, you know? It gives you like all the additive. Okay, there's some builds that have less. I think some of the Paladin builds they're like at 1,500 or so, because there's a bunch of other, you know, there's a cooldown and whatever on some of the Paragon boards. But the point stands that almost all of the additive damage actually comes from Paragons. And the gear additive is like completely irrelevant, right? Like the gems in your weapon don't matter, the rolls on your weapon don't matter, like the vulnerable damage roll on your ring doesn't matter, right? Like, I think that's stupid. So this is like the one thing I think that could change, at least like kind of short term. And I mean, besides that, I think Paragon system is okay to survive another expansion for now, and then maybe in expansion 3 they're gonna cook up some cool updated feature. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like how it feels to progress the Paragons. I feel like it's like all kind of a bit too fast. Like the 1 to 200 journey is kind of too fast, and then the 200 to 300 is kind of like too slow. I would like it to be a bit more stretched out, where maybe like I get my last legendary plus glyph like somewhere where right now I would be at like Paragon 250, for example. So there's like a bit longer of a journey to like look forward to something cool, you know, some big power spike and so on. I feel like just going to 200 is kind of fast. Yeah, like for like an expansion 3 update, I would guess, I don't know if they're gonna do this, you know, right? But for a Paragon update in general, I guess, it would be nice maybe if like Paragon boards were generally way smaller. I want to have way fewer points, way less traveling, and just like more impactful choices, right? Like basically I want them to put like the passives that they removed into the Paragons, you know, plus minus. I want basically what the passives did in the Paragons. I think that would be way more interesting. And then, you know, like put more similar effects like that. And then, you know, make it so that, okay, there's like 6 rare nodes on every board, but I have only points to pick like 2 of them or something like that. Something like Passageway in PoE2 is infinitely better feel to get every single point compared to default Paragon. Yeah, because in default Paragon, it's like, okay, there's like 4 points that really matter, which is like your legendary nodes. Then you have the glyphs, okay, so there's 5 glyphs, 4 legendary nodes. But the thing is that all of these are like, you know, they kind of like, the Paragon system devolved over time, right? It was like kind of like interesting at the start, and then they kind of like streamlined it more and more and more and more, and now it's just like number go up, and that's it, right? They just like used it as like a balancing tool and just made everything about the same power, about the same damage, and it's like whatever, you know, and like nothing is really special anymore on the Paragons. There's like a few leftovers, I guess. Like if we're talking about Cunning Stratagem, this is like a bit of a leftover of something interesting, right? Or Leirana's Instinct as well. That is also like another of these like old school leftovers with that 100% dodge effect. But you know, like it's mostly just like every single Paragon node just gives you like between 40 to 60% damage. If you play pay to win class, then it's 90% or 100%, okay, or 1500%. But yeah, you know, there's nothing interesting anymore, right? They're limited to 5 boards, so you can't even do like some cool layouts of like 8 glyphs or some shit. So yeah, they basically like took all of the like interesting parts and all the creativity out of it. And the Paragon board now is just like a chore, right? And okay, like it still kind of feels nice to get it when you actually play. Like I really like how you feel the power growth, but I think it could be a bit less. And long term, I would like to see a much more interesting system, right? I'm okay with Paragons existing, but I'm not okay with 300 fucking points. You know, make it 50 points, maybe. 50 points is fine, you know. Cut out all this bullshit here, all this pathing here, you know, and just make it smaller, you know. Like take this, I don't know. Right? And then this is like a board or something like that. I don't know. And then, you know, give me like 50 points and have 5 boards like that or whatever, you know? I mean, maybe they could also, like, if they do like such a new design, maybe they can also get rid of this like whole rotating thing and whatever. Like, I feel like this is not really adding a lot of depth to it. And it's just like, you know, everything looks different, people get confused and whatever. And it's like, what's the point, right? But yeah, like imagine I had 50 points to spend on 5 boards, right? I would like path in here, like 2, 5, 10, leave, or whatever, right? Or like a path in here, it's like 2, 5, 10, or 8 or something. Get the legendary and I don't know. And then, you know, I would do the same on this board, on this board, on this board, and you know, I can't do this, I can't do that, I can't do this, I can't do this. And you know, that would actually be like some interesting choices potentially, you know, if you imagine these actually have like interesting effects. Hi, Bruce. We're waiting for the live stream, which is starting soon. Yeah, I would also be like, I mean, they already have like this rarity system, right? We have these rare glyphs. We don't have magic for some reason. Why not? Right? We used to have magic and then they just deleted them instead of making them in any way interesting. They could have just had magic glyphs, some rare glyphs, some legendary glyphs, some unique glyphs, a mythic glyph. I mean, why not? Right? Make a fucking mythic glyph. Make a mythic glyph that just says all nodes now do something else on the entire board, you know? Make a mythic glyph that says all rare nodes are replaced with more glyph sockets. I don't know, you know? Something. And like you can do some really cool shit, I think. Only damage is X, original sin. Only damage is now fire. Yeah, I don't know. Like make a mythic glyph for like Necro and it says like all your skills are now darkness skills. And then they all look like darkness skills, you know? You can also itemize glyphs, make variable stats. Yeah, that's also a thing. They could, yeah, maybe like kind of closer to what like jewels do in PoE, right? Or, you know, something like if you think about idols in LE or something, I guess. Yeah. For me, the board doesn't matter. I just copied my board anyway. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that's what most people do. They just like pull up the build guide, they click in all the points on the paragons, and then be done with it, right? Glyph removes all followers, gains 70 damage and their effects. That'll be a nice glyph. Where's the rune word page for D2R and Maxroll doesn't work anymore? It might be in the database now. I should check for the database. Yeah, I think it's okay to leave Paragon as they are. You know, they're doing such a major like game shakeup in this expansion and stuff like that. And the Paragon system is like, it's like good enough for now. But yeah, like next expansion, I would like to see an update, I guess. It's not like in urgent need of like a major rework or something, I would say. I feel like additive damage from all glyphs and randoms are weak. I'm not sure if you were listening to me like 5 minutes ago, but I was just explaining how you literally get like thousands of additive. In fact, you get almost all of your additive damage just from glyphs and the Paragon nodes. And I think maybe it would be a start to just kind of like maybe delete the fucking like stat double effects from Paragons. I mean, technically it does take out some death, but practically I think it's like not a very fun system. That would already cut back a little bit on the additive effects. Or just like lower the additive values across the board. And then maybe nerf the glyphs a bit, you know, don't make a single glyph give like 500% additive or some shit. Like I think they can easily cut all of the additive on the Paragons in half and the glyphs as well. Or even more. And this would also just like help to like make first of all, items more relevant with like the rolls, right? Like a vulnerable roll or a crit roll on your ring is suddenly useful, right? Or on your weapon, instead of just like contributing absolutely jack shit to your build. So that would be nice. And also it will be like, it will just make everything much more understandable, I think, right? Like we have like 3000% additive damage on some builds or more even. And then you're like looking at some item, then people have to like some math on this, like, okay, I get like 60%. Like, you know, imagine like you get like 60% extra vulnerable damage on your ring. And then you do the math and you're like, oh nice, that's 1.5% DPS. You know? Like that is fucking stupid, man. We're just here for the music. Well, glad you enjoyed, Shinzi. Yeah, well, Paladin, thank you so much. Just nerf multiplicative nodes heavily. And there's nothing particularly wrong with like multiplicative damage by itself. You know, multiplicative damage is kind of like important to kind of keep opportunity costs the same. And it's much more important that you have interesting choices to make with like relevant opportunity costs than it is to just like say, oh, we have too many multipliers, let's just delete all the passives because they multiply your damage and multipliers are evil, right? It's not per se bad to have multipliers. And it's not bad to have many of them either. You know, the problem is when there's just like no depth behind it, right? Like there is no choice. When I look at Air of Perdition, I cannot wear another helm, you know? There is no way I can ever not wear an Air of Perdition on almost every single build, right? Because it just gives you way too much damage compared to anything else I could get there. And there's actually one thing that is interesting about Paragons, which does have exactly the right amount of choice to make, which is like offensive glyphs versus defensive glyphs. Like we can't put a defensive helm on our builds, but we can put a defensive glyphs on our builds. And I'm not saying this because it's like literally impossible to do this. You know, of course you can wear a defensive helm, but if you do this, you're stupid, right? But if you put a defensive glyph on your build, you're not stupid. You're doing it the right thing if you need the defense. And that's the thing, right? Because the difference in power is just gigantic. And for glyphs, that's not the case. Like a offensive glyph on the secondary gives you like 10 or 15% damage. Here in Kenny, for example, right? 15%. And if you want to put a defensive one, you have Undaunted, 15% damage reduction. So that is a trade worth making if you want defense. You know, this is an okay trade. 15% damage versus 15% defense, right? It's just that we don't really have like a lot of like these sort of options to do like reasonable trades like this, where it's like, hey, I really want to be a bit more tanky, right? Okay, I'm gonna run this glyph now, and that's fine. And like here, you can't do this. You know, you can't do this instead of, you know, this, right? It just doesn't compute. So that is kind of like a problem, I think. And we have a kind of like similar problems with like a lot of other stuff going on, right? Like if we're looking at utility aspects, well, they're generally utility, right? They give you like small, cool, little interesting things, or mobility, or resource, you know? Like who would put a resource aspect on their build in 2026, right? Like who has ever done this in the last like 2 years, right? Umbral aspect. There was a time when this was biz, you know? This was like the best aspect. Like holy shit, I can use my skills, right? But now this is just kind of like this is how the game works, right? Everyone has infinite resources, you know? You just exist and you have infinite resources on every build. So who would ever think about doing this instead of, you know, like I don't know, 50% damage multi or some shit that you get like these days, 60% on like 80%, like I don't know, right? You can't do this. You cannot make this trade. You know, I cannot choose to run a resource aspect on my ring. No way, right? The same thing that with gloves, like why do we have the option for utility aspects? No one would ever do this in 2026, right? There is no shot you're gonna put any of those when you can get like 80% multi or 60% multi or something like that. So, you know, the problem is that these numbers are too large, right? Like this needs to be, like if you have the option to do like, I don't know, accelerating aspect. Like here I would say this is fine, you know, I can do accelerating aspect or I can do umbral aspect if I really need the resources, right? And I would say, okay, this is fine, you know. Like if an offensive aspect was like 20% DPS or something like that, this is probably what you can expect on like edge masters, right? And when I think about an aspect, I think about this. This is like the typical aspect, right? What it should be. And this would allow you to do stuff like this. This would allow you to do stuff like, I don't know, here, shared misery. This could be an aspect that is conceivably useful on like some build over like a 20% multi, right? But not over a 60% multi. Like you cannot do this. At that point, you just can't do this, right? And the same thing here, like, hey, do you wanna, like, I don't know, get more movement speed when I'm capped at 200%? Like, why do we just cap movement speed by default, you know? Like, why do we have mobility aspects in this game when everyone just runs that movement speed cap anyway, right? Everyone has movement speed cap. Like, what is this? 19% movement speed aspect. Like, it makes no sense, right? They have some stuff that is too OP, so you don't have an option. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, that's because of power creep. That's because, you know, the mythics. And so on. Like, it just leaves you with no options. This is because, you know, every single build has movement cap, attack speed cap, crit cap. You know, why would I ever put any of that? Like, you know, it completely removes that sort of like decision making from the game, right? There's like 3 caps that you just hit because you exist. And why? You know, why can we reach those caps? Why can I have 100% movement speed? Why can I have 100% crit? And so on, right? I mean, okay, maybe it's fine that I can't do this, but it just, you know, you just get it, right? You don't have to do anything about it. I don't have to put an aspect to get it. Like, you know, if my boots cap out at 30% movement speed extra and my amulet, then I would have 60% there. And then I could think about, hey, do you want to use Shadow Step to get a 50% movement speed buff? That sounds kind of nice, actually. But who cares about that? You just have it, right? You're just capped. Remember 4 defensive affix chests and pants all the time. You need to literally live, yeah. There's nothing wrong with having a cap. Yeah, no, I think it's fine that there is a cap, you know. I'm okay with the caps, you know. I mean, of course, 100% crit, you can't go above that anyway. This is like a natural thing, right? There's no more than 100% crit. And then, okay, they also kept attack speed at 100%, they kept movement speed at 100%, yeah, that is all fine. The bigger problem is that this is just a standard state, right? Once you're in endgame, once you have a few items, you just have all of these caps, you know, it's just a check mark. Okay, done, 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 crit done, attack speed done, movement done. And, you know, there's no decision to make anymore. There's no like, hey, do I really want to get 20% more damage or maybe 10% movement speed? Do I want some resource cost reduction to spam my skill more, or do I want 30% DPS? I don't know, right? Maybe Perdition shouldn't have 45% crit chance. Yeah, that would be a good start. But in general, it's kind of like problematic that they put like such a powerful offensive multiplier on a defensive slot. I mean, on the other hand, okay, there is one argument here that I can see, which is that it does give you like a way forward after you have kind of finished your build. And what I mean is, you know, let's imagine a build that doesn't have any Mythic Secret, right? Like, great, I'm not signed in. 1 second. Okay. So let's check the exam planner here. I know, Divine Javelin. Okay, so here's Ancestral, right? So I have a random Gold Slayer crown, fun item, right? You would never think about using this when this exists. But besides that, okay, there is some offense you can get, right? The Gold Slayer crown is worth, I don't know, something like 20% damage, let's say. A reasonable amount. You know, this is like a reasonable choice to make. And in fact, I played the build at some point in the season, and I did not run the Corsair Crown that I put into my own build guide because I was like, yeah, you know, I kind of want my defensive helm right now for a bit. And I just like didn't equip it because I was scared to die in hardcore. And then I was like, okay, this is fine, you know, I can give up the Corsair Crown. But then at some point it's like, okay, I can't give up the Air of Perdition to get more tanky, right? Like it's like the problem. But yeah, besides that, I think it's kind of there's a good point about Air of Perdition, which is you have like a very weak offensive option, and then later when you actually have like a really decked out character with all the good shit, and you have your defenses solved, it's not about making that decision anymore, it's about progressing a character, right? Man, I really want to go into Torment 5, right? And maybe you just can't do that when you don't have the mythics, but when you have them, you can. Because you suddenly have this huge power spike from those extra multis. So there is like this extra step in your build where you actually feel the impact of, hey, now I am more powerful because of this. So there is that. And that is also not bad to have, I think. Because there are no other offensive alternatives like this. And you just kind of get defenses from other slots. And this is not much unlike other games, I guess, when you think about it. I guess the bigger problem I have with this is that it's just like way too boring. Maybe it's just so boring that there's only Air of Perdition and there's nothing else on any build almost that I can ever put there that is anywhere remotely close to this. Besides like Harmony on like a Spiritborn or something. I guess that's maybe the bigger deal, right? It's like there is only Air of Perdition. And there is only Shroud. And nothing about these two items is interesting in any way. It's just number go up. So that is like the bigger problem, maybe. Does make Mythic rare again? It's problem fixed? No, it doesn't fix the problem. No matter how rare you make it, you know, the people that know what they're doing, they will get it easily, right? Unless you make it like season 1 rare or something, or season 2 rare, then okay. Like if you actually have to grind like 100, if you have to grind like 100 hours to get your mythic, then maybe I would be okay with what Perdition does. Okay, but even then it would be too boring, right? It doesn't fix the item. The item is just boring. That's the problem. And there's no other item like it that I would want to chase. Like if there were like 5 different helms with cool effects, where like, okay, like at some point there are these mythic helms, and like I take my pick and it changes my build in this way, and suddenly I'm like twice as strong after doing all these other things. Sure, you know, why not? How's the problem is that it isn't a chase? Yeah, for sure. It doesn't fix it, it just delays it. I mean, the thing is like, you know, how many hours do people really play and so on, right? And then also how efficiently do they use those hours? Like 100 hours, for example, for someone like me is, you know, maybe like 500 hours for some other people or something, right? So they'll never even reach that number in the season, and they will never see an F Perdition or something. And I mean, it's fine that not everyone gets the mythics, right? That's kind of the point of a chase item, that not everyone has it, you know? That's the point, right? Like, not everyone is supposed to have a chase item. So that's kind of like the first thing. And yeah, like you have to like find like a reasonable like number of hours that it's supposed to take you, right? And if I, let's say, play, you know, a few dozen hours at least without having access to a mythic, then, you know, I would have like an interesting choice to make. And then at some point I get it and I enjoy the power, and okay, good enough. But if I get this like literally day 1, you know, like experienced players will have this item day 1, right? No matter what, you just have it. You have this one too, and you have this one too, you know? The people that know what they're doing, they have all these things. And it's like inevitable. So PoE2 had this exact problem last league when everyone has Headhunter, it's no longer prestige and becomes an expectation. Yeah, exactly. And then it just kind of like warps the entire game, right? I think it's okay for like extremely powerful items like this to exist. I mean, at least Headhunter is an interesting item, versus, you know, this, right? This is just like not an interesting item. We come back to that point. It just number go up. I guess Stardust is interesting in some way, where it's like, it can help you with like the resources, right? It does have an impact there. Not necessarily for every build, but, you know, if there was a world, you know, we talked about the resource aspects earlier. If there was a world where I have to run a resource aspect in order to actually solve my resources, but then I get Stardust, and man, now I don't need that aspect anymore, and now I change this thing around, and I have this other stat here, and it feels good, man, right? Then you would actually, you would really feel happy about it, instead of just like, okay, I guess I go up 2 pit tiers, thanks, right? So and Marilo, thanks for the prime. Appreciate that. You can't take the mythics off the red heals now? Oh, you sure can. I mean, you know, Blizzard, they're going like all over the place every single season with, you know, class balance, the seasonal power stuff, the drop rates, like everything is going up and down like a roller coaster every time, right? So you can surely take off the mythics on people, you know. Like last season, I got like 500 mythics or something, you know, and I didn't even try. So it just happens. And why aren't they hiring me? They can't handle me, I guess. Oh, thanks for the 5 subs. Wizard as well, I appreciate it so much. When the chase item is more common than Valorant uniques and has no rolls. Yeah, that's like another problem with Mythics, I think. The fact that they have no ranges is very boring as well. It doesn't have to be like crazy ranges, right? But I don't know, at least give a Shaco like 3 to 4 skills and like, you know, some range on the cooldown and some range on the life or something like that, right? And the same here, like, it's just like, okay, where did the GA land? And that's literally the only thing that distinguishes this item from another one. There's like a 1 in 4 to have exactly the same item of whatever you have in a planner. Like, I don't know, man. It's easier to get a Shaco than a good Fist of Fate, so silly. I mean, to be fair, Fist of Fate is a pretty good item. Although not that many builds around it anymore these days, I guess. Is the log playable today? No. But it is, it's possible to show it. I'll show you log. We loved OG, Diablo 2 gearing. Took a while to get really good gear. Having all the high-end rune words are great uniques. It was quite a journey. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, you know, the problem is that there's like not really that much of a progression in terms of like what you are after with your gear. It's like, okay, you kind of just like have the highest DPS weapon by default, right? Like you just exist and everyone has a 800 item power weapon. That's it. You know, there is no variance in the DPS. There's no stats on your weapon that can roll that make this weapon better than another weapon. So that's the problem, I think. And then, you know, if there was like at least some sort of progression, like, okay, now I have achieved this part of the puzzle and I can start working on the other part of the puzzle. And once I've done that, I can do the other thing and now I can really grow my power or something, right? It's like, okay, like, you know, previously we had like armor caps, resistance caps, and, you know, at least until you reach a certain Paragon level, you get most of it from Paragons back in the day, right? And at least until it reached a certain level, you had to supplement with your gear, right? You had to have your armor rolls, you had to have your resist rolls, or else you just wouldn't reach a cap, right? And then, you know, there was like actually like some interesting progression there where it's like, okay, now I've reached that level, now I've got my grand gems, and I'm capped. And now I can replace all these other rolls and put something interesting there. And now you get attack speed, you get cooldown, and you start feeling the difference, right? So that was actually nice. But now this is not the case anymore, right? We don't care about resistances. We don't care about attacks, armor anymore. So they took out that part of the journey as well. Where it's like, okay, we just start with a ring like this, right? You just start with a ring like this. You see the planner and it says cooldown, attack speed, strength, and life. And this is the ring you will have. From the start all the way to the finish. It will have 1 GA, because you're never gonna find 2 or 3 anyway, let alone 4. It will be that ring, right? And you just get this in like the first like 10 hours and then you just never take it off. And yeah, like, you know, look back at like, for example, the Diablo 2. Diablo 2, like when I was playing hardcore lately, you know, I need to cap my resistances or else I get one shot. So yeah, I equip the items that have the right resistances. And then, you know, at some point I find another item that has a giga res and suddenly I can take off like 2 other items that gave me res, and now I can put some interesting stuff there and I feel the change, right? But you don't have this. You prefer no range and like having perfect looking items called OCD? I'm okay with perfect items. I think it's fine that perfect items exist. I think it should be achievable to get 4 GAs on all of your gear. Right now it's not, right? It should be a thing that I can grind for. That would be nice. You know, it should take me like 200 hours to get there, you know? But it will be nice. Right now it's like you get 1 GA, and then you just completely forget that more GAs exist, and that's the end of the story, right? So that's kind of the problem as well. Like, you know, 1 GA is extremely easy to get, and more than 1 GA is like impossible. So there's kind of like a gap there where it's like I just hit this brick wall of progression, right? I just can't do more than that unless I get like super lucky and I just grind like a few hundred hours and then maybe I have like a few items that have 2 GAs. GA is also number go up, so it's not satisfying chase. I don't know. I mean, at some point, I guess it's just kind of like acceptable that, okay, you have all the gear, you have all the items, right? And now you try to like incrementally improve them, and that's just like kind of the nature of it, right? At some point, you just try to get like slightly better stuff. There's not much different from PoE, to be honest, right? Like, hey, my weapon has like T1, 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 T2, T2, T1, and then at some point you're gonna try to get like the full T1, right? 6 times T1. It's not much different from getting GAs, honestly, right? It's kind of the same thing. So it's just that I don't really have like a way forward to try to get there. I don't even have like anything I can try to do to get that, right? Besides just like literally getting a million of the same item until I hit it, right? There's like no way to get there outside of brute forcing RNG. When a crit move and attack speed caps in D4 after 2 hours, they really want a second GA on additive stat. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, if we have like a world where, you know, let's say this. Imagine a world where boots have no evade implicit like this, but they have a movement speed implicit. How about boots have 10% movement speed at level 1 when you equip them? Any pair of boots that have 10% movement speed as an implicit. And then that goes up to 30% by item power 800, right? It just kind of scales up. And then you replace the movement speed roll that now exists on the boots with a much, much smaller value. And you say, hey, you cannot roll 31% movement speed, but you can roll 5 to 10. And then you can also roll 5 to 10 on your neck, right? Because necks are special. And all the other movement speed you have to get from other sources. Now you might put a movement aspect, right? Now you might put your shadow step. Now you might press fucking blade shift on the rogue to get a 20% movement speed buff, right? Now you might press dark shroud on your rogue to get a movement speed buff. And now you care about GAing the movement speed because you get 5% of movement speed and you're gonna feel good, right? Dude, in other games, you are fucking dying to get 1% movement speed somewhere, you know? Like, this is like, oh my god, man, I got like 1% on this fucking jewel. Holy login, right? Diablo stream is up, okay. Music is up. You want to listen to that, guys? Neko gets minus movement speed implicit. And Chaz just woke up in a cold sweat. Oh, sorry, Katze. Yes, I was too agitated. Thank you for the 51 months. Hope we're doing fine. You can get 70% movement speed on boots with GA and temper crit on boots. Yeah. And there's also like why does this stuff even exist? Like if I change this right to here, like the baseline implicit is more than the cap you can have, right? Like what is this? This is more than the cap. Why? Like why? I don't know, man. That is insane. Why is this a thing? Like imagine pressing evade and actually feeling good because you run faster for like 2 seconds. But hey, I press evade and I just run exactly the same speed. And the only difference is I don't have extra rage charges now because I got the wrong implicit because I'm capped anyway, you know? They should remove the cap. No, they should absolutely not remove the cap. Unless they like, you know, giga nerf all of the movement effects and like, you know, control it in like a balancing way, I guess. I guess you can remove the cap then. But you definitely have to avoid people going faster than they go now. Then it needs to be a multiplier to moves. Yeah, that would make sense. Maybe there would be stuff that allows you to go above cap like this, where it's like, okay, this just kind of has like the thing is the others have like a relatively comparable like usefulness, right? So Exile charges, it's nice. The attacks reduce away cooldown, it's nice. Okay, it kind of scales with cooldown reduction, so you kind of like heavily reduce the amount of attacks required to get an evade, but okay, usually you don't just evade, right? And then you have this, which just does nothing. So this is nice, and this is nothing. And yeah, if that's that, okay, you get a 25% multiplier to your movement for 1.5 seconds or something. I mean, sure, or for maybe a bit longer. That'll be cool. You know, this will make it unique, this will make it useful. Or if I mean, this implicit is also okay, besides the fact that it's laughable that it's above the cap, right? But if they did what I said with like, okay, maybe movement speed roll on the boots is only like 10% and on the amulet. And then you have like this sort of like movement implicit there. And then you have this implicit, you have that implicit. And then you have like a bit of a choice to make. And you have like skills that you press that give you movement speed and you feel it. Holy shit, man, what a concept. Right? Like I'm playing a druid. I press advantageous. Has anyone ever pressed this? Has anyone ever pressed? Like, I don't know, man. Increase movement speed cap to 500%, do a random city walk animation for 7 seconds. Yeah, I mean, if you want to see what like very high movement speed feels like, you just need to do a strong room, right? Like, I'm not sure exactly how much movement speed you get, but you can maybe reach like 300% movement speed. And that already starts feeling really bad. Like, they can't really raise the movement cap. Maybe a little bit. But it starts feeling bad really fast. And besides, like, breaking the game as well, right? Sort of like rendering and whatever. So. Have I ever played RTS on a serious level? Well, I was very serious about World Editor. In Warcraft 3, I guess. More dots. Yo. That just fracked. Yeah, thanks for the 4 months, man. Please ask Blizzard to add MMO camera as a feature. What is MMO camera? When toggled on, mobs and enemies can't be aggroed and are invulnerable. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Like in WoW? I'm not sure what they added there. We need Season Journey rewards added to Eternal Realm. How does that make sense? It's called Season Journey. I mean, photo mode? I remember there was like some like engineering gadget or something where you can do like a selfie of a character in WoW. Is that what you're talking about? I have no idea what you mean. What is the MMO camera? When target on, mobs and enemies can't be aggroed and are invulnerable. Like you can literally just like walk around and that's it, or what? Selfie mode. Yeah. Influencer class, doom wielding selfie sticks. You want a bard class next? Where skills in single player let you kill, but in groups use DPS. Two-handed loot. Okay. Did it say the NDA lifts today? Yeah, so 1 hour after this stream starts, the embargo is lifted for the Warlock stuff. So then I will be able to show you. I have 2 hours of footage, so it's gonna like b-roll that basically, and then I have the entire skill tree. There's like a few legendaries and some other stuff. So we're gonna talk for that. We get to act like we didn't save and watch the IGN footage leak. I actually didn't watch it, but I guess I didn't have to. But maybe it would have given me a bit of an idea of what people know, I guess. So maybe I should have. We're about to hear on about the seasonal streaking. Let's go. You skipped on the Paladin season. Bad idea, Katze. Warlock's your main a while, so maybe you find a main in D4. Yeah, I think then you might like it. Although I would say they definitely work differently, right? It's different games and stuff. But yeah. We know everything. Wasn't the IGN thing just like a 7-minute video or something that they leaked? There can't be that much in there. What types of rewards would I like to see in leaderboards? I think the rewards that I have been teasing are kind of reasonable. Like cosmetics for like holding a certain rank, like, you know, top 1k, top 100, top 10, or top 1 or something, you know. Some wings or whatever while you have it, or that would be nice. Or like maybe for having achieved that rank in like the previous 2 weeks. It's like is it 2-week leaderboard? Yes, it's 2 weeks rotation, right? Surely it's just the same as D2 with better graphics. Yeah, exactly. Like, trust guys, the Warlock in D4 is just like D2. You saw it already. I'm not sure what you're doing here, guys. They showed all 4 spec categories, gameplay of all olds, and 4 skill options. Okay. Yeah, I guess then people have seen at least most of the you know, basics. Vedrake, thank you so much for the 42 months, by the way. 43. Wait. So here on my feed it says 42, and then for 43 months. What? Okay, anyway, thank you. The video was 850, okay. This time you get to make mercs hover instead of your weapon. Last Vista as well, thank you so much for the prime. What demon would you capture if you could in D4? Maybe the Hell type boss? Yeah, the thing is that there is no enemies that do anything interesting in D4. So we don't really care about it, right? It would be just like fluff, basically. There's like a big guy who whacks stuff. And that's it. Like in D2, they actually do something, right? They have an aura, they have a curse, they have a, I don't know, spectral hit or whatever. They actually do damage. Like in D4, we don't have any of that. I mean, it would be funny, but realistically, like, how would it be interesting? How many torments do I think we will get? For now, we get kind of torment 5. And there was this like clip from the Echoing Nightmare, Echoing Hatred, where there was torment 5 visible. We have elite, scratch 20 Strawblade elite. Okay. I mean, if you could take a demon and then keep the elite affixes. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would still not be interesting enough though. Because basically just like you just take out whatever is like the one best affix that just kind of destroys everything or something. And all the others are kind of like whatever. I don't know. I guess it's not much different from D2, right? Like in D2 is also like it's interesting, you can take any demon, but realistically there's like 3 of them that we care about, I guess, right? Everyone just has fucking Hephasto, and the people that don't have Hephasto have Lister. And the people that don't have that, well, they were too bored to farm one of them and just take whatever they get. There are the cat people that ensnare you in ropes if you're not constantly going unstoppable. Sounds kinky. True, there's the order as well that they can get with Crushing Blow. Yeah, so there's like a bunch of like demons that have like interesting effects, I guess, in D2. But yeah, in D4 I couldn't really imagine. Can we expect something that will affect the game today, aside from Twitch Top? No, what you will see today will affect the game in 5 days from now. And then the rest will affect the game in 7.5 weeks from now. Posture check. Oh shit. Okay. I think it's also hydration time, so 1 second. Okay. You guys ready?
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Season 12 Developer Update Stream and the WARLOCK Deep Dive. My name is Marcus Kretz, I'm a Community Manager here at Blizzard Entertainment, and we've got a jam-packed show for you today. But first things first, Twitch drops are live. Watch any eligible channel on the Diablo 4 category, and you can grab this Omen's Glimpse wand cosmetic for 30 minutes, and if you watch for 1 hour, you can earn the Siphon of Malefaction Scythe cosmetic. Now we've got a lot to share today as we dive into the makeup, development, and skills of the Warlock class. And then on the second half of the stream, we're going to be talking about everything coming with our upcoming season launching on March 11th. Very, very exciting. But I want to recap to everyone, we do have the Lord of Hatred expansion arriving on April 28th. To take you through everything coming there, we've got this handy infographic. Lord of Hatred brings an epic new campaign. We'll have 2 new classes with the Paladin and the Warlock. There's going to be a whole new region with Scovos. There's going to be massive system overhauls and an expanded endgame. So there's a ton to check out there on April 28th when Lord of Hatred arrives. But without
Wait, did
any
he say
further
March
ado,
11?
we have a fantastic video to share with you that goes over everything coming with this dark, dark class, the Warlock. Take it away.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us for the official Warlock Deep Dive. We're
Colin.
excited to get into the details, including some backstory, their visual and archetype design, and mechanics. Let's jump in.
Hey everyone, I'm JP Reimiller, Associate Art Director for Diablo 4, and I'm really excited to be here sharing more about the Warlock, its story.
Oh no.
Their strength. Warlock is not a clean hero, not someone who's throwing fireballs from a safe distance and walking away spotless, but rather a dark caster who's made a very conscious decision to use demons as tools. The Warlock emerges from the shadows as a practitioner of forbidden arts, shaped by the dark legacy of the Vizrai, haunted by demons, burdened with infernal insight, and feared by pretty much everyone. They have a presence about them that takes over the room. They've been through so much and have so much power that you both want to run with them and are scared of them. They've come from a really corrupt history. They've seen hell up close. And because of that, the way they summon demons isn't elegant or ceremonial. It's violent. You're ripping something out of hell against its will and forcing it into sanctuary. You don't always know what you might get, and that struggle between this dark evil and the hero you are is core to the fantasy. What I love about the Warlock is that they sit right on that line between hero and something a little more dangerous. They're trying to save sanctuary, but they're willing to do things that no one else will. There's no regret about collateral damage. It's very much, I don't have a choice. This has to be done. And we wanted that to come through not just in the spells, but in how they move, how they stand, how they occupy space. They can take a hit and hit back in ways we've never done before in the Diablo game. That's really the heart of the class. You're asserting dominance over hell itself, and everything about
it's really cool skill. I like it a lot.
Narratively, visually, and mechanically reinforces that idea. When we were figuring out the visual direction for the Warlock, we knew pretty early on we didn't want them to feel like a traditional fantasy caster. No flowing robes, no pristine silhouettes, no fancy elegance. The touchstones we kept coming back to were rebellion and metal. That feeling of someone who's been through hell, literally, and came back changed by it. Visually, we wanted the Warlock to feel intimidating. To be honest, a lot of that inspiration comes from metal music culture. It's loud and aggressive, And that
Something
idea
smaller than this.
translated really naturally into how the Warlock moves, how they cast, how they carry themselves. This is someone who's walked the edge for a long time. Like if someone microdosed soul shards until they found the right amount. So we leaned into the color vibe of working in a machine shop and having the oil and dirt on you. There's grit in the materials, texture in the surfaces, and weight in the way everything hangs off the body. Nothing feels ornamental for ornament's sake. They're not trying to look heroic. They look the way they do because that's what surviving hell does to you. Everything visually is there to support that story. Layered atop this is a visual design where strong demonic colors of VFX intertwine with physical motion that sets the stage
Really cool
for their
artwork,
lore
man.
as a caster who bends demons and infernal forces to their will, giving the class an otherworldly presence. There's a unique aspect to how we crafted this hero. Character
Spirit
art
Beyond.
was a huge part of this class from the beginning. With so many assets
Beyond
needed
Lock,
to be created for
I
the
guess.
demons, we had to work closely as a feature team to pair all the
Warp
visual
Beyond.
elements of VFX, animation, and character art to help make the demons feel a part of the class in a way that succinctly flowed through the Warlock's visual design. With a balanced approach to animation and VFX, the demonology, shadow, and fire bring that raw, unfiltered power to life in the Warlock. Every moment is deliberate, heavy, and echoes the physical toll of wielding Hell's energy. When you cast, you're forcing something into existence, and the visuals match that intensity. Our effects team went all in to make Warlock feel unique, with a strong identity rooted in danger. Summoning demons is an eruption of hell-forged energy, fire, and twisted light. We wanted the VFX to accentuate the animation with a focus on feel and movement. That's why when you see the skills, they are crafted with aggressive shapes and relentless motion. Whether it's tearing open a portal or binding a demon, you always get a sense of chaos barely held in check, and the battlefield transforms with every cast.
Warlock is a willpower-based class, focused on dominating the battlefield. They use two different resources, Wrath to bring chaotic destruction, and Dominance to summon powerful demons. To define the Warlock as a class, we focus on what it will empower players to do and how they will interact with the world. First, you create. You're constantly bringing things into the world.
You guys had
Demons,
me.
demon parts, manifestations of hell. For example, you might command Fallen to pass through the environment.
Dude, that's so
Or you
funny,
might
man. The
block out
fucking
areas with
genetics.
Wall of Agony,
I love it.
actively shaping the battlefield with your summoned creations. Then you control. A lot of your power comes from deciding where those demons go, how long they stay alive, and what state they're in. You're controlling the battlefield by positioning and commanding demons while locking down enemies. This is where Warlock is really able to flex its willpower and feel a sense of deliberate domination. You could order the Tortured Wretch to taunt foes into reckless attacks, or direct the Profane Sentinel to blast your chosen target. Every action is an announcement of your authority over the chaos you've summoned. And finally, you combo. Almost nothing exists in isolation. You're encouraged to chain interactions, summon something, modify it, consume it, detonate it, or use it to empower the next action. The system rewards you for thinking a step ahead. Kill both enemies and demons swiftly with bombardment, fueling Sigil of Summons to unleash the next wave of demons. What's important is that these layers feed into each other. Creating gives you options. Control lets you shape those options, and comboing turns them into a payoff. So the Warlock isn't just executing a single fixed rotation. It's about building a small ecosystem in combat, and then deciding how aggressively or how cleverly you want to collapse it. The core idea behind Soul Shards is really about transformation, saying, I'm not just summoning demons anymore, I'm actually incorporating hell into myself. With the Soul Shard system, you fuse a demon straight into your body. Picking a Soul Shard is the rulebook for everything you do in-game, shaping your powers and how you play from the ground up. You choose from 4 primary shards. Each shard represents a fundamentally different playstyle direction, mutating your character by stealing powers from hell and your bound demon. Each primary shard does 2 major things. First, it grants a transformative playstyle passive that alters your core gameplay loop. How you summon demons, how you control them, and how you chain effects together. Second, It binds a specific demon pet to you, directly tied to the shard's identity. Within each primary shard, you then select one of 3 fragment sub-options. Fragments act as specialization layers. They don't change what the shard is, but they absolutely change how it behaves, what you prioritize, what resources you lean on, and how your abilities interact. The result is that the shards open up new and unique transformative options for how you interact with the world and your demons. When you see a warlock in action, you can tell what they chose, not because of a tooltip, but because of how their gameplay unfolds. One of the big pillars of the warlock is that although you're a summoner of hell, these entities are not behaving like conventional pets. Most summons are temporary. Warlocks brutally discard them once they have served their purpose.
I
But
love
with a
that
soul
bombarding
shard,
skill,
you
man.
choose to persistently bind one of 4 powerful demons to supercharge your playstyle. With Legion, the focus is on biological demon generation. This demon specializes in spawning physical demonic bodies into the world. Mechanically, that gives you more entities to control, reposition, and chain together, which supports builds that scale through volume and chaotic pressure. Here you have the demon Agram, who embodies this chaotic approach. Using its Spit command, Agram can unleash corrosive projectiles across the battlefield that burst into smaller demons on impact. As you command Agram and other lesser demons, their deaths fuel your power to summon greater demons. Every spawned lesser demon serves as a resource, amplifying your summoning potential and enabling more dramatic, high-impact plays. The system encourages you to continuously generate, sacrifice, and leverage these demonic minions, creating a feedback loop where the chaos you unleash becomes the fuel for even more formidable monsters to join your legion. Vanguard shifts the system towards mobility and frontline presence. The fiery steed Abodian functions as an aggressive, speedy means of closing gaps. It's designed for players who want to push forward, create openings, and apply pressure through motion. With Abodian's charge, the Warlock surges across the battlefield in a blaze of hellfire, pulling foes along and instantly repositioning for the next attack. Mastermind moves things in a more control-oriented direction. The devouring shadow demon Lalish undermines your enemies and attacks on your command. It favors players who enjoy planning ahead and creating layered outcomes. Executing Lalish's Terror Realm consumes foes while cloaking the Warlock in Shadow Form, allowing you to remain hidden while issuing direct commands to your abyssal demons. This devastating maneuver lets you orchestrate surprise assaults, manipulating enemy placement and inflicting terror. The synergy between Shadow Form and Abyss Demon control turns the battlefield into your personal chessboard.
Lawlish.
Ritualist is deliberately different.
That Lawlish.
This demon exists primarily as a sacrificial resource. You're siphoning power from it to generate bursts of strength, trading an offensive pet for spikes in your damage and efficiency. When you channel the might of Valak, you're tapping into a wellspring of forbidden magic. By draining Valak's essence, you can unleash empowered spell combos, like trapping enemies in shadowy confinement with Dark Prison before detonating the battlefield with Hell Fractures. Valak's unique bond supercharges your occult Hellfire and Abyss abilities, making every cast more devastating and allowing your Warlock to bend the materials of Hell to their will in moments of explosive power. Hopefully you can see how picking your bound demon is more than just window dressing. It's the linchpin that turns every fight into your personal stage.
What sets the Warlock apart is the sheer freedom you have to define your power. There are countless ways to customize your skills, and every level unlocks new options that let you reshape your build on the fly. Many of the Warlock's most iconic abilities don't just have a single expression. They can be radically reshaped through variants that change how the power manifests in combat. Each variant pushes the ability in a distinct direction, letting you lean into overwhelming chaos, precise command, or personal dominance. Whether you're amplifying demonic force, directing it with intent, or consuming it to become the weapon yourself, these variants ensure that every major summon reflects your chosen playstyle and reinforces how you want your Warlock to engage in the battlefield. Let's dive right into the Warlock skill variants. Rampage. You unleash a rampaging demon brute onto the battlefield, a living engine of chaos that smashes through anything unlucky enough to stand in its way. Abyssal Titan. The demon brute becomes an Abyssal Titan, larger and imbued with the shadows of hell. You may directly order this brute to perform devastating leap attacks. Demonic Smash. You consume the brute's power, gaining demon form and allowing you yourself to jump into the battlefield. Sigil of Summons. Perform occult rituals to summon additional demons. Customize how you perform this ritual and what comes out. Summon Succubus. Summon 2 greater succubi that inflict terrible, terrible shadow damage.
Who was the guy who said I want to bind succubus?
Summon Hellworm. Summon a Hellworm that mimics your own demon summoning even more demons. Fiend of Abaddon. You summon a towering demon juggernaut, wielding a massive hell-forged greatsword that cleaves through the battlefield in unstoppable arcs of destruction. Abyssal Colossus. You may now order the Fiend to perform an enormous 2-fisted smash that pulls in enemies. Vanguard of Flames. This Fiend is now bound directly to you, moving with you and allowing you to charge into battle with it.
We call it the
This is
backpack
especially
demon.
cool with the Rampage Demonic Smash variant, since you can leap yourself with this Fiend attached to you. We're so excited for all of you to shape your Warlock playstyle with your own devastating abilities and unique variants. The options are as dynamic as they are powerful. Dive deep and discover the combinations that unleash your true potential. That wraps up our Warlock deep dive for now. Thank you to our incredible community for your ongoing passion and enthusiasm. Your excitement and feedback have helped shape every step of our journey, and we can't wait to see how you make the Warlock's power your own.
Are they going to show us out new skills for existing classes? I don't think so. Or maybe later, I don't know.
There you have it, the Warlock. Hot damn, that looks amazing.
Here we
And
are.
who better to get into everything than Colin and Bjorn? Welcome back to the stream.
Awesome. Thanks.
Hell yeah, so first things first, I gotta ask you guys, why the Warlock?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So, Lord of Hatred as an expansion has this core theme of sort of heaven versus hell. Also, this sort of duality of old versus new. There's going to be a lot of returning things that you're going to see from older games, like some of the monsters you might have seen, as well as like new things like the Warlock. So, we felt like when we wanted to sort of deliver 2 classes in this expansion, we felt what better way to sort of embody this idea than like the holy Paladin who walks the light. Very straightforward, very good, very simple. I just want to blast demons with holy energy. And then we wanted that sort of contrast with the Warlock, who's sort of this edgelord, brutal demonologist, uses hell's power, draws on demons from the burning hells. So we felt like that really just sort of, that contrast set each other apart, like these classes in a really cool way. And I think, from the class design side, Bjorn, you designed the class. I think when we looked at it, what were some of the things we're looking for in terms of like carving out a new place in our roster? This is our 8th class now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When we're looking at kind of what classes can do, we're taking into account like each of their different play styles. And so with the Warlock, what we were really kind of honed in on was the ideas of like different sort of like summon-based gameplay that we hadn't explored as deeply yet. So with the Warlock, for instance, it's less about kind of the other things that you've seen before, maybe of like having like large standing armies that are constantly fighting for you. And instead it's kind of exploring, for instance, like temporary summons that you're going to kill off,
worry, guys, you're gonna make
having like
Warlock
one
guys at
big
some point.
summon that you're like really completely in control of, while also sort of exploring how that affects the Warlock when they're doing that, like how they're affected by the shadows or how they take on the form of demon form.
Yeah, like I loved it in the video how like the Warlock is not standing at the back. Like they're right in there flinging demons, like little meat trebuchets. Like it's pretty awesome to see. And I mean, yeah, there's so much to chew on with the class. Like what are you both most excited for players to get into?
Yeah, I think one thing on that, because I love what you said about the Warlock being in the front, something we talked a lot about on sort of the broader roster is that this is a caster
Thanks,
and a
Hasby.
summoner, but we wanted to
Zenith
feel
earlier.
different to like the Sorcerer and the Necromancer. So something we talked a lot about internally is like if they all got into a bar fight, like the Warlock would just like kick all their asses, right? And he's like ripped, he has a 6-pack, and he's there to beat some ass. So, but in terms of what we're really excited about, I'd say like one of the things that we didn't really touch on that I'm very excited about is the sort of new mechanic the Warlock introduces and can take advantage of, and that's demon form. So demon form actually allows you yourself to turn into a demon and absorb some of the power of the demons that you can summon. You saw that on Rampage, where you can actually like leap yourself into battle. You just crush that demon, put it inside of you, and it lets you leap. Another is like you saw maybe in the video where you rip this demon head out of the ground and it starts spewing fire. When you're the demon, you actually just get to spew this fire from your mouth itself. And we just think that that's such a badass way to play. And I think one of the really cool things about demon form itself
they finally
is
put
that the
Maxroll into the
ultimate
game.
metamorphosis allows you to swap back and forth between human form and demon form. And what that means is you actually get sort of like almost like 10 different abilities you get to play with, because demon form is going to replace a bunch of your abilities. I know that you spent a lot of time like thinking about how we want this to play out.
Yeah, I mean, and even talking to kind of what you were saying of kind of leveraging the new systems kind of that we have. So specifically the new skill tree, having all the new variants in it too, kind of let us really explore that. So for instance, like all of those Archfiend skills you're talking about, they all have a version where it's like, now I want to do the thing as a demon myself. So like that's always a thing you can say, like, hey, I just want the Infernal Breath. Like, I want to be able to breathe fire. You can always just take that variant and put it into your skill kit. But kind of, as you're saying, Metamorphosis is that additional option of like, hey, maybe I always want to be able to summon the fire-breathing head, but then Metamorphosis lets me essentially dynamically swap which variant I have equipped mid-fight and sort of get that additional skill bar, essentially, which I think is a really neat kind of way to let you build kind of whether or not you want to go all in on the Fire Breath or if you wanted to swap back and forth between summoning and doing it yourself, which I think is pretty neat.
Yeah, it's really like a unique playstyle in that you summon a bunch of these Archfiend greater demons and then swap into demon form to really build back up dominance to use them yourself. I think like it also goes back to that like duality that we've been talking about for Lord of Hatred. You know, the Warlock itself is like a pretty crunchy and complicated class in contrast to the Paladin, right? The Paladin's very straightforward, whereas the Warlock is much more sort of, I don't want to say intelligent, but a little bit more methodical, and there's a lot to get into on the build crafting and system side that we're really excited to sort of have everyone play with.
Yeah, I think it's so cool that like I liked what you said about like how the Warlock can embody demons. It's like the Warlock's not going to tell the demons to do anything he's not willing to do himself.
Yeah, Warlock has a lot of like kind of interconnected stuff
really,
going
like, you
on
get to pick,
basically.
like, do I want to just do it myself, or do I want to tell the demons explicitly?
With
You
the
saw
skill
that with
tree and
Shadow
stuff.
Form, where like the Warlock snuck up on a group of enemies. They didn't even know he was there and blew them all up. Or you can really lean into that like chaos.
It's a try-hard class. I mean, you know, there will be simple builds and stuff, but
yeah, it's a super intense class fantasy, and
once you see the skill tree and all that, like there's a lot of stuff going on.
Possibilities. You know, with those possibilities, it also brings the question of like, how are you and the team going to approach class balance as the Lord of Hatred expansion comes out? There's going to be a ton to
Tell
work
me
with.
totems are legit.
I mean, we want it to be fun, so it's going to tear shit up. But I think
I'm not sure.
really balance, like the name implies, it's a sliding scale. And we use this approach even in seasons when we do collectible powers or anything new.
Is it actual choice or illusion of choice?
Learning a new class
There's a lot of
or
choices,
anything
I'd
in
say.
the game. So we generally err on the side of it being a little bit stronger to sort of make up for that learning curve. But we also, just on the side of like with anything new, we want to make sure that there's a lot of different ways to play the class. So we're going to generally make sure that, no matter what option you pick, you're going to feel powerful, you're going to feel badass and awesome. So, we're going to do our best to make sure that it's not completely destroying the game, but what we care about a lot is that the class feels powerful and you're going to have a lot of different options that are going to feel crunchy and cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's really cool to know that there's going to be a class with like a really high ceiling that you can, explore and get to know and really, min-max to the max when it comes out. So that's awesome. So Colin, Bjorn, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. We are going to have Colin and Bjorn come back towards the end of the stream for Q&A. So if you have any questions for Colin and Bjorn, please drop them into Twitch chat. We'll be collecting those and saving them for later. But we do want to share with you, before Lord of Hatred comes out, we actually do have some extra bonuses if you pre-order that are themed around the Warlock, which is really cool. So coming
we were talking about
on
this
March
earlier.
11th with the 2.6.0 patch update, we're actually going to have a Warlock back trophy. This is reactive, by the way, and a town portal, which is pretty badass.
Yeah.
Portal.
And we're talking about this, like the people that pre-ordered, they will get something.
Actually launches on April 28th. We'll also have this Warlock skin that you'll get as well from the pre-purchase of the expansion. So those back trophy and town portal are going to be there on March 11th, and then more to come when Lord of Hatred launches.
Oh,
which is
grim.
pretty awesome. And that is the Infernal Apostle Warlock cosmetic bundle. That is a chunky mouthful. That's a lot, yeah. Yeah, so you can grab that. So we will say goodbye to Colin and Bjorn, and we're going to bring in some new people to check out everything coming with our next season. So hang tight.
Hi, Colin. Okay, is it Bjorlock? We call him Bjorlock now, right? Yeah, this was this is Lord of Hatred. Yeah, this is season 13. What they just shown. And now comes season 12, so don't confuse it. The Warlock is season 13, this is season 12. Huh? Okay, Doom music in season 13. Dude, new class in expansion 3, the Doom guy. Watch out, man. With shotguns and rocket launchers. Saw shield. Yeah, Warlock is gonna be pretty badass, guys.
Hey everybody, welcome back, and now we're going to get into everything coming with our upcoming season. We've got a few familiar faces here. Aislinn, welcome back to the stream.
Good to be here.
Dan Tangway, in the flesh, how's it going?
It's going all right.
Good to see you, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan is there.
I'm excited for it.
He's
Yeah,
usually in the
it's
other
great.
office, right? He's
So,
always like
where we last left
the
off with
guy
players,
in like
we
the
had the PTR,
corner
you know,
room.
they know the kill streaks are coming, we've
Right.
got bloodied items.
Yep.
There's a lot to chew on in the season, but there's also a lot more that we didn't share. So do you want to walk us through what they can expect?
Yeah. So before we jump into a video, let me just kind of tee up kind of our thinking behind this season. So, you know, when we looked at the roadmap for Lord of Hatred, you know, we saw that we really needed to develop kind of a shorter season, a punchy season. And so, you know, we rifled through some ideas, and then we remembered that we built a pretty strong foundation from our previous season. So we needed to build on top of that. And then when the team came up with this particular idea, and it just felt really novel, and it just fit really well. So without further ado, I guess, let's check out the video, and then we can talk more about it.
All right.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone to our Season of Slaughter developer update. I'm Josh Brinson, and today I'm excited to share some updates coming to Diablo 4. As we gear up for the release of Lord of Hatred, we're exploring new systems that push Diablo into fresh, unexpected territory, embracing innovation while staying true to its dark roots. While this may be a shorter season, Season of Slaughter encourages experimentation,
Season
leans
of
into
Slaughter.
mystery, and leaves room for surprises that are best uncovered by players through their own journey. For the first time in Diablo history, you can embrace your inner demon and transform into one of Hell's fiercest monstrosities, the Butcher. Let's get right into it.
Starting in Guild Ku on the Seasonal Realm, you will undertake the quest, A Taste of Power, and uncover the dark path to becoming the Butcher. As the Butcher, you wield the brutal powers that inspire terror, turning them upon your enemies. Cleave through monsters, charge fearlessly into the fray, and unleash a hell
Wait, it's literally the first
to drag
quest,
your
the fucking
prey
Butcher.
to a bloody end. We are thrilled for you to play as the Butcher and dive into everything Season of Slaughter brings. Whether you are chasing faster progression or craving fresh ways to tear through Sanctuary, we are excited for your journey. While we share what lies ahead, not every secret is meant to be revealed. Some surprises are waiting for those bold enough to find them in-game.
There are several paths to becoming the King of Slaughter. This season introduces a new earnable item called Meaty Offerings. These can be used on the Shrine of Slaughter, a new event available in Helltides, transforming you into the Butcher. This
Look at the fucking
activation
flying
triggers a
axes.
brutal onslaught, drawing hordes of enemies to you, each kill feeding your gory rewards. Helltide isn't the only place to prove your dominance. In the Fields of Hatred, the Ceremony of Slaughter ignites every 10 minutes, transforming the battlefield into a race for supremacy.
Oh,
Every
shit.
kill fuels your savagery, pushing you closer to ultimate power. When the ritual concludes, a Butcher's idol rises for the fiercest contender. Take it, become the Butcher, and turn the entire area into your personal killing ground. Want the full Butcher fantasy on demand? Step into Slaughterhouses, a new activity that keeps you as the Butcher for the entire run. From the first step to the final blow, you're unleashed to do what he does best: slaughter everything in sight. There's more to reveal, but some surprises are best left for players to uncover in-game.
This
Wait,
season
I just murdering
introduces
is fucking down or what?
The kill streak system reshapes combat across Diablo 4 by rewarding rapid and consecutive kills. Slaying multiple enemies quickly triggers a kill streak, with a display above the skills bar to track the running kill count. While kill streaks gradually decay over time, they can be refreshed through any kill or by dealing damage, encouraging fast, aggressive play. Kill streaks escalate through 5 tiers: Kill Streak, Carnage, Devastation, Bloodbath, and Massacre, each determined by the total number of enemies slain during a streak. When
There's
the
one
timer
more.
runs out, the streak ends and rewards you with experience and seasonal reputation based on your total kills. But beware! Falling in battle immediately ends your kill streak, leaving you with no rewards, cutting your momentum short, and marking a swift, shameful finish.
Tragedy at Tarragog Slaughterhouse.
Bloodied items introduce a new item quality that empowers your gear with ferocious, kill-streak-driven potential. Any item that can drop has a chance to appear as bloodied, and this tag is non-exclusive, allowing items to be both ancestral and bloodied. Their unique affixes scale directly with your killstreak performance and fall into 3 categories. Rampage, stat-based boosts for your armor pieces based off your killstreak. Feast, grants bonuses tied to kills within your
Venus and
streak,
you can actually buy
such
the
as
one you want.
resetting a random cooldown every 40 kills. Hunger, enhances jewelry by improving reward drops that scale with killstreak tiers. As with all affixes in Diablo 4, bloodied affixes stack, enabling even greater power as your carnage climbs. Bloodied sigils push your brutality even further, unlocking more intense challenges and greater rewards as you brave the rising heat of combat. Nightmare dungeons, infernal hordes, and lair bosses can be empowered with these sigils. Bloodied sigils introduce
It's basically
the
Torment
bloodied
5.
affix, Relentless Butcher, causing the infamous Butcher to hunt you without end, returning instantly each time he falls. But be warned, the Relentless Butcher is an addition to the dungeons, not a replacement for anything that might already be lurking within. These powerful keys only become available in Torment tiers. Bloodied sigils are embedded with challenge, and are about a Torment tier higher in difficulty than your current level. Using a Bloodied sigil guarantees bloodied items and more, ensuring that the risk is met with fitting rewards.
Season of Slaughter introduces several new class-generic uniques which amp up the carnage. The Wendigo brand unique ring increases your max health and your overall damage dealt, which scales with the amount of kills you've earned in the last 30 to 60 seconds. Tear through your enemies and watch your kill streak soar. The Rust-Bitten Dirk unique dagger deals increased damage to isolated enemies, making it perfect for taking down lair bosses. The Thousand Eye Reaver one-handed axe grants ferocity while moving and increases your max ferocity. That ferocity then increases your movement speed per stack. If you want to rack up kills quickly and move fast, this is an item you'll want to keep an eye out for. All new uniques this season drop from the new Butcher Lair boss. Seek out his den of gore, snag
Wait,
these
isn't there like
weapons,
1 or 2 missing?
rack up your kill streaks, and let the blood pour.
There were more.
In Season of Slaughter, you will be able to fight against the Bloody Butcher, who enters the fray as a new layer boss in Torment difficulties. Defeat him for your best chance to earn any of the new uniques. He also has a higher chance of dropping Bloody uniques.
It's like
making his
the
fearsome fight
D3
worth
Butcher
the effort.
arena.
The Bloody Butcher
Yeah.
is initially exclusive to the Seasonal Realm, but he will stay on as a permanent layer boss in both Eternal and Seasonal Realms
Oh, shit.
after Season of Slaughter has ended.
Oh shit. Okay.
Doom, the Dark Age
Dude, they're doing
is
it!
coming to Diablo 4.
What?
Rip and tear your way through
There's fucking
Sanctuary.
Doom collab.
Cosmetics inspired by the legendary Demon Slayer. And our most expansive free reliquary yet.
It's happening, man.
It's like the Shield Saw cosmetic skin, Slayer's Flail, the head of the Cyber Demon back trophy, and more. Cut down elites and champion monsters to earn Dark Ages currency and carve your path through the Doom, the Dark Ages
That is
event
amazing,
reliquary.
dude.
Claim all rewards to unlock the Forsaken Gates town portal and leave your mark on Sanctuary. We'll also have threads fit for the Slayer in the in-game
Oh my
shop.
god, man.
Mecha Dragon Sarat,
What the fuck?
Cacodemon, the Cyclopean Cackle Pet, Gibbet, Souls of the Lost Pet. Rip and tear through the demon hordes in style.
Dude, what the fuck?
Quench your blade's thirst and let the blood flow. Slaying your enemies with unrelenting ferocity is the name of the game. Ramp up the kill streaks and become the Butcher in Season of Slaughter. See you all in Sanctuary.
That was a cool shot there at the end, actually.
There
Damn.
you have it, everybody.
Dude, the
Season of
slaughterhouse stuff
Slaughter
looks
arrives
way
on
cooler than I
March
thought.
11th. We've got the Doom
I made this
Dark
video
Ages
about it. This was
reliquary.
hidden on the PTR, but it
We've
was
got
there.
Paladin free trial. It's gonna be fantastic. And after all the years of torment, after all the devastation, we finally get to become the Butcher and
Yeah.
actually dole out all that punishment onto our enemies. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, I can't wait to jump in for the season.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's
New
gonna be
lab
so
boss,
fun.
that's really
Yeah,
cool.
It's gonna be fantastic. And I know this, you know, the Butcher is gonna be the seasonal component of it, but
I
we
thought this
do
would be
also
just a
have lot
seasonal
of
boss
changes
and then it's
coming
gone,
in.
but they say that
You
it's
know,
gonna
more
stick
evergreen
around, so that's
changes
really
coming
nice.
Season to kind of like help heighten some of those, you know, activities that we play over and over. And I mean, Aislinn,
Dude, the
after
glowing
you got
sword,
Bloody
man.
Light queued up. What can players expect this season?
Yeah, so of course you saw all the amazing stuff coming in Season 12, Season of Slaughter, but we also try to continuously update the game and make sure that it's better all the time. And so we've got something that people have been asking for a while. We gathered all the locksmiths in Sanctuary and we opened all the doors in all the Nightmare dungeons. So you don't have to go and click on them anymore. You can just break right through them or they're already open and you can just go through as
All the
quickly as you'd like.
doors.
We also kind of changed the way that
Wait a second.
traversals work, like when you're climbing walls or like descending ladders and stuff like that. It now scales with your movement speed, so going through the world just feels a lot more natural based on your own personal movement speed. Oh gosh, what else is there? There's great things.
There's a time coming. There's a time coming. And I know.
Let's talk about the faster loading speeds.
That's right. We've got faster loading speeds just across all.
The
different
loading
loading
times
screens,
were
so
really noticeable,
even
I have to
beyond
say.
your movement speed, the game is just going to, in
Way
general,
faster.
feel a lot faster. So those are some fantastic quality of life improvements coming. But beyond that, we've also been making sure that we're taking a look at the tower.
Yeah.
So we really want to make sure that the tower is something that we continuously update, that we continuously make a lot better. We know it's still in beta, and because of that, it's getting tons of changes
Yeah,
constantly every
absolutely.
season.
Moving doors is the biggest
And so I wanted to
WAD
just
for
dive a little bit
history.
into that. So we've got exploit fixes. Like, for example, there was a way to extend the timer past 10 minutes. We don't want players doing that. There was a way to like kill enemies while you were still in the safe area. We don't want players doing that, so we fixed that. We've got 5 new tile sets coming to the tower, so there's going to be lots of like cool new places you can explore. We're even removing one of the tile sets because it was just like too narrow and kind of annoying to travel through in a competitive environment, so we didn't feel like it fit super well. And we've got 5 new bosses coming as well, which is really exciting. And we also took some time to make sure that the bosses were a little more balanced with one another. So you wouldn't go in and like fight a boss that had like way more HP or did like way more damage or anything. So they're a lot more balanced to kind of preserve the competitive integrity of the mode. And in addition, all the bosses hit a lot harder than they used to, because we want to make sure that once you get to that end state, you're kind of having like an exhilarating battle to the finish, right? Instead of kind of a slog through like, you know, like, oh, can I kill the boss in time? We'll see. Like, we don't want that kind of vibe. So yeah, those are some of the changes coming to the tower, but we also have some leaderboard changes.
Yeah, that's right.
Too.
So, you know, obviously Aislinn just covered a lot of the gameplay changes coming to the tower, but we saw a lot of your feedback on the leaderboards as well, and we spent some time improving those. So first up, you're going to be able to see your personal bests right at the top of the leaderboard. No longer have to scroll down and try and find where your name is if you're in the top 1,000. Next up is we built out a end of run UI, so you get a sense of where you're placing at the end of your run, so that, you know, if you want to go back and try again real quick, you can. And also, because he's a bit of a judgmental, I guess, master of the tower, the Artificer is also leaving you notes.
Well,
and
someone's got to tell you how to like improve, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
Artificer's there to help.
Artificer's
and so
note, get good.
What's that?
Artificer's note, get good.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
A jerk.
So, yeah, there's a bunch of notes every end of run that you'll see that will hopefully help you improve your run. And then finally, we're just making the leaderboard easier to navigate. You've got a jump to me button, so you can go immediately down to where your position is.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to continue improving the leaderboard.
Not a problem,
as
I think.
we go.
Why does anyone need that feature? I don't get it.
In addition to that, we actually wanted to tease a few things that were coming. I know we've implemented a lot for Season 12 at this point, but we've gotten a lot of feedback that, you know, I want to make sure that you're all aware that, you know, we're going to tackle in future seasons. So first up is that we are going to finally release some rewards. So in the upcoming season, we're going to have tower rewards, and that's going to reward you for advancing tiers within the tower. And I'm pretty excited about those. They're pretty cool. In addition, we're going to have leaderboard rank rewards. So you will get some really cool status symbols, you know, prestige items that you can show off if you manage to rank on the leaderboards. In addition to that, we are finally going to release our leaderboard build viewer. A lot of you have asked to be able to
isn't it all in Season 12?
The profile and the build of the person as they made the score, not what it is currently. So we take a
I thought this would be
snapshot,
like in a
store it
year
away,
from
and
now.
now you can see that build information.
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
just like
Holy-
super useful for like understanding.
Absolutely.
I know,
how
it's
people
future
are playing at
plans.
high
Ah, shit,
level,
okay.
Or like, you know, even playing a specific scale, you can like. look
All
at
right.
that.
Yep, absolutely. And then finally, we are also working on solo self-found. And so look forward to those things in the future.
It's funny, you read chat's mind, Dan. They were already commenting solo self-found, so you've...
Oh, they've been chanting that for months at this point, yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, thank you for walking us through that, Dan. There's a ton coming in. We're really, really excited for it. And something I'm really excited to share with players as well. I know that a ton of people have been playing the Paladin in Season of Divine Intervention, but for those of you who have not yet purchased the Lord of Hatred expansion, we're actually going to have a Paladin free trial starting with on March 11th. You can play until level 25 on Battle.net, Xbox, and PlayStation from March 11th to 18th. You'll be able to play the Paladin up to level 25, and if you pre-purchase the Lord of Hatred expansion following the trial, you'll actually be able to continue your progression on that same Paladin character that you used before, which is pretty great. So
It's so worth it. The Paladin is seriously so fun. If you haven't had a chance to try it yet, now is going to be the time. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's an absolute ton of fun. And I'm also really excited because there's another thing players I feel like are always asking for. You're going to be able to pre-download the 2.6.0 patch starting on March 9th. So for PlayStation, for Battle.net, PlayStation, and Xbox, you'll be able to pre-download the 2.6.0 build on March 9th at 10 a.m. So then when it launches, you'll be able to jump right into the fun, which is pretty great.
Hell yeah.
So We're now going to head into the Q&A portion of the stream, so hopefully you've been dropping your questions
2
in
days
Twitch
early
chat.
data mine.
We're going to pull those, and we're also going to invite back Colin Feiner and the WARLOCK to join us for the Q&A. So hang tight. We're going to get them up here, so stay put. Thanks.
Actually, I gotta say the season stuff looks better than I thought it would. Yeah, patch notes should usually be right after this. You missed the Warlock segment. They showed up a lot of the skills and did a lot of, like, you know, background and stuff. And this music is badass. Don't like the introducing tower rewards in a short season? No, they said this is future stuff, no? The tower rewards. This is all future stuff, I believe. The tower rewards, the prestige, the leader, the build viewer. I think this was future, no? What is a tower? It's like a sister of the pit with a leaderboard, kind of. Sounds like tower rewards and build viewer on season 12. Okay, does anyone remember exactly? Okay, what is season 12 and what is not season 12 on the tower? Sorting of leaderboard is season 12, okay. Yeah, that's what I have here.
All right, everyone, welcome back to our Q&A portion of the show. We got the whole game.
So that's correct.
Here. And first things first, Exile and Dan, I gotta ask, what was it like among the development team when someone pitched, hey, let's actually have the Butcher as a playable character? Like, I mean, that must have been nuts.
Yeah, no, it was one of those things where somebody came up with the idea and I wrote it down. I'm like, I don't know about this. But, you know, when we looked at the season and we looked at, you know, we wanted something novel and different. We said, okay, what is it going to take to do this? So we started, you know, socializing it with people, and every time we mentioned it to them, little smile would creep up on their face because they can just
specifically said
immediately
leaderboard awards
imagine
next
how fun it
season.
would be to play as the butcher.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's hard not to get excited about it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a ton of fun. Yeah.
I think that's really what like drove it home was the fact that people did get so excited about it. Like we couldn't ignore that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like we had to do something with it. And it sounded great on paper, but it was like, how do you turn that into actual mechanics? But we did, and it's so fun, and I can't wait for folks to get their hands on it.
Yeah, you guys pulled it off. Yeah, it's gonna be a ton of fun when it launches. I am super pumped.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a question from Nog N. At Diablo, will you rework how we get materials? Because as it currently stands, the loot filter does not
Guys, what the fuck is wrong?
the filtered loot that we'd salvage to get mats.
Yeah, so we are actually gonna rework how you get materials and like the material economy in general because explicitly of that. So I don't know if I would say it's necessarily like reworked from the ground up, but that has been taken into account and like the materials you need as you go into higher difficulty tiers and like the way your loot filter kind of naturally evolves is intended to support that. So you're still going to be like earning the materials you need, and like when you finally decide like, oh, I never want to see non-legendaries anymore, or I never want to see non-ancestrals anymore, you're probably going to be in a place where you actually probably don't need those materials anymore at all. Like you already have like a fantastic stockpile of that stuff, so you don't really have to worry about it.
Yeah, we all know that point you get to at the game where you're like, okay, this is credit to me. I no longer need you. I'm done playing with you. Yeah, at that point. Awesome. Question from Ignition. How will you address
Maxroll?
kill streak tiers dropping off before getting to a big boss, like in the pit, the tower, or the infernal hordes?
Yeah, so we actually did work a little bit on the amount of time that you will be in a kill streak, and also like how loading screens affect a kill streak, just to make sure that it is actually possible to like maintain it and get to the end.
That's awesome. Yeah, good, nice feeling to be able to chain that kill streak throughout a whole dungeon or activity for sure.
Absolutely.
From X Drift Ninja X, this is probably one for Colin and Bjorlock. Can you constantly stay in demon form?
Yes and no. So it's really going to depend on how you build your character. A big part of the skill tree is going to be customizing kind of what you want your character to do. So you'll find when it comes to demon form, there are bonuses for swapping in and out of it or trying to stay in it as long as you can, that sort of thing. So most of the variants will give you like a couple seconds of demon form. So that's more of like kind of a temporary thing, but you could chain them back to back to try to keep that going. The caveat would be Metamorphosis, which we spoke on a little bit before, which is the ultimate. That baseline allows you to swap into demon form, but replaces your entire skill bar. So that version, which can be like a little bit of a bit to learn that you have new skills. So that one is permanent, but that one is honed in on a very specific set of skills. Whereas then the variants of Metamorphosis, they undo the reworking of your skills, but then those become temporary versions of demon form that it gives you kind of a power up of like, now I'm the fire demon or now I'm the shadow demon. So it'll really come down to kind of how you choose to customize demon form as you make your build.
Very cool. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Infernal Cold 780 asks, what weapons will the Warlock use?
Sure. Yeah, broadly speaking, we're looking at sort of melee weapons. So you're going to be able to use daggers, flails, and then swords, axes, and maces of both one-hand and two-hand variety, and then your offhand focus.
Hell yeah. Very nice. 888 Reality. Does the leaderboard do the leaderboard rewards only last for the season?
So there's going to be a bunch of different types of leaderboard rewards. Some of them, which are based on climbing the tower tiers, are going to be just power-based rewards that you are going to earn and be able to keep as your character migrates to Eternal. The status symbols, however, fall into two different categories. Some of them you are going to be able to keep, and some of them you aren't. And so, I don't want to spoil too much yet, but it's a nice mix of things that basically allows you to both show off in the moment and then kind of memorialize the fact that you were able to achieve something, that difficult, I guess.
Yeah, it's always nice to still have something you can kind of peacock around and let everybody know. Yeah, hell yeah. Fun name, Marquise, or Marquise, however you pronounce it. At Diablo, what about other classes for class balance, like the Druid? Will it get some love around when Lord of Hatred drops?
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much every class is going to get some love because we've reworked the skill tree. There's more on that to come, but the druids specifically, I think, are going to really enjoy because we did something special, which is a lot of the skills you're actually going to be able to pick what form do you want to take. So on live today, we just sort of prescribe, the werewolf. Let's just say Shred, for example, can only be used as the werewolf, or Maul is a good example as well, which is the druid bear attack. It's a basic attack. In Lord of Hatred, you'll actually be able to pick like, actually I want to be a werewolf and Maul thing. So you have a ton of flexibility both within shapeshifting and human form, and there's just so many really cool skill variants and side upgrades that we have for the druid. And that's not just for the druid, again, that's like every single class coming to Lord of Hatred has these types of things. You haven't even seen like what we've done with the Necro yet. So there's just like a lot of stuff that we have in store, and it's all going to be balanced. We've been playtesting it a bunch. We've been hammering on this for like a year. So we think it's just going to be a really fun moment. No matter what class you're into, you're going to have really cool stuff to play.
Oh yeah, every class has gotten tender loving care in Lord of Hatred. So regardless of like who you play, like you're going to come into Lord of Hatred and be like, holy shit, there's a lot of awesome stuff here.
One really cool thing is that for example, you think about Trample on the Druid, right, which, charge through a bunch of enemies, it's the bear. The werewolf version actually leaps you. Like, you can pick a leaping version of that.
Damn.
So, and that's just like, oh, what shape
mobility on my Druid?
Variant on top of that, which is like, okay, what do I want my Trample to do? So there's just a ton of stuff like that to really unpack, and tons of permutations just within one skill.
Wow. Okay, you heard it here first, everybody. And I really like what you said too, Colin, about like how we're just kind of scratching the surface. Like we will have a whole other live stream to kick off before Lord of Hatred goes live. So we'll definitely have another spot to kind of get into all those details. But there is, like Colin said, a lot cooking for all the classes.
It's Dragon Ball coming.
That we're really, really, really excited to share. So yeah, that's really exciting. Thanks for sharing that.
Dude, I want fire skills for Druid.
Season. Are bloodied items exclusive to the season, or is it something that will persist in Eternal and also spawn into future seasons?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll talk about that. So, as of right now, bloodied items are only for the Season of Slaughter. However, this isn't the first time this type of feedback's come up. I think, a lot of folks want to be able to, use a lot of these cool seasonal items in future seasons. And so that's something we're actively working on right now, trying to figure out what's the best way to bring them back. And I think, once we get, Lord of Hatred out, I think we'll have a lot of new tools to be able to do that.
Heck yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of tools that they're going to be able to chew on for that expansion. It's going to be really, really, really exciting. Justarius or Justarius. One of my favorite parts of new classes is seeing the runes they have both for automating their own kit and new toys they can bring to other classes. Can we get a sneak peek of the Warlock skills that will be on runes?
Yeah, sure. The two runes that the Warlock will be adding is the ability to proc its Dark Prison skill and its Brimstone subpower. So Dark Prison is an area that will tether enemies into it, so you'll be able to lock down enemies with that. And then Brimstone are kind of these little mines that you leave around that'll explode when enemies get close to them.
Very cool. Thank you for that, Bjorn. Harris Mokhtar. Even if I'm playing ranged, does converting to Butcher convert playstyle to melee?
It will still convert you to a melee build. The Butcher, he gets up there and he cleaves people and he screams fresh meat. So if you turn into the Butcher, that's the vibe you're going to have too. I think we're really excited about the way the Butcher plays. Yeah. Like, he's just so much fun to just cleave through enemies. And he's also very burly and tough. So like if you get up in melee, you're not really going to have to typically, you're not going to have to worry too much about dying. There are some situations where it might happen, but yeah, can't wait for players to try that out. But
his Furnace Blast is basically ranged too. Like the
is,
eruption,
yeah.
It's the whole
huge.
screen,
yeah,
and
it's huge.
Attacking reduces the cooldown. So
yeah, I guess the hook is kind of ranged, but then makes it close range. You know what I mean? It's like yeah. So there's that nice blend. But yeah, the Butcher is definitely not a bow and arrow kind of guy.
Not a bow and arrow kind of guy. Not waving a staff around and slinging spells.
Yeah, no shot. Drakith_90. Will the Warlock be able to enslave demons and use them as pets like his Diablo 2 resurrected counterpart?
Yes and no. Not exactly in the same way that the Diablo 2 Warlock does it. The main focus we have is, so with our class mechanic, specifically the 4 that you can directly bind to yourselves. Those are sort of his primary demons that he's going out and that he's capturing. And then technically there's also a couple of ways to like dominate enemies' minds and kind of control them around the battlefield, but nothing as a direct one-to-one with D2 because they're just kind of slightly different games.
Yeah,
Nice.
I think one thing to touch on is for the class
Thanks for
mechanic
sub,
it is this quest. We've made a really cool quest for it. You're going to go across Sanctuary and dominate some of these really powerful like arch demons, right? Like they're more than just like, oh, there's a goatman over there that I'm going to possess. It's like, no, there's a devourer deep in the caves of, you know, this really ancient place that you're going to go and like bind this specific demon. And the whole quest line has a really cool, I'm not going to spoil the ending, but a cool ending to it. So that's sort of the take we had for the D4 Warlock.
Hell yeah, it sounds badass. We got another question from Loathe Burger. Loathe Burger, does becoming the Butcher put you into PvP mode?
No, not necessarily, though there is a mode specifically in the Fields of Hatred that has some PvP elements to it that involve the Butcher. So keep an eye out for that. There may
Dude,
be
imagine
some
just go around in Helltide, man.
butchering of other Wanderers going on in that place.
I mean, would it be the Butcher if you couldn't get after other players at some point, right?
Yep.
And actually, I'm glad you brought that up too, because we do have the Season of Slaughter overview blog going live after the stream. So we'll share some more details on the nitty gritties coming with the season, as well as the Warlock deep dive blog and the 260 patch notes. So if you're a reader like me, you've got a lot to chew on following the stream. So we'll definitely check that out. All right, we got our last question from Caps Lock Leo. The Warlock, Spearborn, and Paladin feel so innovative over the original classes. Will the new skill tree make the original classes feel as fresh and new as these new classes? That's a big one.
Absolutely. I mean, we took, I'm not kidding when, you know, we poured so much love, blood, sweat, tears into these existing classes. They've all got massive overhauls to their skill trees. Again, I'm not going to spoil too much. Like some of the classes have even gone further beyond like the Necro and the Druid that have these really cool things. So, you know, all these classes are going to get the same number of variants in Lord of Hatred. They're all going to have tons of side upgrades to help tune and fine tune and customize things. We've also pretty much looked at like every single legendary and unique item in the game, like not exaggerating, like everything has been touched and fine tuned, and all that we've learned over the past several years of D4 has really just gone into this skill update. So it feels like a completely different game, but familiar. You know, like if you're playing the Sork, it still has these really awesome themes of pyromancy, shock, frost, and you're master of elements, but there's just so many ways to play with it. Like, oh, I want to spawn an icy meteor instead of the current version of meteor, right? You can do that, and you can also overpower the meteor so that it's bigger and that you can dump all your mana into it. There's just like so many different ways to play. So I would say, yes, we've taken so much of the learnings from Spiritborn and Paladin and Warlock and poured it into these classes that we all know and love. No classes left behind.
Oh, absolutely. Like every day we go into the office and people are just debating, they're having conversations, they're talking about how can we make the existing classes like better and elevate them to the level of like excellency that the 3 new classes have reached. They are on the same level and they're really awesome.
Yeah. No, it's phenomenal. And yeah, I'm just so excited for all these features to come in with Lord of Hatred on the 28th. There's just going to be so much to chew on. It's going to, like you said, Colin, it's going to feel familiar. It's still going to have that class identity, but also be, just a totally different feel. So it's really, really exciting.
If you don't like the Warlock or Paladin, you loved your base class, it's an awesome time to come back.
Yeah, we all know those players who are like, no, I always play the Druid, and the Druid is all that I'm ever going to play, and I'm only going to ever play the Druid. So
we have the Druid guy working on the Druid. So
hey, there you go.
Yes, we do.
He's a big werewolf enjoyer. So
Yes.
Hell yeah. Unreal. Well, I want to thank you all for coming out and being on the stream today. This has been really, really fantastic. And I've got something really excited to share with everybody back home. If you're a lore nerd or really love the narrative around Diablo, we've actually got a copy of our next novel coming to the Diablo franchise. This is The Lost Herodrum, written by Matthew J. Kirby in close tandem with the development team. It launches on April 21st, and it covers the story of the Lost Herodrum, and it is the official prequel novel to the Lord of Hatred expansion. So if you want to know everything that was kind of going on leading up to these events, this is definitely something you're going to want to check out now. Pre-order is live, and the book comes out on April 21st, right ahead of the Lord of Hatred expansion. So I mean, I'm sure people are going to bomb through this in a week, but it's a great little prepper for when the expansion goes live. And just to give a quick recap of everything coming with the Lord of Hatred expansion, we've got a really handy infographic that takes you through everything. Like we mentioned, the campaign, the classes, the region, and a whole lot more to get into. And we'll have more details in that live stream that we're going to have closer to expansion launch in April. And then for Season of Slaughter, it launches on March 11th. You're going to be able to become the Butcher. There's kill streaks, Butcher skills, a new reliquary. We've got Doom the Dark Ages, new unique, and of course that Paladin free trial. And when Season of Slaughter goes live on March 11th, you'll actually be able to grab this Twitch drops that's going to start with the season. It is the two-handed, we've got free reliquary items coming with Doom the Dark Ages. That Shield Saw cosmetic looks pretty badass. And of course, if you collect all of these in the free reliquary, you will get this town portal in the bottom right corner, which looks just absolutely insane. And then when Season of Slaughter goes live, you will be able to grab this bow cosmetic starting on March 11th. Just watch any streamer in the Diablo 4 category that
If you
has
really want to
on
play
the channel
Pinshot,
for 2 hours.
Pinshot this
grab
season, guys.
bow cosmetic.
There's a bow.
And of course, on March 9th, you'll be able to pre-download the 2.6.0 patch update on Battle.net, Xbox, and PlayStation, so you can load right in, and then when 2.6.0 goes live on March 11th, you'll be able to jump right into Season of Slaughter, which will be really great. So I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who's been here. Thanks for hanging out and answering all the questions.
You're welcome.
I want to give a massive thanks to production, Filthy Rich and the boys. Thanks for putting on a great show as always. And I want to thank everyone at home for tuning in and checking out the stream. We're really excited to get
I gotta say, this was a
Slaughter
really good
in front of you
stream,
on
man.
March 11th. So we'll see you all in Sanctuary.
Oh, I can't wait. It's gonna be so fun.
This was nice. It was a good presentation. I think it was good pacing. The Warlock stuff was awesome. Yeah, I thought that this season would be like way more of like a whatever kind of season, you know? I was like, okay, I'm gonna play it, you know? We have power.
Warlock gameplay, guys.
Holy! We're raiding.
Into the Warlock gameplay. Yo, Diablo, thank you guys so much for the raid. And for this amazing new class. Let's go. So this is the Shadow Abyss Warlock.
Okay.
We're attacking.
Alright. Anyway. Well guys, did we go through patch notes? I guess there's probably not too much that has changed, so maybe we should check that. Do we have the patch notes somewhere? Are they listed already? Or what is going on here exactly? Where's actually my stuff? Need to find my Warlock footage. I guess people might have questions. So now the embargo has lifted officially since they did the stream and everything. So the embargo lifted 6 minutes ago. And here we go. So back in January we were there. And like me and a bunch of other creators and press and so on. So you're not going to see like a lot of people. Patch notes is in the bottom. Okay, we can check this out in a second. Yeah, so I got like 2 hours here of like Warlock footage. I have all of the skill tree. I have the class mechanics, everything. So we can go through that in a second, I guess. Which big demon daddy is the best? I mean, okay, this was at level 40 demo, so we had like, I don't know, 2 or 3 random legendaries equipped. And there was actually no loot. I couldn't see the occultist and stuff like that. So, you know, in terms of like making like a real in-game build and stuff, it was, you know, not really the same. And, you know, we were like level locked here. You see, I'm like level 40 and there's like nothing going on basically. I can't get XP and stuff. So basically this was like the... If you have played like another of these demos, like at Gamescom or something, like the Spiritborn thing, it was kind of like that, where you're just kind of like walking around and like, you know, trying out the stuff basically. And that was it. We didn't have Paladin there. This was just Warlock, you know, kind of like on its own, basically. Can't wait to get a Doom armor, yeah. Dude, the shield for the Paladin is gonna be pretty awesome, I think. You remember when Spiritborn was level locked to 13 before the Devourer was good? Did it give you a Warlock coin like the Spiritborn? They did not. But it did give us another gift, actually. Wait, have I shown this already, actually? I think I did. I'm not sure where I have it. Not here. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll show it later. When I get up. But yeah, anyway. I guess we can turn on some music again as well. So yeah, you can ask me any questions about Warlock that you might have. You know, I may or may not be able to answer them. If you want to see specific skills, let me know. Any stuff. So you know, I had this here, and obviously I also talked to the devs a lot and whatever. So you know, I was like trying various things. I basically clicked every single skill on the tree at least once. You know, I have like some clip of everything somewhere in this whole like 2-hour thing. So I can probably get to find like anything on the tree at least, and like all of the demons and like all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, I want to look around really quick for the patch notes and also make a tweet about the summary here with the like campfire and stuff. This is still the PTR patch notes. I want the real patch notes. Are they posted? Page not found. Amazing. Okay, so I guess this is here. Maybe let's try. I was gonna try them out of screen actually. Did the Warlock feel strong early game? It really comes down to trying to like weave stuff together a little bit. So they showed this off earlier, right? With like, I don't know, like you bind them with the Dark Prison, and then you have them all like in the same spot, and then you can like stack your health fracture in the same spot like 3 times, and it goes like boom, boom, boom. It kind of like intensifies. So this is like one of those ideas that they have here, or like you know you summon your small demons to then have the fuel to summon your big demon and stuff like that. So there was like a lot of really cool combo stuff you could do. Like here in this demo, it definitely felt relatively strong. You know, I think, you know, leveling and all that kind of stuff, you know, and they said as well, right? They want to make the new class good and powerful and stuff. So I would expect that generally it's going to be slightly overtuned. There's like a skill called Apocalypse, which is a very funny skill. Maybe try, where's my stuff here? One of the ults. I want to see it. Okay, it's this one. So I find it's kind of funny. So they have like this, you know, 666 cooldown, seconds cooldown, and then 666 damage. So they really emphasize the theme here. And then there was like one upgrade, which is this one. You can channel it for 6.66 seconds. That builds up the explosion, and each second increases the final damage up to 666 and bonus damage. So basically, it's like stand there, like there's like a clip somewhere in this where I tried this out, and like it was like a Helltide commander spawning from the event, and then while it was appearing, I was like channeling the thing, and I was just like boom, one shot the boss with that. The entire screen explodes basically. So there's some kind of funny stuff like that that it can do as well. I'm not sure if that's gonna be like a real build at some point or so, but. I mean, there are ways to reduce this, I guess, cooldown and whatever, and then make an Apocalypse build if you want. It's like Flame Blast. Yeah, but it's like circular around you. It's not like aimed somewhere, it's like around you, basically. I mean, there's like other versions of this. So, here's a Doom Bomb. I'm not sure if I tried this actually. But yeah, like, you get like these stacks. And then it's like, I guess, a big explosion that launches. And then there's a minefield, so you have like these little things all over the place that then like trigger, I guess, when the monsters walk in or something. So, you know, these are like, for example, the 3 variants of the Apocalypse skill. Key passes are gone. Key passes are gone, yeah. This is the end of the tree here at the bottom. These are the ultimates. There's no passive at all, no key passive either. We didn't have Paragon bots. Okay, this other ult that you see in the back, the dark one, this is Terror Swarm, which is an ult as well. So it has like this like kind of like moving swarm of demons. There's also like a version of it where it kind of like, it follows you, so it like locks to your character and you can actually run around with it. And then you just have like an AoE around you. And not just that, but there's like one of the sigils that does that as well. I wonder if I can find it. Let me try. Yeah, I need to make timestamps so I actually find the stuff I'm looking for. I haven't really had time to like dig into this too much, so I guess I'll do this while we let this run. But yeah, there's like a way to make this Terror Swarm like follow you, and then there's like a sigil that also has like a circular area around you. And then there's like the bombardment skill that also has an upgrade that like just like the skill where you throw the demons out of the portal in front, above. And there's an upgrade that they also showed earlier where it kind of like keeps firing. So you cast it once and it keeps shooting out demons around you. So it kind of just becomes this like walking death ball. Like you just cast all the skills, you just run into packs, and everything just kind of explodes. It's kind of funny. I do this at some point here. I'm not sure where. Okay, patch notes are up. Holy. Okay, I'm gonna check this out if there's like any like surprises and stuff. Okay, kill streaks no longer reset. Okay, falling massive wounds have been tuned. Cooldown, that's a lot of cooldown. Crit, whatever, life on hit. Maximum life, change the fearsome life, movement speed, resource. All classes can now encounter. Okay, let's make this a bit smaller actually. So you can still see the footage and stuff, I guess. If you wanna see that. Okay. All classes can now encounter bloody affects that increase the primary core stat by 3% per crit streak tier. Some appears on bloody items of at least 750 power. Okay, so this is basically what I've done. Yeah, like my biggest complaint was that almost all of this stuff was just completely pointless after, you know, basically you reach Torment 4, right? You reach Torment 4, you don't care about crit, you don't care about cooldown, you don't care about movement, you don't care about attack speed, you just have everything capped, right? So they just did that, I guess. Necromancer balance updates. Okay. Okay, just 50% damage after overpowering. I wonder if you could actually throw this into some builds that are not really designed for it, like non-blood builds, and just like have a Sun Rune or some shit. Instance of Vitality has been removed. Uh-oh. Extra blood explosion could commit more decals than intended. Okay. Instance of Vitality. Wait, what the fuck is the wait, what is the Instance of Vitality? This is not what it's named. I thought this is like Red Mine Bus. What is the Instance of Vitality? Maybe that is that, but... With Sword, for instance, it seems always best to stay in one element. Is that going to be the same, in my opinion, with Warlock? I mean, that will really depend on like what the aspects and uniques will do, right? Like, I would say for like this level 40 stuff that I was doing here, there was certainly enough, you know, versatility to, you know, I have like this like abyss-themed demon, and then I cast my Hellfire spell. But, you know, you can definitely expect that it's going to be Paragon board. You know, one says, okay, your Abyss skills deal more damage, your Hellfire skills deal more damage, blah, 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 right? Your demons deal more damage or something like that. And there's also going to be aspects like that, there's going to be uniques like that, and so on. So it kind of depends on, like, how much availability is there for, like all damage scaling, I guess. Here at low level, where they don't have any of this, I would say, yeah, there was definitely, like, there's the Profane Sentinel that they've shown is like this totem, like someone was asking about the totem build, right? You can put down this eye totem and it shoots the beams, and it's actually very strong for bosses and stuff. You just put it in a corner, it just zaps the bosses. It actually does pretty good damage. You can just put it there and then spam your core skill or something. And yeah, maybe there might be ways to like actually do this, right? Where like even in late game, this is like an option. So I hope that this is gonna be a thing. Yeah, I have the notes. Have I tried loot filter? There was no loot filter in there. Where's the patch notes? I have too many things. First of all, I want to figure out what is the instance of vitality. I think they mean Murder Mind boss. Okay, here it is. Bug fixes. Dude, where's the like support paladin fixes? Thank you. Okay, good news, guys. Okay. How did you like the Warlock stuff?
Very excited.
Very headbanging all the time?
Very excited about everything.
Very excited. Sounds like I have to buy some premium battle pass for Nini.
The book,
Hmm?
by the way.
You want the book?
Yes.
In the book. Okay, just add that to the tally. Blood. Okay. Fix an issue where the buff from Water to White Dove would disappear if a skill was used too quickly after using the final stack. Holy! I bug reported this and they fixed it. Nice. That's my patch note, guys. I'm on TV. Very good actually, because it's like literally the #1 build in the game. So I'm glad they fixed this. This would have been kind of shit. Okay. Takes an issue where a player can stop being unstoppable while Zenith was active. If the player was at the increased fervor maximum granted by the settlers commandant aspect. What is that bug? Okay. Oh, they changed the armory thing. Okay, Butcher's Cleaver. Your attacks critically strike injured enemies, killing elite enemies, fears and slows enemy for 95%. That's a big slow. Okay, it's no more a lucky hit. You have to kill elites. So I guess that's actually a downgrade, right? Oh, ditch. What build is this? I'm not really sure what I'm doing in the background right now. Let me check. So this is Bombardment with the Hellfire upgrade that shoots... This is the one I was talking about earlier. This one just kind of keeps shooting demons across. And what else do I have? I have like, this is like a basic skill here, left click, Molten Bomb. And you have Agrom, which is like the Legion Shark Demon. Okay. So just for you guys to follow what skills these are. I'm gonna show you all the skills later. Like the tooltips. I have like a screenshot of every single tooltip and stuff. Yo, come Fosh, thanks for Prime. Castles of the Dawning Sky. Under 60% resistance. But it's only against one element and only after you got hit by it. Meanwhile, Paladin aspect, 140% armor. Okay. X-Force Corroded Signet. Each damage type or target explodes every second, dealing 3000 to 4000 damage over 4 seconds. Okay, it's like an interesting redesign. But this number seems very low. It like, seems extremely low. Unless this is just like some placeholder. Healing person can a barrier for 1 second. You get 40% damage reduction on a barrier. So they nerfed Soulbrand, guys. They nerfed Soulbrand. And they nerfed Butcher's Cleaver. Just saying. They buffed Endurance Faith though, that is surprising. I think the Endurance Faith is an extremely strong item already. At least in a world where you need defenses. Interesting. Lorcan's Talisman. Critical strikes deal 100% increased damage, but the critical strike chance is reduced by 50%. Oh, that is fucking cool. I like that. Any Kapeleke enjoyers? Wait a second, any Xan rune enjoyers? Dude, that thing is actually... That's pretty good. Crown of Lucian, 6-second duration, 7 stacks. Holy shit. That is 15% per stack. And 25 resources, right? Lucian goes hard. I mean, that goes hard on your resources as well, man. We are talking about infinite resources, right? So maybe the true endgame helm is Lucian now, but most people will not be able to use it for a while. It's 15% and 30% resource. Dude, 200... You're gonna cost... It's gonna cost triple the resource, man. And you get a bonus of 105% damage. I mean, 105 damage is pretty good on a helm. Holy shit. Polarize? Yeah, Polarize is definitely a candidate. Because you have the Rotting Nightbringer. Dude, Charged Balls, log in. Charged Balls also has the weapon with Giga Resource. Varus Visage buff. Up to a 20% chance to trigger poison or dealing 40% of the damage you dealt over 5 seconds to enemies in the area. Are we sure this is a buff? Like, there was one thing about the Dario that made it potentially good, which was that it had a ridiculously high weapon damage value. In fact, I think this is the highest weapon damage effect in the entire game, if I'm not mistaken. Is there anything that does more than 4000%? Maybe the old X-Files, but that has now been changed as well. It's still gonna have ICD. Yeah, like if it still has ICD and stuff, then... Okay, I guess there would be maybe something where like you hit infrequently enough to not worry about the ICD, but you have high enough like a hit chance so that you trigger it reliably. I don't know, like I'm not sure what build this would be. There might be something. It's something to cook at least, so that's interesting. We can think about it. It's one of the abilities like a Demon Hydra. Not sure which one you mean right now. Poison to be on 10 leads in a pack, 40% of the damage sounds insane. No, it doesn't because of the ICD. What there's. Unless they remove the ICD. If there's no ICD, then sure. But TB doesn't have like particularly... Okay, what you need is like a skill that has high like a hit chance per hit, not just total high. Like you need not... Okay, previously you needed high total like a hit chance. So you can like, you know, attack like a machine gun. It doesn't matter. But now you need high like a hit chance per hit. So that's really important. It's like, it's basically Victimize. This is basically old Victimize again, right? Victimize was exactly that. Combo point, pen shot, or bust, right? Or maybe the Heartseeker thing that emerged at some point. When you attempt to stun, freeze, or mobilize an enemy, you mark them and all nearby enemies, pulling them in and dealing 40% increased damage to them. So God's Crown doesn't have this cooldown anymore? Wait, doesn't just like perma proc now, or what? Does it just like have 40% damage permanently, or does it like just not work on a boss? It would be kind of strange with that name if it didn't work on bosses. Is WARLOCK in Season 12 instead of the expansion? Nope. Okay, no Barb changes, no Druid changes, no Necro changes, no Rogue changes. Tower. Okay, tower rank. Bosses deal significantly more damage. Monka. Number of enemies defeated needed to complete has been reduced. A new jump to meet button, an end of run screen appears. New tower bosses. Treasure goblins now drop better rewards. All non-objective doors and enemies now automatically open. That was the patch note, man. How quickly do they open? Okay, maybe you have to run through them. Chaining times for repeatable actions such as summoning a town bottle have been reduced and now max out at 0.5 seconds. Holy. Wait a second. The threshold for damage taken before stopping a channeled action has been increased from 5% to 20% life. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but before Vessel of Hatred, there was a mechanic where, you know, if you got hit by trivial damage, you would not be interrupted. Like on channeling a town bottle, clicking on the prisoner or whatever. But then Vessel of Hatred launched, and any little tiny chip damage would cancel you every single time, right? It's like horrible to play Hell Tides and whatever and try to TP away. Which I believe has to do with the fact that they changed base life versus real life values. And I have a feeling that this was like based on base life. So 5% of base life would mean 400 is the base life. You get, like, you know, you take 20 damage and then you get interrupted. And now it'll be 80. Because I'm pretty sure it's based on base life. Because I had characters that were so tanky that I got hit by enemies and I didn't even see my HP move because my, I don't know, 50 life per second would just instantly heal it or something. And I would still get interrupted. So I believe this is bugged and based on base life. And in that case, this change does absolutely jack shit. But let's see. The stagger mechanic for bosses has been updated. Interesting. So what happens now? Bosses now will stagger approximately twice as fast as before. Stagger build no longer decays over time. After the boss is staggered, they gain stagger resistance for 20 seconds. While this resistance is active, the boss is 5 times harder to stagger. Each party member increases stagger threshold by 50%. Okay, interesting. So basically you're kind of expected to stagger the boss once every 30 seconds-ish if you have a good amount of CC. Now, I think currently stagger resistance caps at 90% and not at 80%. Actually, it's just 5 times harder, yeah, so it's basically 80% reduction. So it's technically twice as easy to stagger a boss now when you do it multiple times. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means here. Channeling times for repeatable actions such as summoning a town bottle has been reduced and now maxed out at 0.5 seconds. It doesn't mean you can just TP out instantly, like 0.5 seconds? Just like this, boom. Like what? I don't know what this means. Flamethrower trap. Yeah, the skill you see here in the background right now, this is Umble Chains with the Hellfire upgrade. Normally this is like the chain skill, but this is the upgrade where you actually put it just on the ground and it's just like spirals, yeah. Kinda interesting. Man, there's a lot more stuff in this patch than I thought, man. Hi, Diddle. Currently there's no stagger resistance. Yeah, so in Season 11, I think they bugged out the Stagger, right? And there was just like no resistance at all. Yeah. Okay, this is kind of interesting. Legendary monster affix appears in Expert and higher. Unique appears in Penitent and higher. It would be really nice if they made, you know, Expert and Penitent difficulty leveling like more incentivized with this, right? I think it's a good step. But I think they're really rare, especially the unique one. I don't remember finding this even. Now, a positive in a failed council encounter, Infernal Horns has been reduced to 1 in pre-tournament difficulties. Nice council. A new monster affix has been added. The Sepper affix causes enemies to drain your resource. Okay. Holy monster affix has been removed from the pit. Shielded, unstoppable, teleporting. Interesting. What about tower though? Wait. They moved him from the pit only? Like, what is going on? Casuals love mana burn enemies. Yeah, it sounds kind of rough for something like a build as well, right? Visual effects on fire and shine, fire orb monster effects have been updated to bring great attention to them. I knew it, man. Like, you have to go through it one by one, guys. First the rawhide, then the iron chunks, then the gem fragments, now the other side. At some point we will go through all the materials, guys. Even obols. Somehow we're gonna reach 9 million obols. And at some point they're gonna raise the cap. Especially after they fix the problem. That's the best part. Experience rounds have been reduced, so defeating word on their bosses. Yeah, this was already a present on the PDR, by the way. What? Can we just buy stash tabs like PoE? That's all I want. That would be neat, but realistically, I guess they're gonna give it like the D2 treatment at some point, right? They already did it in D2 now. We have the runes tab, we have the materials tab, and so on. And they just need to put the same thing into Diablo 4 at some point. And then we're gonna be kinda okay. Like, if I don't have to give up an entire stash just for my mats and my runes. I've been opposite kept on Eternal since Season 6. I noticed this actually. I tried some like night dimension stuff, and then I was like, wait, this thing just doesn't appear. It just doesn't exist. That was kind of funny. Any clue about how the Total Sapphire mode will work exactly? I don't know what they design, but if I were them, I'd make it, okay, you can opt into SSF and then opt out of it, but it's like probably like entirely, like for the entire season basically, right? Like you start as SSF and then you opt out of it. That's like a one-way ticket. And you're just on the same server with everyone else, you can't group, you can't trade. You see random people in world bosses and Helltide, that's fine. So that's kind of what I expect, at least. Vaccination where clearing pit tiers didn't grant the expected amount of experience. I don't know what that means. Vaccination where tormented challenges wasn't unlocked in certain circumstances. Vaccination where necromancers couldn't imprint certain legendary aspects on shields. That was actually a weird funny bug. Yeah, if you first tempered resource cost reduction and then try to roll resource cost reduction on the ring, it didn't work. You need to not have that temper. This actually happened to me when I was trying to make a ring for Spiritborn. Because they really like resource cost reduction. Fix an issue where a Scroll of Escape could be used while in town. Yo, Hunter, rejoice, guys. He's gonna be very happy about this one. Okay. So not too much class balance here. No support paladin fixes. Interesting unique updates though. So there's a bunch of stuff here. So Lucian is definitely interesting. I don't know what to think about this. I really don't know what to think about this. I mean, trash, property trash, trash. Okay. Trash. This is kind of cool. I like Locran stars, man. I think the only birds that will really care about Locust Talisman is something like Hoda, because you get Giga Crit by default, and then, you know, something that can run like Sun with really high uptime, Captain Lecce builds maybe. How we get points for killing each other as the Butcher for the next event. Rope of Concealment. True. There's a bunch of like guaranteed crit effects. Now, I'm not 100% sure about it, but maybe Locran gives you only 50% crit then, right? Maybe a guaranteed crit effect is like under the hood just, okay, you have 100% crit chance, but then maybe Locran actually overrides that and gives you 50. That would probably just kill the item instantly. Because it is an amulet. It's a very high power slot. Even if it just competes with legendaries. Yeah, this is Warlock. They wanted to throw all soul brands into the trash. Yeah, that soul brand change is really weird. A 1 second barrier. Okay, to be fair, wait. So Soulbrand says a barrier for 100% of your life, where previously it was 200% of the healing, which was relatively the same, I guess. Since, you know, with healing received, like a potion does 35% times 2 is 70 already, and a little bit of healing received when you're there, right? And this, but the thing is, this was 4 seconds, and this is 1 second. And not just that, but most likely it's gonna kill any other barrier you already had, right? Because if you use Soulbrand, you're gonna do it in a build that already runs barriers. So they need to get this, right? So you wouldn't use Soulbrand if you don't already have barriers. But now what might happen, I'm not sure, but what might happen is that you have some barrier, you press your potion, you have 100% barrier, and then after 1 second, everything drops. If that happens, it is like the worst case scenario. I'm not sure if it does that, but it could do that maybe. Because they might just override the other barriers. I'm not sure, I guess we'll see. I'm gonna try it though. But if that is how it works, then this item is just completely trash. Thanks, by the way, Dark Curse. We also had Zodiate, Killbot, Trey B earlier. Thanks for stuff. Or use Sobrin and Temerities together. I mean, if you're really just that desperate for toughness, and you want to give up your chest and your pants void, you just equip the Endurance Faith. That does more for less. Timers have the barriers have different timers. This should not happen. Yeah, maybe not. But my logic was, okay, like you fill up your entire barrier, so you know there can only be 100% life as barrier, right? You excited to play around with Andariels? Yeah, I'm already thinking like, what can we do with Andariels? Andariels is definitely a more interesting item now, I guess. New skill tree? Yeah, there's a new skill tree on the Warlock already. Dog poison with Andariel. You would have to do like basically a cold immune to get a really high hit and then trigger the Andariel from that. But I don't know, maybe since you're kind of like co-scaling, right? You're scaling all the poison stuff with like Tracker Glyph and Bane Glyph and whatever. So I don't know, maybe. Not impactful choices? Yes. Yeah, the skill tree has a lot of stuff, man. I'm gonna talk about this in a moment. Wonder when we can see new skill tree for other classes? Yeah, in 8 weeks, I guess. Thorn split with Unleash. Thorns don't have lucky hit. I really love the skill here. This is Blazing Scream. It's one of the core skills. Like the stuff that you see floating around there on the top left. It feels a bit like Frozen Orb to me. I think this has any build with as good AoE clear as Oradin. I mean, Oradin is not even like the best AoE clear build, I would say. I mean, the one thing you care about in that case is like high mobility, I guess. And you do have, actually this skill I just hovered there. This one, so this is like also what is shown in the preview. So this is like one of the mobility skills. I think it costs 8. What is it called? Demonic Fuel. I don't know what the resource is called right now. There's Wrath and the other one, Dominance, I think. So Dominance is the second resource, and it's a bit like Diablo 3 Demon Hunter. So the left one is like the primary resource, and it regenerates fast, and you can generate it and spend it for your core skills and whatever. And the second one is just like Discipline from Diablo 3 Demon Hunter. It's just kind of, I think it literally has like 1 second, it's literally a copy of Discipline basically. So it's like once per second, and it has like a cap of 30. And that is what you spend for like some of these demon skills, including your jump. So this Rampage jump, I think it costs 8. So you can use like once every 8 seconds. And I think there are some ways to increase your dominance regen There's like the Fallen command Fallen skill. It's like one of the basics. You can summon some dudes, and when they hit every so often, you get some dominance, I believe. And I think there's like some other stuff with soul shards. So there are some ways to like influence the dominance resource, but it's mostly just like a slow regeneration. But yeah, besides that, in terms of AoE clear, I mean, this Blazing Scream skill has really high coverage, but I guess it doesn't really have like the same output as like some of the other skills. There's also Dread Claws, which has pretty good coverage. There's one version where you can cast it both around you and your big demon. So you can kind of like put your big demon somewhere far away, and then just press the button and it just murders everything. And around you as well. So you can like jump into a pack, press the demon to put him somewhere, and then like explode the entire screen at once basically. So there's that. I guess like these like fire chains we saw earlier, they probably have pretty good clear if you just like spam them everywhere, and they're strong enough to one-shot stuff. Yeah, you also have this stuff here, for example. This is like the Terror Demon, the swarm that moves with you. This is like an ult. And then you just like, you know, jump around into the next pack, so this is an option. God Science looks crazy. Yeah, it remains to be seen if it works on bosses. That the power passes gave us would be moved into aspects and unique mostly. Yeah, I do expect that we're gonna see something like more interesting effects kind of come back as items. Okay, it does say attempt actually. So yeah, it should work on bosses. Now, okay, if Godslayer Crown can actually be permanently active on bosses, it's pretty good. Like, first of all, this brings it relatively close to Perdition. I mean, it doesn't have the crazy stats of Perdition, but it's a 40 multi instead of a 60. And maybe you don't care that much about the crit, for example, or maybe you don't care about the core ranks, or either. Or what you see here right now is kind of funny, by the way. So this is a nether step. A nether step has an upgrade where you don't teleport, but you create this portal, and you can kind of go back and forth. It's like the Warlock portal from WoW. You just run into it, and then it just bounces you back and forth. Kind of hilarious. It's perma pull. Yeah, the perma pull is kind of interesting. And the Godslayer pull is really large as well. What is nearby? Harper's Queen. I'm not sure if there's like a defined value, but it's usually a lot. Like usually there's like almost the entire screen, I think. So there's another version of Nether Step instead of the portal. You just kind of like become invisible and move around while immune. I think it's been estimated sound like to listen to feedback of bloody apexes and increase the crappy stats like 20% without moving the needle. I mean, they made this like primary stat effect. And I guess that largely covers what you're looking for at the end. It's just that it's like relatively uninteresting, I guess, and there's only one of them. But okay. Is Paladin a lot weaker with the Paragon node nerf? Yeah, it will only be top of S tier instead of S+. The offensive bloody affix is still way weaker than Elemental Surge. The offensive bloody aspect. Wait, what does I have to do? What? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I think there will be more balancing in terms of builds across classes next season. I mean, some builds are like indirectly affected by the unique changes, I guess. But I mean, we've seen the patch down, so like not much is changing. It's mostly Paladin that's getting nerfed and these kind of things. Gonna just run for like 2 minutes, BRB. good news, guys. How to eat this though. Is it the video? Yeah, this is my footage. Yes, I played this. What are we celebrating? End of NDA? Ah well, kind of, I guess. So I also plan to do like a bunch of uploads on YouTube in the next days. I'm trying to split it a bit between like season 12 guides and stuff, and like, you know, Warlock and expansion stuff. Not sure exactly how, but we'll figure it out. The new class is Warlock. Yes, that's what you're seeing right now. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, here's an interesting skill. You see this like the skull there on the top left? Here. So this is the core skill, Blazing Scream, which you saw earlier, where it was shooting out the fire skulls and then more fire skulls, and they were bouncing around. So here, this is actually an upgrade where it becomes Abyss, and then you move it in a particular spot, and it just stays there, and it has like a duration, and it stays there for like 10 seconds or something, and it just kind of like does damage in the area. And you can just kind of like put it into a pack and then, you know, do other stuff. So it's like one of those cases where, okay, it can make some sort of combo, right? You can do this, and then you can like, you know, similarly scale like other Abyss stuff, at least, for example, you know, with aspects or whatever, and then you could still have some profit from this. And I think it also applies vulnerable, for example. So it has like some utility there. And you can actually channel this thing. You can like hold it and you can like direct it around if you want. It's good, doesn't seem controller friendly. I guess the directing around might be tough, but if it's like target locked and you lock it to the right target, then it could be nice. But it does seem tough though, yeah. Moonbar Skull. Okay, now we're doing Fiend of Abaddon. So it's like the Legion ultimate. This is where you have the backpack demon. Is that Perinado? Yeah, the Terror Swarm. The Perinado you saw, this is Terror Swarm. This is this ulti on the right. It's one of the ults. So there's like one where it's like, it kind of just like you cast it somewhere and it moves around on its own. And I think one of them like splits like into more swarms. So once it has eaten enough enemies or something, it just splits into more, and then there's like multiple of them. And they all move around. And there's one where you attach it to yourself and you carry it with you. Yeah, dolphins, obviously. Backpack buddy, yeah. Yeah, the backpack is an upgrade, one of the variants of the Queen of Abaddon. So here you can put it in one spot. This one here is kind of good for bosses. I think I was looking at the tooltip here, right? Yeah, if an enemy survives more than 5 hits, then each subsequent hit increases the damage towards the target by 2% and extends the lifetime by 2 seconds. Up to 60 seconds. Yeah, so you can literally put this thing down on like the boss and just like, you know, it goes an entire minute, you know, and then you cast another one. So, kind of cool. Thieving Rehan. And here's another thing that's kind of interesting. One of the fragments. While in demon form, you lose 1 dominance per second. This is the second resource. Per close summoned greater demon to extend the durations. So there's a distinction between greater demons and lesser demons. So lesser demons is like the little fallen dude, the lunatics, the bombardment technically counts as that, and like there's like a sigil of summons. I think they're all lesser demons. And you know, the greater demons is like all the big guys, you know, like the Abaddon and the Rampage guy that you saw that like, you know, smashes all around. I think all of your like fragment demons, they're all greater demons. And yeah, like the fragment demons don't have durations actually, so this shouldn't affect those actually. But yeah, basically you can like have your backpack guy and then you just like spend your resource to kind of keep him up like forever basically. Or like your Terrastorm, right? You can literally like if you find some way of, actually you don't even need a way. You lose 1 dominance per second. You gain 1 like just as your regen. And you lose 1, so it just stays even. So as long as you don't spend any more, you would actually just like, you know, break even and have an infinite greater demon if you want to do that. And for example, the Terror Swarm, the ultimate, that, you know, the Peonado thing, that is a greater demon. So you can literally just like press the thing and just let it run forever. And he's just walking around. I didn't do that here, I think, but yeah. Is S12 really anticipated? Yeah, S12 is in the works. Very long anticipation. You hope your drops are active? Yeah, try to refresh, sometimes it's just the UI bugging out. Yeah, big guy. What a boss. So it's just like the demon army just murdering this guy. I didn't actually do anything. So this was literally, I actually tried to say in this run. So it was just me walking in, I pressed the ult, and then one time just like blazing scream, I right click, where it's like this floating skull that I direct just put it on top of the boss, and then I was just not doing anything. And I was just seeing like, how is it? Yeah. Okay, what do we do now? Okay, here I spec into another basic skill which is called Doom. Doom is kind of funny. So you know that this comes from someone who first did the Spiritborn and before that did the Rogue. When you look at the animations. Yeah. He's just kind of like punching these like sigils into the air. It's kind of funny. It's like some short range basic attack. There's like some different versions of it. I don't remember exactly what they all do. But it has like this Hex. Hex is like some new keyword. It's like a debuff you put on enemies. It increases the abyss damage they take. I think here like one of the versions like explodes them or something. You just check the tooltip. No, I'm not playing right now, I'm eating cake. I do have to say it's kind of weird to play with the skull. Because he's kind of like staying behind you and you have to direct it into the next pack. Like you have to actually like, you know, look around you and see, okay, where do I put this thing? Okay, normally when it's an elite, you put it on the elite. And then maybe you try to like, you know, Dark Prison, pull stuff into the skull or the other way around. You first do the prison, then you put the skull on top. Okay. You can only have one hex target at a time, and then it deals damage. Okay. So that's like some explosion. Did you remove the passives? Yeah. Passes are gone. Let's see what else, yeah. Hopefully I'll be in this video. Okay. And you start taking notes about, you know, when in the video I use all my skills and stuff, so I actually have this for reference. The jump is really cool. It feels kind of similar to the barb jump, but, you know, also the transformation and stuff. Yeah. I like it. It feels pretty fluid. And you see you can like evade out of it immediately and stuff. Also new tree, 10 out of 10, or still needs work. I mean, this is basically 3 months before launch for the Warlock, right? And it seemed pretty finished. And I really like the design there. Like, some people might think now, like, oh, what? There's only 2 branches here and 2 branches there, like, what is this? But since you make a combination of, okay, there's one choice, there's another choice, and there's another choice, there's actually a lot of options suddenly. And that's, you know, for 6 different skills, and sometimes more when, you know, you trigger some skills from other sources and whatever, right? So the skill trees are pretty interesting, because there's like a lot of stuff where you need to do a certain thing, like for example, Hex, you know, Hex buffs all of your Abyss damage. So you want to have some sort of Hex, but there's like, you know, if you press the keyboard here, which I'm not doing, but if you search for it, there would be like, you know, a few things popping up that say, okay, you hex enemies with this skill, or with that skill, or with this thing. You know, more and less active, and so on, right? Depending on like how's your like action budget, let's say, for example. Or your resource budget, for example, right? And then, you know, one is like, you know, one is a basic skill that can do that. The other one is like, I think one of the sigils. So there's like a cooldown skill. So if you want to do this reliably, I would have to have a lot of cooldown. But then, you know, my basic skill can also give me other benefits, and so on. Yo, old man ran thanks to the prime man. There's also like another keyword called volatility on this class. It's for all of the fire spells. So there's like ways to gain volatility, and that boosts the damage of an empowered skill by 50%. It's basically some sort of like charge that you gain, where like I didn't fully understand how it works, but basically it says it grants you volatility, and then you have like your skill bar lights up when that skill is empowered, and you deal more damage. And then again, there's also like, you know, 7 different sources of that. You know, one is even in your like soul shard choice, for example, and one is like in one of the skill choices. Like one, like I think in the health fracture, there's like an upgrade where it says if you stand in your health fracture, then you just get volatility and everything is empowered or something. And I think one of the metamorphosis upgrades also has that, where if you transform into the demon, then all of your stuff is empowered or whatever. So I could do it this way, I can do it that way. And, you know, some of those choices are relatively, you know, distinct, right? Like, you know, transforming into a demon with an ultimate is very different from just like, okay, I have this core skill that I'm spamming anyway. But in the end, they achieve the same, like, buff. So that makes it kind of interesting, because you have to make decisions about where to get that thing from, basically. Is there anything from D2 carrying over? Looks like Miasma Chain. Yeah, the chain, the sigils, I guess, that you put on the ground. Although they don't really do the same thing here. But there are 3 sigils, just like in D2. And you know, there's like this sigil death in D2 that has the kind of on death explosion, right? So there's one that is pretty similar to this. To be honest, I don't really expect it to be very great, but I guess we'll see. There's a demon falling from the sky. I feel like the free monk bell. Ah, you mean this guy? Wait. I didn't really get like bell vibes. The thing is, I'm not sure if there's like a big benefit to spamming this guy. You can technically spam him. So there's like a so-called recast skill. And a lot of the Abyss stuff has like this recast theme. Where, okay, you put up the thing and then you can like direct it. You know, like the Blazing Scream skull, like the skull, the Roomba demon, right? And like the Rampage guy also, like you can put him down and then you can redirect him to another spot. But I don't think you get a benefit for just spamming it in the same spot. So I think you're just supposed to park him somewhere and then, you know, go to the next pack and summon him again, kind of. So it's not exactly like a battle monk. I mean, I don't know, maybe they're gonna make like some item that says, okay, the Abyss Rampage Demon, you know, impact now deals giga damage or something. Then you could actually have something like a Bell Monk. You surprised that Epoch didn't make it? Apocalypse? Yeah, it is an old tier. It's kind of similar, but like, you know, way more flashy and very long cooldown. I was looking without armor in like the trailer. I'm not sure if I'm without armor here. I'm not sure if I tried the wardrobe. Okay, we're at 125. I can see a little bit here. Yeah, so I think he's just like in the trailer. He's like pretty ripped and stuff.
Hello.
Me like setting up all the options. Took me like 2 minutes. Okay, here you can see it a bit. Yeah, I would say pretty kind of interesting actually. Like for a caster, right? He's like pretty muscular and stuff. Let's go back to where we were earlier. The Fireclaw looks so cool. Yeah. Let me try to find some of the tooltips. This is the one. Yeah, so when you select this shard, I'm not sure if I have this somewhere in the footage. It must be somewhere, I think. So then you get free hands. So this is like this is the Arc Fiend skills, which are like a cluster up there. It's like the cluster of a bunch of different skills. And you can see them in actually I have them here right now. So this is like I'm transformed into demon form right now, and then the baseline is you get the entire skill bar with these Arc Fiend skills. So there's the Profane Sentinel, which is like the totem kind of thing that shoots. Then there's like a claw auto attack kind of deal. It actually generates dominance, so there's like a way to generate the second resource. There's like the Infernal Breath, so you like Spitfire, and there's the hand, and there's the jump. And the other skill is the Metamorphosis itself, so you can go out of it, and you see my skill bar is completely different. So I can technically have 11 skills here. So I have Infernus now in D4. Here it's actually like, so I did this here, like someone was asking about the bell, right? So I just like kind of spammed the thing. So it does seem to do some chunks when he comes down. But I'm not sure if it's like really helping. Like, I don't know. I guess you don't really want to spam it. Because he still hammers, you know, everything around him anyway. Where are we going to find Autosite now? Treasure breaches and strong rooms, I guess. Yeah, so Arcfiend skills are this cluster here. So this is core, this is defenses, this is Arcfiend. And the Arcfiend skills, so basically when you transform into a Metamorphosis, you get, there's like basically a Hellfire version upgrade. So you see here the red one, or the yellow one. This is the I-beam, that like you shoot the I-beam instead of you summon the totem that does it. And this is like the demon form skill. And then there's like the rampage jump here that does that. So there's also the fire version, and then okay, Infernal Breath and the hand are already fire skills. But one of them also each has like a demon form transformation, and then this is like what you get on the bar when you press Metamorphosis. It just like gives you all that skills. So here, for example, you can actually put all these you can actually put points into all these skills here, and then take this upgrade, take that upgrade, take this upgrade, and so on. And you can like boost them with all kinds of stuff. And then you can, you know, use your normal skill bar and then transform over into Metamorphosis, and then you have the full new skill bar and all the upgrades on all the skills. Hey, Bassett. The version of Warlock I played more powerful than Paladin on relays. Who knows? I mean, they did say they want to make it powerful, and they do want to sell copies. So, don't worry, I think. Are you able to perma metamorph? Yeah, so this is actually just kind of like a toggle. It has a 5 seconds cooldown, and just kind of you just chill in the metamorphosis form, basically. There is another one where it's like a duration, like I think the Abyss version, it has like a 30-second duration or something, or 15-second duration on the 30-second cooldown, I think. And then if you get enough cooldown, you can just stay in it. Heading home from work travel. Yeah, safe travels, Bastard, by the way. I think they reduced Autosite and Treasure Breach too, or just the strong ones like they mentioned. I don't know. Could be. I mean, the Treasure Breaches were kind of ridiculous. And now they removed the only competitor to that. So maybe you're gonna nerf the Treasure Breaches as well. It definitely makes sense, you know, without sanctification in the game, they can... I mean, how much Autosite do you really need, right? It can be very slow and it's fine anyway, because you need to masterwork like 15 items, maybe, right? So it's like whatever. You need like 20,000 Autosite for your entire character. You know, that's like nothing. In Season 11, that would be like 2 dungeons, right? With Treasure Breach. So, they can definitely nerf it quite heavily and it's gonna be okay. And just me kind of looking at the upgrades here. It's also kind of interesting here. So this upgrade says that you can generate Dominance and Wrath after going out of Metamorphosis. So basically you're supposed to transform, get these stacks, and then go out of Metamorphosis and consume the stacks to get extra resources. So you can actually get both resources there. And 3 Dominance is a lot, that's 10%. And this can exceed up to 50% of your maximum resource. And I think, where did I see that? I think this is like one of the fragment effects or something. I think one of the fragment effects says something like you can consume all of your dominance when you cast a greater demon to make it stronger. So I could like do this combo, for example, where you first stack up these stacks, you go out, you get to like way more dominance than normal. And then you press your big guy. You wanna see some crazy stuff for Necro? Yeah, I think Necro is also gonna be cool. What's going to happen to all items of passive skills? Like Griswold and False Death. Well, False Death hopefully gets just nuked from orbit. And, I mean, all the other items, I guess they will get other stats, you know, just put other stats on them and that's it. I mean, in some cases it can be relatively impactful, right? If you look at Arcadia for Paladins, you know, the main reason to use that item is that it has passive ranks to heavyweight. And, well, if that's not the case anymore, then the item is trash, if they don't replace it with something really good. Did really just say Necro cool? No, I said I'm excited to see it, basically. So... Like, we saw the preview of the skill tree, and they actually showed a Necro tree there, and we saw, for example, there was the Skellies, they were on the tree. And now suddenly you have a lot more skills to customize. Warlock puts Necro to bed. Maybe just saying that because I haven't seen Necro. Can you put 12 points into ultimates? Yeah, every skill can have 12. But you can still have only one ult. And this also means that if they don't like massively raise the amount of skill ranks you get from gear, skill ranks on gear is also not going to be as impactful anymore, right? Because you just have so many more base ranks. Like if you had, let's say, I don't know, we have a glove with +5 to a skill or something, right? Like right now, that will give you a 35% upgrade. And in the future, that will be... You have 17, you have... This will be only a 23% upgrade. So the benefit of that, if they don't raise the number of ranks you can get, is quite a lot less. It's like a third less benefit, basically. Skellies on a tree, so it's Book of the Dead reworked. We didn't see the Book of the Dead, but the Skellies were on a tree on a Necro. They specifically said Necro and Druid received the most overhaul. Yeah, I mean, the Druid stuff sounds really cool as well. Druids can now choose the form for their skill. And they said, okay, not for everything, right? Like Shred is just gonna be a wolf skill. But they said Maul, for example. You can now do Maul as a werewolf, and you can do Trample as a werewolf. And so on, so kinda cool. I guess it probably also means that, like, you know, Tempest Roar and stuff is gonna work differently. So only 2 forms for Druid. They didn't say anything about more forms, but I would be surprised if there were more forms. And I mean, what forms should that even be? Cow form. Wild boar. Vibrant. This is kind of interesting here. So there's a nether step upgrade where you teleport your demons with you. See? So this is actually the guy that you can also, like, you know, you can like let him drop somewhere wherever you want, but you can also just make him come with you with the nether step. And then like some of the other demons as well, like the Blazing Scream Skull. Slug form. Median Exile as a Were-Owl form. I think that's true, actually. Taylor stomping at home. It's kind of like Taylor stomping, actually. Can you focus on the succubus gameplay? Ah, you can focus on it all you want. Rinse out. This one here, this is the Lalish that I talked about. This is one of the soul shards choices this demon here. It's like this like worm, abyss worm. And it's kind of like, it like hits this area basically. And it can apply a bunch of stuff. I think it can weaken, it can execute, can reduce the cooldown when it kills stuff. Recast skills, hex enemies on hit. So this is like another thing that I mentioned earlier about hex. So I know Doom has hex built in, and like there's like this visual of subversion, I believe, like one of the things you can put on the ground that can hex enemies. But here you can also do it with any recast skills. And recast skills is, for example, this demon here. Like this guy, this is a recast skill with that Abyss upgrade. Like a bunch of the Abyss stuff has that. So you can just apply hex that way, for example. And then like the skull that was moving around, that is also a recast skill. There's like the basic skill, the Fallen guys. There's one version that does recast stuff. So you can just have your little demons run around and hit stuff and they hex them. If you choose this fragment. Playing all of Season 13 Warlock on zoomed in mode. Evade Succubus login. Okay. Good luck, Sanitizer. Did you go to Blizzard? Yeah, I was there. There was a big like press event basically. There were like a lot of people. Any word on cow level? I don't know anything about cow level. This was definitely a really fun combo here. I love the skill, man. This is a core skill here, Dread Claws. It's like one of my favorite skills. So it does like, and it fucking shreds, man. Like you just throw this into a pack. Like, I'm kind of debating if this is gonna be like my starter. Dread Claws is a very fun skill. It feels a bit like multi-shot, basically. It's kind of like multi-shotting into packs. There's also the other version where it's like around you and around your demon. So you can like summon your guy into the pack, like this Rampage dude. And it casts around both. So that's kind of cool. And you can also overlap that on a boss, for example. Diablo 4 is doing a Frasier style season. No. Was the knock in a good place or need a lot of feedback? I mean, we had a lot of discussions with the devs, you know, I got to talk to Bjorn a bunch and so on. And there was all the other designers when I was there. And, you know, we discussed, you know, ideas and whatever, but, you know, I think there's a lot of stuff to explore. And, you know, there was not that much to see here, right? Like, okay, like I get to play every skill a little bit and, you know, I get a bit of a feel for what it does. But, you know, then come the aspects, then come the uniques, then comes the Paragon and the sets, you know, like we didn't have any of that. So, what this will actually look like, you know, 20 hours later, basically, I don't know. I'm gonna do a lock rep now. Yeah, I mean, I'll certainly start a Warlock, you know, a new class. And so on. And we'll see. There's like a few builds where I can see myself kind of coming back to. But I mean, as like an overall class fantasy, I'm not 100% sure. Like, this is not like my top one, I would say. So I would probably not be like a main Warlock. I'm very excited to go back to Rogue. And, you know, like also see what they did with Spiritborn, for example. And I mean, there's like so many things to try, right? Like, I'll be like jumping around all the classes in like multiple seasons at least after the expansion launch, because one season is not anywhere near enough to potentially even do one class fully. So, but yeah, it's gonna be fun to just kind of explore the Warlock, right? With everyone else, basically. Marco already said he has dibs on Warlock main. Yeah. Maxroll is going to do a lot of Maxroll guides for Warlock. I'll also do some for launch, and then I guess we'll see where we go there. This claw skill looks insane. Yeah. And there's actually a very cool upgrade on the claw. I'm not sure if I have this here. Let me try to find it. Yeah, I like this one. So it's like one of the side upgrades on the skill. This is the Dread Claws. And yeah, it's basically like if you wait until you cast it and you do other stuff meanwhile, you get like extra damage burst. So it's kind of cool. You just like walk into the pack and boop, and then, you know, you cast the demon, you cast the other thing and this, and then you just cast it again. So it kind of like rewards you for like slowing this down a little bit. And it's a kind of interesting thing. He only uses one-handed weapons or two-handed, no offense. No, he has focus. I think they said it earlier, right? It was like, I think swords, axes, dagger, focus. I'm not sure about mace. Mace? I think. Yeah, I think swords, daggers, axes, mace, and focus. Focus like sword focus. Yeah. It's the same thing. Apocalypse is there. Yeah, Apocalypse is an ult. Is there Echoing Strike? Actually, no. There's nothing that really resembles Echoing Strike here. And also, like, it doesn't have this like weird hovering weapon and so on. In general, like the Warlock here is like much less like weapon oriented, I guess. There's no shield. Oh, I got a temper manual. What is that? Hellish efficiency. %22.5% core resource cost reduction on the magic manual. I just noticed. So that's usually something like double or triple on like a legendary manual. Yeah, upgrade to actually hold the weapon now. Yeah, here in he holds it very high, like, you know, it's like very triumphant, you know, my sword. Kind of funny. He is him. Oh, that's actually an interesting effect. So you see this here. This is Eviscerate. So I dot him up, you see? He's like fully dotted. With like one hit. And that is Eviscerate. So Eviscerate, it does like some gigantic weapon damage value as a dot. And then it also like, it kind of like reaps, I think 20% of the current dot on the target. So basically as you reapply the thing, it kind of like, it ticks down, but you also apply a new one and then, you know, it kind of like, you make it disappear faster by attacking again. So that's kind of interesting mechanic. There's like a few skills that can do this. One of them is the basic skill here, Hellion Sting. There's like an upgrade where you have like, I think 50% to chance to like eviscerate. So you can actually just like auto attack them and apply this dot or like reap this dot or something. It's kind of interesting. And your Rampage Demon can do this with like a 100% chance on the first hit against elites, I believe. So you can like throw him into an elite pack and then like here in low levels is like enough to just like kill the elite pack. It's more like an active dot style. Yeah, it's like a hybrid of, like, I don't know, if you know like the Torchlight Infinite reap mechanic, it's kind of like that. So it kind of like it explodes part of the dot on the target, but not all of it basically. And every time it procs, it also applies a new one. So you kind of dot it up more and more, but you also can kill it off quickly basically without waiting. What is isolated by itself away from mobs? Yeah, it's like basically mobs that are not close range to each other. So roughly the distance between like my character and this guy. So if I was an enemy and this was an enemy, then it would be too close. But like further apart than that, they would be isolated. Is there AFK farming viability? Technically yes, but practically we don't really have like rewarding content for AFK farming, I guess. But yeah, I mean you can just make a minion army and stand there or something. It's not a willpower class or intellect, it's will. Fast as fuck, boy. When you transform. So this is like, you see here, I'm transformed as like the Abyss Demon right now. And this has a timer. So earlier I had the other metamorphosis that like changed my entire skill bar, and that's like a permanent transformation. You can just turn it on and off. And here, this has a timer and it doesn't change your skill bar. It just buffs you basically. So there's like a distinction there as well with how the ult works. Bosses are perma-isolated. Yeah, if they don't have ads, they are perma-isolated, yeah. You can equip the Dirk and like on rogues or for bossing, you'll do that, yeah. Let's see if that's something else, yeah. I think it's like another there's like another version of the Dreadclaws, which is like this pink one. I think this one has like a funny effect where you can murder your own demons with it. Like the lesser demons, they get killed by the skill as well, in addition to enemies. So you can choose to kill your demons basically with that skill. And then you can trigger certain things for that. For example, like some of the sigils, they have effects that say if you kill enemies or demons inside that circle, then they like trigger some stuff. And you know, you can put down a sigil on the ground and have like a little demon army, and they just murder them, and then the sigil procs and does its thing. So that's kind of interesting stuff there. Dog looks pretty good from the trailer in the 30th anniversary. Yeah, it now shoots 5 knives instead of 1, so that's kind of a nice upgrade. Yeah, I'm playing this now, I'm just like chilling here. Actually, you can go into the corner again, right? Let's go here. Hello. When you say the skill variants are more interesting than the freeze runes? Well, I mean, they definitely took a lot of inspiration from the freeze runes, I would say. But I think they have the advantage in Diablo 4 that they made them after the game. And now they can actually make variants that matter, right? Like in Diablo 3, they just made variants, but only one of them on every skill was ever played, right? With like a few exceptions, where it was like kind of like whatever, like Boar Companion, Wolf Companion, okay, right? But almost no skill had more than one variant that really mattered, right? But in Diablo 4, you can very easily make that happen because you already know what the game is and what the game needs and what is the design. And even if it doesn't fit, it can be redesigned and so on, right? And in Diablo 3, they never really touched skills, right? They just made them at some point, like, you know, 20 years ago at this point, and never really changed them. Wonder if Crown of Rusian will block off both Warlock resources. Probably not, I guess. Maybe. I mean, the thing is, if Crown of Rusian applies to your dominance, then you're kind of fucked. You can't even press half your skills. if the cost increase applies, because it will just cost too much to even like press it once. but I would say no. But yeah, I guess we'll see. So this is here. Let's see actually if you can notice the damage. So I have this totem, the Profane Sentinel. So I put it up here in the corner and just let it shoot at the boss, right? Dude, this fucking shreds. Look at that guy. Free shot. And now we redirected to this guy. I mean... the turret. Those miasma chains. Yeah, I didn't like the chains so much. Neither in D2 nor here, I think. But that's the fire version of that chain. That's kind of interesting. I like that one because it's just gonna put it down and like it like rotates in the place and just like kind of like hit stuff as it rotates. Kind of cool. It's kind of funny. So in this playtest, loot was actually disabled and XP was disabled. But in, I think he specifically got loot from the 9th dungeon completion here. I think the bosses dropped loot and there was also like, I think, caches or something. Here. There was like some cache. Dungeon cache. A collection of dungeons as a reward for completing a dungeon the first time. And that actually dropped loot. And sigils. Is Infernalist a class on PoE2? It's one of the ascendancies for Witch. And that has a bit of the vibes of like the fire stuff that is going on here, I suppose. You also have like a fire dog and as a minion and stuff. What's the most interesting aspect I found during the playtest? I don't think I found any aspects actually. There was 2 or 3 aspects on the gear though. I'm not sure if I have them from like... There were like 4 characters to choose from. But I'm not sure if I logged into the other guys. I don't think so, so I'm not sure what they had. Maybe one of the other guys has it. But damn. There's a Skovos here. So roughly comparable to something like the Hantu, I guess. That's the shards. Wall plants, currency. Used to buy keys to enter activities. Yeah, I just saw this here, so I just took a screenshot. Here, skill damage, willpower. Summon, this was kind of interesting. Summon damage reduction 100%. Okay, maximum Wrath. Maximum dominance, so 130. Wrath regeneration. There's no dominance regeneration stat actually, but I think it was 1 per second. Okay, here's an aspect. So this character just came with that thing. Brimstone explodes into lava pools, dealing 300% of the damage over 5 seconds. Standing in lava pools grants you volatility. So here is like one of those examples where I was talking about earlier, like, you know, another way to get volatility, for example. And volatility here it says empowers your hellfire skills, deals 50% increased damage. Brimstone is like it's like a sub power like pestilence swarms or earthquakes and stuff like that. So this can be spawned from various skills, including like I think Hell Fracture, the core skill, Molten Bomb, the basic skill, and I think a few more. And then there's this as well. Casting Hellfire skills grants occult skills 68% cooldown reduction for 3 seconds. Casting this skills grants occult skills 68% resist cost reduction for 3 seconds. Now I don't remember exactly what are the occult skills. I think like the sigils. I think the chain. I think Apocalypse. Hellfire skills is basically everything that's health that's like fire themed basically, so there's like a lot of skills. If you played for 2 hours and didn't drop any legendaries, then they really changed the loot around. I mean, they just turned off loot, basically. So there was almost no loot besides what I cheated out from Nightmare Dungeon completion, basically. So nothing dropped loot, basically. Let me try to find what's occult skills. Okay, so Sigil of Chaos. Sigil of Subversion, but not the Sigil of Summons. So interestingly, 2 of the sigils are occult skills, but not the 3rd one. Yeah. Nether Step is an occult skill. So you can get the cooldown reduction for your Nether Step, that's kinda nice. Dark Prison is an occult skill. I'm not sure if I have... this must be somewhere. Dark Prison, they showed this off, it kind of pulls enemies and then tethers them so they can't leave the area. Yeah, Umbral Chain, that's a core skill. Is an occult skill. I guess Doom. Doom, yeah, that's the basic skill. The punchy one. Yeah, so this is like, you know, for that aspect, basically. So Doom would benefit from the cooldown or the resources. Nether Step would benefit from the cooldown. The 2 sigils would benefit from the cooldown. Apocalypse does not actually benefit from cooldown. And Umbral Chain is a resource-based skill, so that would benefit from the resource. So yeah, basically as long as you like trigger some fire skill every 3 seconds, you can Nether Step around a lot and you can cast your chains a lot. Season 12 is on Wednesday. Weeks only, yeah, it's gonna be a short season. Pre-play Warlock. No, Warlock will be with the launch. This will be in April. This is kind of interesting one here. This is like the Infernal Breath. There's like 3 different versions of this. One is like where you cast it yourself. It's like it's a demon. You just breathe fire. Then there's like this thing. It's the Abyss version. And there's also like a recast skill and you can like redirect it. So you put it on the ground and then shoot it in... oh, that's the end of it actually. You shoot it in the different directions. And you can also like, it's like similar to like this totem, right? You can just put this thing down and it just it shoots into the boss or into the pack or something like that. It's kind of funny stuff you can do. I need to take some notes about timestamps and stuff. The first like 15 minutes is basically me just like kind of reading everything, trying to get an idea of what the fuck's going on. I guess the Abodian. So it's like when you have the Vanguard chart, you have this other demon, the dog. So it's kind of funny. You like jump on it and you ride it, and you can like, it's a bit like the D3 Crusader. You like pull enemies with you with like a chain as you run through them. Me trying to make a build. And then he decided to, look at this, it was 20 minutes in. It was barely like even doing anything yet. So now we started blasting actually, okay, so that's like 20 minutes. You play for 2 days, that's more than enough to max a character. Well, it's gonna be a lot harder in the next season, and then comes the expansion. Whose video am I watching? This is my own. This is me. I'm taking like notes right now on like the timestamps of when I use certain skills, so I can like, you know, more accurately jump between them. Because I actually didn't do this yet. Like, I know I've kind of like, you know, clicked every skill once somewhere, pretty much. So I'm just like making some notes about that. It's gonna be useful as well to like do some better like deep dive videos. Do you guys feel like I have any more questions, something that you want to ask about the Warlock? That would also help me to guide the conversation a bit. Did you feel like you had to make hard choices for the skill tree? Yeah, for sure. Like you have like 15 skills you want to put on your bar no matter what you play, basically. But so, kind of like that. Did I post a full video somewhere? I didn't do like the full video, but we should have it on YouTube now. I think it's up. Okay, it's not up yet actually, but we can fix that. Okay, so here's a video. It's like a 16-minute cut of basically this footage. I was gonna link it. Maybe make a command of this as well. Just published it. It was actually not published yet. And then I also have like a first impressions video that I recorded earlier today. And I'll probably like do some more that I recorded about like individual topics. Like, hey, how do the Hellfire skills work together? How do the Abyss things work together or something like that? So I'll see what I will do exactly. I think this might be interesting for people. If there's any other things that you feel like I should cover in like a video, let me know. And I had an interview with Zaben. I'll probably upload that tomorrow. Is there like some post that they made about the Warlock stuff they showed today? Maybe you can put that into a command as well. Let's see. 2 hours ago, Master Hell itself with the Warlock. That seems kind of promising. Yeah, look, there's an entire post here actually. Nice. So there's also a lot of information here. Weird new uniques items. Oh, there's uniques. Spine of Tathamet. Hell fracture deals 100% increased damage and every third cast raise a third fracture. Cabrax's wall for agony against a fallen army items for free and deals 30% increased damage. The Fecund Seal. Sigil of Summons deals 100% increased damage and you can summon up to 3 additional demon swarmers of kills outside a ritual. 900 item power. Ancestral 0 GA. We saw this on the PTR already. Ancestral 0 GA. The mythics on the PTR were all like that, and they had like a 1 in 100 chance for an ancestral for a GA or something. Hi, Katiana. Many people will be curious about learn about demon form. Yeah. So now GAs are chase items. I mean, that's what we've seen on the PTR. Like, getting a GA on a mythic was like, oof. You're not opposed to that. Yeah, one thing I would like is like, you know, for like the min and the max ranges to be like a bit further apart. I mean, they're like, you know, plus minus 20% or so, right? But for example, look at this life here. This has literally exactly 1000 life. Okay, this might be like particular to this item, I guess. But I feel like the ranges are kind of too small sometimes, and there should be like a bit more excitement in like, you know, how much of a range it rolls, I feel. Is that the same as Season 12? No, this is not Season 12. This is expansion. We don't have 900 item power. It just happened on the PTR with the mythics for some reason. And I don't know, maybe they did some change. That was like expansion and somehow it affected the mythics. Maybe that was a PTR thing. I don't know. Main stat percent is back. Wait, where is that? Ah, here, 11% willpower. And this might be a unique item power stat. It's a ring, right? So it used to be on neck. This might be like particular to this ring. Wait, there's more. Wait a second. And a Flame of the Prime. Hitting enemies with a core skill increases the damage they take from you per skill up to a maximum. Arcfiend, Demon Form, Vescarians are core skills that cost Wrath. Okay, that is very good. But it don't say what it is. Hey, here's an item. Go figure it out. But the effect is very interesting. So yeah, I mean, okay, they just, I guess they just want to give you an idea of what is possible, I guess. Which is interesting since they did they post like the skill tree themselves? Not really, right? Okay, there's like at least a basic explanation. Interesting. Okay. So it's like kind of like a clusterfuck of information here. But it's funny. Okay, so where are the uniques? Yeah. Yeah, so the reason why this is so good is because this includes the jump. So the Arcfiend Demon Form skill is the eye beam where you transform. It's like the hand. And it's a jump. So if you can do the jump with Wrath, that is pretty good. Wrath is the primary resource. Stats may vary before release, effect is set in stone. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to put the stats necessarily, I think that's fine. But at least I could say, what is the item? You know, like what slot? Your evade transforms you into an angry lunatic for a limited duration that explodes for 2500% of command fallen's damage. While your angry lunatic and movement speed is increased, and you spawn the mini lunatic every half second and seeks enemies command fallen and deals increased damage. You know what is this? It's the fucking chicken witch doctor. You become an angry lunatic. Can you find Warlock art? You should look for the press kit. There's some good stuff there. Okay, Litany of Sable. Drag claws deals increased damage and additional claws fire out when you gain a stack of Shadow Form. That is really nice. Drag claws is a pretty good core skill. It's the claws, you know. And Shadow Form stacks you can get from, for example, Metamorphosis. There's like the Abyss version that kind of goes together very well anyway. I was actually playing exactly that combo without the item. You just kind of passively gain Shadow Form stacks all the time. Cowl of Malefic Torment. Malefic? Malefic? Hex dooms enemies below a threshold of life, maintaining the hex and deals a portion of doom's damage every second until they die. And doom deals increased damage. Okay, doom is the basic skill. Ditch. Let's put the footage up again a little bit here, I guess. Oh shit. What's it called? Malefic. Okay. I mean, it's a basic thing, so it's like a basic skill build kind of deal. It's kind of interesting, so depending on what that threshold is, maybe you can actually just have a kind of passive extra damage to like execute the enemy. I mean, technically they just die at some point, right? I wonder if you can actually make a setup where you just like, okay, you only bring them to that threshold and then just walk away and they just die at some point, you know? Like in the pit or something. Evade lock will be called chicken lock. Chicken lock, yeah, maybe. Okay, Lurid Pact. Rampage deals increased damage. Each enemy or demon killed by Rampage increases the size of the brute and its smashes. I think it's like one of the side upgrades for Rampage. So Rampage is like the big smashy demon. The one that can also jump from the sky. So I think one of the upgrades actually makes it kill your demons. And that increases his damage or something. And now it also is AoE, I guess. Okay, Seal of the Ophanim. Profane Sentinel deals increased damage and summons an additional eye that follows you for 10 seconds. Yeah, so you have like a moving totem as well. The Eightfold Idol. Blazing Scream leaves Sigil of Subversion, Shadow, or Lava Trace behind. Sigil of Subversion deals increased damage. Okay, I mean, hard to really say anything about that. Agram's Schism. Agram and its summons deal increased damage. You additionally summon Agram's other half and gain a second charge of Command Agram. It's like one of the Soul Shard demons. It's the Legion guy. That it spawns actually like 5 like these vile crawlers or whatever they're called, like from Diablo 2. You know, the little demons that the Wanderer spawns at the start of Act 3. So I guess you get like double the amount. Ditch. Hellhound Sabatons. Abodian deals increased damage after command. Abodian ends your connected with a fire chain that deals a command. Abodian strike damage by already currency increased movement speed. Okay, so these are, I guess, boots. But I mean, who knows? I guess it's probably a ring. Maybe this. This is like a helm. Who knows? Okay. Rixus of Terror. Tazroth deals increased damage. Command Tazroth's Terror Realm is an ultimate skill that lasts longer and will active your best skills execute enemies. So I think they renamed one of these guys. I think this is what the Abyss Demon is. Let me see. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, here. So Tazroth. But in the live stream they said Lalish. So they renamed him. Did you try to fire demon mode? I did, yes. Okay, Disciple of the Forbidden Class quest. Pre-purchase a lot of hatred, unlock new rewards. Battle Mephisto. Riding on a demon dog is gonna be fun. It is kind of funny, but I'm not sure it's gonna be that useful, to be honest. Because I think there's like probably better ways to like move enemies when you want to. And the movement speed bonus itself is also not exactly helpful, and you can't press any other buttons while you're riding him, so I'm not sure it's gonna be that great. But I guess we'll see. Okay. Anything else in here? You're so glad that loading screens are much faster now. Yeah, that's actually very noticeable. That was on the PTR already and it was really good. We've done a good update there. New keyboards. Ah, we actually have a lot of stuff here. Increase Abyss skill damage taken against enemies based on missing lives. Takes up to 3 times. Eviscerate. Instantly use a portion of the bleeding life and then bleed for additional damage. Okay, it seems like it first reaps it and then applies the new one. Shadow form grabs unhindered. Any movements can stealth but consume stacks. Demon form increased life. Kiss. Increase the damage of demonology skills. Gravity empowers hellfire skills. Okay. Ah, look, there's also like this here. Do Modern Bomb, Command Fallen, Hellion. Hellfector is really fun. So basically it works is you put it like on the ground and then you cast another one, and then every time you cast another one, the previous ones also explode. So you can like stack them or they can like, you know, spread them. I think they explode like 3 or 4 times. Dark Claws. Okay, defensive skills. Anything else you want to talk about here? I'm not so sure about this Total Retching. It like taunts enemies. And there's like an upgrade where it doesn't just taunt, but it also takes the damage that you take instead. So I guess that can be like a pretty useful upgrade. Wall of Agony. I didn't find that too enticing. Just this one here. But I guess you'll see. That stuff is pretty good. The taunt sounds pretty good. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like when you look at defensive skills, the taunt alone is not necessarily enough. But it can be good though. I think a taunt is not to be underestimated. There's actually one upgrade. Let me try to find this. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So it doesn't spawn the guy anymore, but instead it's kind of like the confuse or like, you know, mass taunt kind of thing or so, like that Witch Doctor had or so, mass confusion, where like an enemy taunts everything around it and everything just hits that guy. And then you can also command the target around. It's kind of interesting actually. But this might be potentially kind of interesting, I guess. It's also like some gigantic stagger. Sounds like attract. Yeah, it's basically attract. Yeah. Just finished a dev update. Yeah, welcome back, Bassett. This Amazon is so funny, man. The Apocalypse looks so good. Yeah, I mean, they made it very flashy and stuff, but you cannot use it very often. I guess with like Flicker Step and stuff, if they don't like giga nuke this item, then you can like cast it relatively often. But even so, like the skill itself says it's not affected by cooldown reduction. So you have to reset it in other ways, like Zek Rune, Flicker Step. Terror Swarm. Terror Swarm is kind of funny. Harness Soul Shards. Warlock Archetypes. Okay, Legion, Vanguard, Mastermind, Ritualist. And then you get the shards. You actually have all of the bonuses here without numbers though. But yeah, we have the tooltips here, I can go through them actually. I want to see if there's like any other info that I don't have. So the uniques is definitely like, there was no uniques in here. They're actually showing a lot. Okay, yeah, there's not much else besides uniques though. Okay. Kinda nice though. Last blog post, we can definitely like dive in that later. Are we hyped? I'm hyped. It's gonna be very cool. Paladin look too flashy, Warlock looks about right. I feel like this class is even more flashy, to be honest. They're kind of crazy with like the animations. Your flight is 15 minutes late. Oh boy. How long do you have until you're home, Bassett? Hello, 21 mirrors. Okay, I guess while we added, let's take a few more notes about stuff that I have in this footage. So we are at 44 minutes. I have the fire chains. And what else? Lunatic. Oops. Apocalypse. When do I press Apocalypse? Ah. I'm trying to see the animation. So I pressed it here, but I don't see it. I just see the big explosion. There's like this Doom Bomb upgrade. But I don't really see like the bomb itself or something. It's just that's like the boom. Maybe it's just like not showing because of the wall or something. Okay, here's another use. Ah, it's this. You launch it forward and then it goes kaboom. Okay, here. Ah, you can wait, it's actually floating with you. I see now. Look, this is the Doom Bomb. It's like floating around. And then you throw it. Boom. Okay, interesting. And then this is like smaller because I used it earlier. Wait, what is the cooldown on this? Oh, it just like doesn't have a cooldown, I just realized. So it has no cooldown. Oh. You just need to stack it. Okay, so this is how it works. So there's no cooldown, it just needs to be stacked to 20 and then up to 100 to get a bigger benefit. Wait, let me see the tooltips again. I just now realized that. It's this one here. Apocalypse launches Doom Bomb. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about no cooldown. So I completely missed that part actually. Even when I played it, I completely forgot about this. At least 20 doom stacks that deals 33% damage. I mean, that seems very low. That first gets generated up to 100 doom stacks. Each stack increases the bomb's explosion size and damage by 0.6. So you get like plus 60% basically. And here's also the minefield. So this is like the minefield upgrade. It's the other one. This one. Creates a field of abyssal mines, which arm after 0.8 seconds. Unbox is now an abyss skill. I mean, this is like kind of whatever, I feel. Although, I guess if you're fighting one guy, and, you know, you have the luxury to kind of just like kite him through this whole thing, right? How long did it last? Doesn't seem like they're disappearing, I guess. I mean, how many are there? It's kind of like a shitty spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 5, 8, 9, 10. It's like 10. And I guess this would be like probably like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Maybe like 16 or something. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I guess something like that. I mean, if you can kite a guy through all 16 of them, maybe. But it's kind of hard to kite bosses, generally. Like, they don't really move. Where is the footage from? I recorded this when I was there in January. There was a big press and creators event. Starter class for season 12. I'll do Paladin again, I think. I'm planning wing strikes. How would I work on someone like Belial? Yeah, I obviously don't want to use this on Belial, I guess. Although, I don't know, maybe the mines actually land there, right? Okay, I need to write a timestamp for this though. So this is 45, 44. What is this thing called? Minefield. Okay. Okay, we're doing the Hellion Sting. Playing as Butch is a cool idea. Yeah. Building Fire Miasma Chains you're talking about? Yeah, this is the Hellfire upgrade for Umbral Chains. So it does something completely different, right? It's basically just like a ground AoE, and it's just kind of like circles. And the other one is like, you know, you connect the chains to like the enemies, or even like to yourself or to your demons. And you know, that depending on the positioning, it does like more and less damage and stuff. And it's like, you just like spam it on the ground. And you saw this earlier, for example, for the Doom Bomb. It hits multiple times, so you can like stack up the Doom Bomb really fast. Yes. Yo, cheese get a swings on a big donut, man. Are you gonna play the Warlock? Look at this here. This is like an lead, right? Animus Cara Avian. Boom. It's just like does the eviscerate. So it does like a lot of damage. And now you can kind of just keep spamming it, and then it will like take out some of the bleed, instantly apply the damage. It's a bit like, you know, partial rupture from Barb. And then apply a new bleed, and it kind of like, it ramps up, but you also take more out if you keep spamming it. If it was like an enemy that was actually tanky enough, I'm not sure, maybe on the boss. Let's see the boss in this dungeon. No, never mind, we're just deleting it with the ult. Okay, what else are we doing here actually? Okay, we're trying Blazing Scream. Can I bounce it? You can do some funny stuff, like similar to like pin shot bouncing, I guess. Where you could try to like put a boss in like the right spot, and then there's like ding 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 ding. One of Butcher's skills in active our gear, like Butcher basic skill getting buffed on Zephyr Zontek or Raphael. I guess, if I had to guess, it probably scales like only with your main stat or something like that, and then like with difficulty or something. So they probably like made it work in some way that's like kind of build agnostic. Okay, here's like the other version of this thing where it just like turns around you, and then you can like hold and channel it, and then it turns faster. It just kind of like spins, ding, 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 ding. And otherwise it just spins very slowly around you. What is this one called? Skull Splitter. It has weird animations when it's spinning, like missing frames. Yeah, I agree. And maybe it was just like unfinished at that point or something. What's that Terrasome called? Searing Infestation. Yeah, it stays around you. It's kinda nice. Kaboom, okay. You learn all these like skill names. Am I able to say anything about the skill trees or R classes? Not much. But they did say that for Druid, for example, you'll be able to choose the form that you want to be on the skill. Or like on most of them, I guess. And we saw that Necro has the skeletons and probably the golem on the skill tree now. What's that ability? That's a Terror Song, it's one of the ults. It does remind of Paranada a bit. It's kind of funny. Here, so I opened like a 9th dimension sigil. Here, Forbidden City. And you couldn't go there, you couldn't go out of the Hunter in this demo. So you were just kind of stuck in the Hunter. I was trying to teleport to this dungeon. I was like, okay, maybe I can cheat the system a bit. But it just like doesn't get you there. You're just stuck. I tried, guys. Hope some stuff like Corpse Explosion is a real skill now. That's actually not Corpse Explosion. I mean, there's a lot of stuff with like killing your demons or killing enemies or something like that. But not exactly like Corpse Explosion. Why does Warlock look shitty and boring? I don't know, I mean, maybe it's because I'm like reading tooltips half the time instead of playing the game. No, this was in the reveal trailer like 2 weeks ago or something, Patronus. There was a sneak peek of the Necro tree. And then they talk about the druids earlier. The Bombastic reminds me of Corpse Explosion. It's kind of like the reverse of Corpse Explosion, I feel. Like you summon your demons that you then like splash on the ground. So Okay, here's like the Dark Prison. What is this modifier called? Chain Aura. So that's the one where, like, this is what I mean with like the Death Ball build. So you can do the Dark Prison, it just stays around you and does a bunch of damage and stuff. And I think it can also like reduce the damage you take and some things like that. And then you have like this Terrastorm that can also stay around you. And then there's also a Sigil that does that. So you can combine all these skills together and then it's just like a walking Death Ball. And that's definitely gonna be a build, I think. Okay guys, it's time for a little YouTube early access summary, so then we're gonna continue with this footage here. So let's do this. Let me lower this here. Yeah, we're gonna get out like a summary of like the stuff today and so on. And then we're gonna talk more about the Warlock and so on. Guys, keep in mind it's not the skills, it's just the skills not used in any way, no aspects of Paragon. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, this is like, this was like some pre-made double 40 character, like, you know, random stuff. And I was just like experimenting like all the time, right? I had 2 hours to try the entire tree, you know? So, anyway, say hi YouTube, guys. Let me see. All right, what do we have here? Okay, that's like all of the Warlock preview and all that kind of stuff. Really cool art, to be honest, I must say. Like the artworks are amazing. This almost looks like straight out of taken out of D2, almost. The style. Anything else here? Okay, then we had the season 12 stuff. That's kind of interesting rendering. Okay. Here's a skill bar as well. All right. Okay, that's gonna be the vendor. That's the boss. Okay. Good enough. Yeah, I just wanted like a summary of like, you know, both the big topics basically, and then some of my notes, I guess. And then we have to like dive into the patch notes, maybe like another video tomorrow. There's like a lot of stuff to unpack in the patch notes actually. So we'll see. Where's my other notes? Okay. All right, I'm recording now, guys. I'm recording. Yeah, you can say hi YouTube now. Okay, I just needed to check a little bit because I have like 100 screenshots here. All right, hi everyone. I'm doing a live recording on stream right now. We had the season 12 campfire chat and the Warlock deep dive that they showed earlier. So I have a bunch of screenshots here about what is going on. And I gotta say, it turns out this looks way better than I thought it would be, like both for the Warlock and for the season 12 stuff. So it was a really cool kind of like reveal trailer, and they showed up some of the lore and the like kind of artworks and stuff. You're gonna see a bunch of stuff here. But also season 12, we knew that there were some hidden like butcher themed like dungeons and this kind of stuff going on. But it's actually way cooler than that, I think. You're gonna transform into the butcher, you're gonna get skills, and so on. It's going to be kind of amazing, I believe. So that is separate from the Warlock reveal as well. So just keep those in mind. Warlock is season 13, the expansion, on the 20th of April. And season 12 is next week on Wednesday, on the 11th of March. There's a 7-week season preceding the expansion. So just kind of keep that in mind. They showed off a bunch of stuff here, like new cosmetics that they get with like the reliquary and so on. And yeah, then they dived into the Warlock here. So there's like static images, but I also do have footage here. This is actually playing in the background right now. This is my footage from when I visited the Blizzard headquarters. And you can see some of it on my YouTube already. You can check the channel. I will also make some more like deep dive videos about the Warlock. But it's kind of easier to go through this in like a more structured way right now with the screenshots here. So I just kind of took them from the live stream. And yeah, they showed off like a bunch of these skills and animations and artworks. So really cool stuff. I do recommend to just check this out. I'll link this down in the description. Here's like a Warlock. It's just kind of like the character screen kind of, and you know what they look like. So yeah, overall like really cool stuff, I gotta say. Very interesting animations. It's like very over the top, you know, like all these like demons being tortured by the Warlock and stuff like that. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. Here's an Apocalypse. This is the ultimate skill. You might have seen this in Diablo 2 already, with like the pentagram fire skill that you can spam. Here is like a pretty like long cooldown, but very flashy effect. Yeah, you summon big demons. You summon small demons. You can like murder your own demons to get power. You have like these abyss themes here. There's like some, you know, like crawlers from the shadows and stuff like that, and so on. So lots of stuff going on here. Maybe I'm gonna kind of skim through my footage a little bit here to show this off a little bit. Here's like some, you know, Hellfire skills, for example. There's like a Hell Fracture, one of the core skills. What else do we have here? I'm just gonna like improvise this a little bit here, basically. So we have like an Umbral Chain Hellfire variant where it like spins around here, for example. You have like the Fallen Lunatics as your own minion, like demons, and you can like send them in and they explode, for example. So there's stuff like that. You can launch the Doom Bomb here, which is like some gigantic explosion. Boom. That is like the Apocalypse Ultimate, like another variant of that. What else do we have? We have these like blazing skulls here that you can like shoot around, and they can bounce off walls and they shoot even more skulls out. It's like another of those core skills, for example. You can transform into a demon, or you can have the demon swarm follow you around with the terror swarm here, one of the ults, for example. Yeah, lots of really cool stuff, I gotta say. So just to give you a bit of an idea of what this looks like, there's lots of stuff to dive in. Warlock already has a new skill tree here. So we got to see the entire Warlock skill tree. I will also show that off. I have all the tooltips of everything, and you know, just kind of like what it means, not just for this class, but also for the other classes. So I will dive deeper into that very soon. So just to give you like the kind of like overview here, this is what this looks like. Yeah, lots of really cool stuff. So the trailer and the video they showed was nice. Also with some badass metal music they had in the announcement and so on. That was kind of cool. You can ride the Demon Hound as well, and not just transform into a demon yourself. So you have like this guy as well. You can chain and drag enemies with that. And then it showed off a bit of the different archetypes. So basically there's 4 main archetypes on the Warlock, which is Legion, Vanguard, Mastermind, and Ritualist. Basically incorporating like, you know, different like ideas of like a playstyle. So Legion is like lots of demons and stuff, big and small. And then there's the Vanguard, where it's like kind of like you are in the fray, you transform to demon and whatever. Mastermind is kind of like the guy that stands in the back, in the shadow, in the stealth, and you kind of like command your guys around, and you can like manipulate enemies. And then you have like the Ritualist, which is like, you know, lots of like powerful casting and like combos and stuff like that. Yeah, so this is kind of what this looks like. But yeah, overall, I am very excited for the Warlock, I have to say. There is a lot of cool stuff to dive into, and yeah, I'm just very excited to see. There is actually a blog post, I just want to like highlight this real quick, that I just kind of saw right before this video. But there is like also a lot of information laid out here. There's like a few screenshots and GIFs as well, if you want to like dive into that. Like they show a few of the skills off here, for example, in action as well. Not all of them, but you can get a bit of an idea of what this looks like. There's also a bit more explanations about, you know, the soul shards. There's like the class mechanic, basically you have like 12 different options, and which is like a combo of like 4 options, each with 3 sub options, and you can like kind of pick, you know, 1 and 1. So that's kind of interesting, and it allows you to like, you know, fine tune your setup a little bit with this customization. So yeah, in general, like this class has a lot of skills, a lot of different combos. There's like, you know, different new keywords that this class unlocks that you can get from various sources and then do various things with that. So it's definitely like a very like cool class to like explore like your own ideas about how you want to play it. So this is kind of what I can say so far. And from this playtest here, when I tried this, you know, it felt like, you know, a lot of stuff was like really cool, really impactful, really powerful. So they also said in this live stream, for example, it's going to be, you know, they make sure that it's going to be strong, basically, with just about anything. So I would expect it's going to be kind of similar to Paladin, where it's like, you know, a little bit overtuned, basically, when it comes out, which kind of makes sense, you know, whole new class, and we have to learn everything from scratch kind of deal. So it makes sense that they help us out a little bit by making it a bit too OP, I guess. So yeah, just kind of like to keep that in mind. I don't think it can really go wrong with Warlock, is what I'm saying. But yeah, there's also like a few things that didn't show off, including unique items. So this was actually not part of this like recording, this playtest that I done there. There were no uniques. At least I didn't find any of them, but a few of them are actually described here, so you can get a bit of an idea of, you know, what they do. There is, funny enough, something that really reminds me of the chicken witch doctor here from the other 3. I think some people might rejoice and, you know, see that coming back, basically. So it transforms you into a lunatic, and then you like fire off more mini lunatics. So it's basically exactly like the chicken witch doctor. So that's kind of a funny idea. So we're gonna see some crazy stuff. I mean, it's literally called Cage of Madness. I guess that's a very fitting name for such an item. And there's like a few other things here that I'll try to unpack another time as well. But yeah, so much for like the Warlock preview right now. And then they also jumped into like the Season 12 stuff a little bit. There is actually some pretty surprising updates here that I didn't really see coming. So as I mentioned, we had the kind of like idea that there is the slaughterhouse stuff. I made a video about the like hidden season journey items that mentioned this kind of stuff. There was some mention about transforming into butcher and getting like a kill streak and these kind of things, but we didn't actually see this on PTR. There was no mention of this anywhere in the blog post and all that. So they kind of kept it hidden. But yeah, it turns out they had like this little like animated trailer here, which is kind of funny. So there's like you as the butcher, and then, you know, you walk into this city here and, you know, you start slaughtering, basically. So that's the idea. And the season is also called the Season of Slaughter. So yeah, it's gonna be quite exciting. So you start out, this is like literally like level 1 season quest here. And there's this like butcher altar you find. And yeah, at level 1, you already get a taste of what this feels like. And then you have like your new skills here. So I'm not sure exactly how this is going to scale. I imagine it's going to be some sort of build agnostic scaling with like your character level or something. But yeah, you're going to have like, you know, some hook, you're going to have like some AoE, you have like some whirling, thrown axes, and a bunch of stuff. And it's going to go crazy, I guess. This is this is what it looks like. You use the butcher now and you walk around in Helltide, and this is it. And yeah, there's also like these things you can find in Helltide. So this is like not a permanent thing. But yeah, there's like these altars you can find, and then I kind of sacrifice a thing, and then you become the butcher. And yeah, I guess they're like trying to make this like a thing for the season. Kind of cool, I think. It's gonna be very funny to try this out, and you know, just kind of like have some funny stuff going on. It goes with the theme. Very cool. And yeah, here's like some other screenshots. I think this is like some like seasonal currency that you get here, for example, that you use to like transform, basically. And yeah, there's also like something in the Fields of Hatred. So for PvP, there's like a thing to fight around, and then one guy can transform into the butcher and hunt the other people. So that might be kind of funny. This is like one of the AoE skills that you can do, pretty big. And yeah, here's like some screenshots of the massacre streaks. So that's like part of the season theme as well. So that kind of goes with the whole slaughter theme, I guess. You get a kill streak bonuses and these bloodied items that have kill streak effects. So as you ramp up these kill streak tiers, there's like some increasingly larger like stat boosts you get. There's like crit, movement, attack speed, resource, cooldown, life on hit, and then also like primary stat. So they added like a new thing there, where it's like also a bit like has like an end game relevance basically. And it can also give you like extra seasonal currency and seasonal XP. So it kind of just incentivizes to keep these kill streaks going. So that kind of just goes with that here. So we have, here's an example, so times 10 bonus XP. So you might actually be able to farm paragons in Helltide, for example, pretty effectively with this. Or, you know, like Infernal Hordes, for example, on the PTR was really good. And there's also easily, you know, very high kill streaks achievable. So I guess we'll see how this will go exactly. And then there's also those things here. Tragedy at Carrigar Slaughterhouse. So they did like a little preview of that where they showed you like kind of like loading into like some town area, which looked like it was just like walk into Kyovashad or something. And you would just like start murdering like everyone in the city. I don't know exactly how this is gonna work, but it sounds pretty wild to say the least. And yeah, you kind of just like go rampaging as a butcher, I guess, in that dungeon or something. There's also going to be this bloody items vendor. So you can kind of like target exactly the stuff that you want, for example. So here you can get in Bloody Town, like a specific effect already on it and stuff like that. So as far as I know, you have all of these like specific categories on any of the slots. So there is like 3 categories. Rampage is armor, Feast is weapons, and then Hunger is jewelry. And they have like different effects that are possible. And you can kind of like target it here a little bit with what you're looking for. So there's that. And then there's also the pseudo Torment 5 content. So there is Nightmare Dungeon sigils, Labor sigils, and the Infernal Hordes. And they have like a +1 Torment type sigil. So it's basically T5 for those 3 content types. I'm not sure exactly how to acquire these things. I guess maybe they drop from the kill streaks, or maybe they drop randomly, or whatever. But yeah, this is going to be kind of like raising the bar quite a lot, and actually very significantly so. I'll dive deeper into this. But it means for season 12, you'll definitely notice a gap between like the good builds and the bad builds a little bit more. Because since, you know, previously Torment 4 is just like a very low bar, and, you know, anyone kind of gets to that point eventually and kind of starts one-shotting stuff. But Torment 5 is a pretty steep step up from there. It's like a ×10 or so in terms of difficulty, and like in terms of monster HP, and maybe like ×2 or so for like monster damage. So this means like, you know, lair bosses in particular, they can definitely be a tough fight outside of like being like really decked out on a good build. You will probably struggle against these T5 lair bosses. And also the Infernal Hordes, they spawn like these like burning butchers all the time. Like every like 15 seconds or something, there's like a butcher popping up. And these are also pretty beefy. And yeah, you really want to get those, for example. So it's definitely going to be quite interesting to like min-max a character a lot more. There's going to be like a lot more incentive to really grind out a good setup. And, you know, not just kind of, yeah, okay, I'm done after like 2 days of, you know, half-assing my character, basically. So this is gonna be a bit more exciting, I guess. Yeah, here's like some screenshots, what it looks like. So lair bosses, there's like also butchers popping up in the portal, like spawning monsters and that kind of stuff. And here as well is like an Andariel fight. They showed off a few of the new uniques. TLDR, kinda trash. This is relatively good for rogues, for bossing, and pretty bad, but a nice early game item. Here was a Butcher lair boss arena. So that is also new. They said that it's going to be, you know, newly introduced in the season. It looks a little bit like the Diablo 3, like Act 1 boss arena, if you remember that, with like the lore tiles lighting up. We have actually a screenshot here. So I guess it's going to be kind of a similar combat where maybe like the fight intensifies if it takes too long. And they said that this Butcher fight will also persist after season 12. So it's like a permanent lair boss that I guess will also have his own loot table and stuff like that. So it's going to be kind of interesting. And yeah, we were actually memeing about this earlier on stream, but it happened. They're doing a Reliquary Doom collab. So that is very fitting, to be fair. But that was pretty funny. So there's obviously the shield and yeah, a bunch of other stuff here that's coming that you can expect to get. So there's like, I think this is part of the free Reliquary, and then there's also like, you know, some other stuff. There's like a portal effect here they can get. There's like the glowing sword, the armor from the Doom guy and whatever. So yeah, cool stuff. That is like I think part of the premium battle pass, but I kind of just took the screenshots here to show this off a little bit. Yeah, very, very interesting and funny. And yeah, I think this was pretty much about it here for like the campfire chat and like this preview of all the kind of stuff here. There's like a few more things that I took notes on that I just want to kind of like throw in here while I at it. There's like more stuff like the full patch notes and stuff. Yeah, they talked about just like, you know, become the butcher. So I mentioned all of that. Other seasonal content, and butcher dabos, the bloodied items, yes, and then here tower. So for those that are not aware, tower is a thing now, and maybe you haven't seen the tower yet. So that was introduced in season 11 later in the season, which is the leaderboard feature. So this is a system similar to the pit. It's kind of like a sister system that you know, also has these tiers, and there's a timer, and a few rules are different and so on. But yeah, this is like something with like a leaderboard attached to it, so you can like climb the ladder basically, a little bit like Diablo 3 with the Greater Rifts, and see where you land. And yeah, they said they're already like doing a bunch of improvements there, like they're changing the maps a little bit, make them better, more balanced, more bosses. And it's also going to be in from day one in this case. So last time they brought it kind of like middle of the season, but now it's going to be day one, leaderboard is out. So I think that alone is also going to make the season start especially kind of exciting. At least from my perspective. There's also like some lore notes now and some end of run UI that shows you some stats or something. And they also did talk about future of tower. So it's going to be like rewards per tier advancements, and then also like rank rewards. So like there's like relative ranks basically, prestige stuff. Yeah, we'll see. A build viewer is happening, and solo self-found is in the works. So they confirmed that they are working on it, which is kind of nice. And miscellaneous, no more doors in dungeons. Kind of funny. I'm not sure if they removed them or if they just like opened them. I think the patch notes mentioned it was just opened all the doors. But yeah, either way, I think a lot of people will be very excited about this. Traversals, or like climbing ladders and stuff like that, is now scaling. Loading speed improvements. This is actually something I noticed on the PTR already. That was much better. You can actually see it here in the background right now in this like B-roll, right? So me teleporting to like the next dungeon, and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. So it's kind of like that now, way faster than it used to be on like the live server. So definitely noticeable. And there was a bit of like Q&A as well. I was gonna go through this real quick. Especially for like, you know, it's a kind of like mixed questions between like season 12 stuff and expansion stuff. So it's gonna go like one by one here. There was like a note about kill streaks falling off before bosses, like in the pit, for example, you go through the portal and stuff like that. And they say that they made some improvements there. They shouldn't fall off now, for example, while loading, kind of nice. Bloodied items carry forward, like after the season. Yeah, probably not, but you know, they might like consider, you know, doing something that fits basically. We'll see. And Butcher will have the same build for everyone. So if you're like playing a ranged build or whatever class, it's the same. And for the expansion, people asked, is perma-demon form possible? Yes. Is Druid getting some love? There was a guy asking about that specifically. There was a really interesting tidbit here. So Druids will be able to choose which form they can run. Like not for like every skill. So they mentioned like Shred is just a wolf skill, for example. But they, for example, talked about Maul, and Maul will have a wolf and a bear form. Or Trample will have a wolf form that actually changes the skill to a jump instead of the, you know, run kind of thing. Kind of interesting. There is 2 new Warlock runes they mentioned. One called Dark Prison, like a pull and tether effect. The other one is like a sub-power, kind of like a landmine kind of deal. The Brimstone here. Is there going to be like a Warlock from D2 style bind demon? No, you only have like the demons that you have. I guess in Diablo 4 also you don't really have like this sort of like kind of like exciting enemies to bind with like auras and this kind of stuff, I guess. So it makes sense. Will the new skill trees make all classes feel as fresh as Spiritborn, Warlock, and Paladin? And they did mention about this that, yeah, they will have all similar designs to this. So again, I'll be showing this off in more detail when, you know, like I make like a full video about the Warlock skill tree and, you know, how it all works, how it comes together, and the choices you make. So be ready for that. But yeah, the TLDR is, yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff we can do. We saw some sneak peeks already with like cold hydras and like different variants of Hoda and, you know, a bunch more stuff I think that were like in some of those clips. And here they mentioned specifically in this call out, okay, you can now make an ice meteor, and then you can overpower, and you can also like, you know, like star pact from Diablo 3, use all of your mana to like make it stronger and stuff like that. So this is certainly quite a different skill compared to what we know from Meteor these days. But yeah, this is kind of what I got here for like the live stream summary. Stay tuned for more videos. So I will cover a lot of stuff for Warlock, a lot of stuff for Season 12. So I'm kind of working on it in parallel. So you might see like a bit here, a bit there over the next coming days. And then next Wednesday, not the Tuesday this time, they're starting the season on Wednesday. Obviously, we're going to be there and blasting. So get ready for that. So gonna leave you with this here for now. Hope you enjoyed the summary. Let me know your thoughts, and then I'll see you guys next time. Cut. Okay. Easy. All right. Enjoy your early access, guys. So I should upload this real quick. Where's the patch notes? Oh my god, I have so many things open. What the fuck? Okay, let's close this. Where's the patch notes? Didn't I have them open? Did I close them? Ah, it's here. Ah yeah, this is something interesting I found. Check this. Ding. that is kind of funny. Ding. Very interesting. I'm sure that's exactly intended. Maybe that disguise is like super easy to stagger. Maybe it's like this boss in particular, but that was kind of funny. Am I using this skill here somewhere? Alright, here, I'm doing like this attract skill, so this is what it looks like. But unfortunately, this guy was too small, and then my demon just came out and killed it. When I tried the attract thing. Look at it. He just eats the fucking demon, man. I remember this, like I was trying this attract skill. It's like basically like it taunts all the enemies. Like you select an enemy and it taunts all the other enemies. But then also like my guy comes out, just eats the fucking maggot. And it was so like ugh. But I couldn't actually try it. He goes nom nom, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this thing like he like automatically attacks whatever you're attacking kind of deal. And all these guys are like too squishy. Like here, okay, here it worked. You see like this elite, but then I killed it myself with the cast F. And I was like, okay, fuck this. And it's back out of it, I think. Where does the gameplay come from? I recorded this when I was there in January. Did we get early access who pre-ordered? No, there's no early access. The early access part is the Paladin. You get a Paladin now, basically, you know. Hopefully a demon doesn't one-bite Uber bosses. Yeah, I can't guarantee. Okay, all we added, I guess I'm gonna take a few more notes about timestamps. When will Maxroll be updated? Well, we got the patch notes like 2 hours ago. So just wait a little bit. I mean, realistically, not a lot of stuff will change. Like Origin is changing a bit, Judgement is changing a bit. And then there might be some new stuff with like Crown of Lucion on some builds and so on, but yeah, Rustbit and Dirk maybe on some rogue builds. It's not really such a huge deal, I guess. I guess the bigger part is like figuring out, okay, what do we do about T5 content, right? Like maybe we'll actually like adjust some builds to be like either tankier or more powerful instead of just like raw speed or something. So I can actually do like T5 hordes, for example, because that's gonna be a pretty big focus. What is the pit equivalent of T5? The equivalent pit would be 70. But if you really want to comfortably do the T5 content, you actually want to be able to like farm around 90. Because at least for lair bosses and for infernal hordes, there's like very tanky bosses. And this will be kind of like a bad time when you can't do at least like 90 speedruns. Like lair bosses are significantly tankier than like pit bosses, right? Like if you like do a pit 55 and you blast it in 2 minutes and you one-shot a boss and then you go into a lair boss in Torment 4, like that lair boss will take like 5 minutes or something. So this is why you need to have like a lot of like kind of like leftover power there to actually do lair bosses and stuff. Which upgrade am I doing there? The eye focus glare. The longer profile center is locked onto the same enemy, the stronger it becomes, dealing 25% more damage every second. I wonder if that scales forever, actually. That's actually kind of interesting. Like, you can... There is an upgrade on like the soul shards where you can have like an infinite greater demon. I think this is a greater demon. Where is it? Here. Yeah, so it's Greater Demon. Yeah, and one of the social fragments says that you just extend the duration of your demons. And you can do that basically forever. So that's kind of interesting. I'm quite excited for D5 content. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. HTL could the Paladins like a hit build do? I was testing on PTR. You mean the spear build? It's actually one of the better ones. That would probably push like kind of 15 plus or something, I believe. Actually, I think I have the notes here. What I did with it. Where did I put it? Okay, I found it. So here. I did 110, 12 minutes, 5 minutes boss. And I mean, this was not fully optimized and stuff. I'm not sure how good was the gear and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty good. 19, 2 minutes, 8-second boss. This can even do like here T5. It's like not instant, but... And it's actually one of the builds that's not great on bosses. And it still kills them in like a few seconds. You own the DLC and you can't play Warlock. Well, you just need to be patient. Okay, just have to check something. How bad is Arden getting nerfed? Let's say it's like a very soft fall for Arden. I mean, you notice the difference, but it remains like, no, one of the top 3 builds in the game or something, over top 5 maybe. So... They didn't put much time into Season 12, neither should we. Well, sounds like you are wrong. I keep seeing different people on different Steam states available now. Now Warlock is not available. So either you misunderstood or they don't know what they're saying. But yeah, there is no Warlock right now. This is a video right now. This is stuff I played like 1.5 months ago when I was in US. Why are people hating Season 12? I'm not sure exactly, actually. I mean, okay, there is like this kind of like this thing of, okay, Sanctification is gone, and Sanctification was really fun. But some people didn't like it. But I think generally Sanctification was very well received, right? And now there's I think not really a replacement to it. But on the other hand, you know, we have other stuff to grind for now with the bloodied items, and we have the tower, we have the T5 content, we have the slaughter stuff, the butcher stuff. I mean, people are saying it's like a small filler season or something. I don't think so. You know, it just seems like pretty typical this season. The current Season 11 Odin walks through most everything on T4. Yeah, you will still be able to do this, but with a little bit more effort in gearing. And then for like more serious content, you have to play with the Consecration with Sundered Knight now on Origin. So that's like kind of the main difference. Like full AFK hordes farming or something like that. Yeah, T4 hordes maybe, but probably not the bloodied hordes. Sanctification ruined 4 GA items, honestly. Yeah, I'm sure it ruined all of the 4 GA items that everyone had. The bloody items were practically worthless in PTR. Yeah, they made like some new stats now that are gonna be better. So there is at least rampage effects they added that are useful. I mean, feast effects were kinda okay. Hunger is for more loot, so I guess we don't really like care too much. Okay, you get more stuff, whatever. So that might be nice to kind of like min-max at some point. And then yeah, the rampage effects, they are like this kill streak stacking effects. And there's like some way to get like more main stat now, so you kind of like ramp up as you go. So you're gonna notice that. I think it's 3% per kill streak tier. The typical pit run will bring you to tier 4. You have kill streak up to 100, and then you have the carnage until 250. Then you have, I don't know what the third one is called, the yellow one up to 500. So I think most pit runs or even tower runs will end at tier 3 or tier 4. So a 3% roll, no GA, it can be GA, and no masterwork will be 4% of masterwork. Like with normal masterwork, no crit. Yeah, so it will become 4. So you have 4% main stat per kill streak tier on 5 items. So that means you get 20% main stat per kill streak tier. That's a lot, actually. So you get 60 or 80% main stat. That's actually a lot of damage. Died on normal. Yeah, I mean, I was like kind of reading tooltips half the time, you know. Like I literally had my like, skill tree open, and like you know, I was not even looking at the screen. I'm not even sure what I died to there. I guess I walked through like beams or some shit. Yeah, I just walked through the beams here while I'm getting like killed by some guys. This is good to write multiple playstyles like they advertised. There's a lot of shit on this tree. I'll take some more notes about some of these guys, actually. Dude, what the fuck am I doing here with these, like, fallen army? What is it? What's it called? Wall of... Wall of Agony. Fallen Rush. Water. I'm just taking like timestamp notes. Does Pit give XP again? There was a patch note that said that they fixed a bug where Pit wasn't giving like a random amount of XP. I have no idea what that means. Maybe they just brought back the Pit XP that they nerfed. But actually the best XP farm, better than the boss farm in Season 11, is actually Infernal Hordes in Season 12. So there's these like butchers that appear all the time and they give like insane amount of XP. Hello. What's up?
I'm going to sleep.
After all this?
What do you mean?
I know.
No, I was watching.
Yeah. Are you counting down the days now?
Hmm?
Are you counting down the days now?
Yeah. And you? How long is it?
It's like almost 8 weeks.
2 months, yes.
Mm. Actually excited to try Diablo 4 now. Hello, it's Cafe. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
There are a lot of things they haven't told us, are there? I know you don't know, but don't you assume?
Yeah, I assume many things. When is Season 12 starting? On Wednesday. Because it's one more day to make guides. Pork.
It only lasts two months, huh?
Yeah, well, it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're like in the PoE cycle and you play both games, then you have a 2-month league every time as well, so...
No, I don't mind. I don't think anyone minds. For sure.
Okay, actually for this PoE cycle it was actually 3 months. Because they delayed.
Yeah, well, in PoE there are 2 games.
Yeah. I don't like PoE 1 anymore. I think PoE 2 is so much better. But last Epoch is after, and then PoE 2 season. Yeah, but last Epoch is actually like later in March, so I'll probably like log in there as well. Nini sounds excited. We must get to a season pass. Yeah, I know.
What?
You need a season pass.
I do.
Hmm.
Do you know someone who can gift me one?
I can ask around.
What about the book? Yeah.
Are you a lore nerd now? Are you gonna have podcast with Loaf Burger soon?
A podcast?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. You know Loaf Burger?
No.
He's like the a very big lore guy. He's making videos actually on YouTube.
Wait, that was your warlock?
Yeah, there's like a pre-made character here.
He's so pretty. Oh, he looks very handsome.
She's,
Guys.
she's never that excited about me.
Wow. Wow, look at him. How come you made a pretty character? Male one too.
I didn't make it.
Ah, it was pre-made.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. God, he's gorgeous.
I'm attracted by
can't
ripped,
wait.
dark art casters.
Yeah, look at him. And all his transmogs there, and the pentagram he's wearing. Chat, do you agree?
Oh, there's more, I guess. Right.
No, guys, I don't want him to grow his hair out. We tried that, and
I'm gonna do it.
It wasn't a big success.
It was nice.
You have a tiny head, okay, and it looks even tinier. We tried that. Plus, you wanna stay bald? Go bald. What is this? Why is he wearing a bucket?
He has a bucket. I don't know why he has a bucket.
What the fuck is this bucket? Okay, don't you ever dare wear that. He has a very pretty face. You need to show it.
Okay.
Grow a mullet. I wanna see that. It would be so funny.
A mullet. Wait, what is that exactly?
That was an 80s thing. You grow a thing here.
Ah, the long hair on the back.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Have fun. I'm gonna keep Merlin.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun here. Right, guys?
Yeah. Are you gonna keep my dog?
I'll keep the dog.
Oh.
Can you bring some water maybe before you go? Please. Thank you.
Your manner.
So many Australians have mullets that are gross, but who knows, maybe I like it. There's no PTR right now, this is a footage here from January. Hi, Rob Stark, by the way. Male or female warlock? I'm not sure yet if I didn't really check character creation. I would probably go for a male warlock. I don't know. Maybe the females look nice. We'll see. Male or female warlock in D2R? D2R I can't choose. It's just male. And I don't know. I think here it kind of feels like something where I would make male character instead of female. I guess it's kind of the idea of warlock. Like it's like female warlock a thing actually. Like, are you gonna make male or female warlock? Thank you.
I guess male. I guess both. Yeah, I won't play only one build.
What if they're not that pretty? The female ones?
I'm sure she is. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks to the pawns. Anything new in D4 just nothing happening? Yes and no. There is new stuff here and stuff happening in other games. But we are excited about this. Females would be a witch. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, when I think about a witch and then I look at, what this character does, it doesn't really fit either, right? So, is there a build I prefer in Warlock? Yeah, I think like stuff I have my eyes on is Dreadclaws in general with like all the Abyss stuff. There's like the core skill here on the right, the one that sends out this kind of wave. And maybe like the spinning umbral chains as like a fire thing. There's like some interesting stuff there, I think. And I mean, I guess you'll see. There could be like some really cool combos, you know, like Profane Sentinel, like, you know, for example, like I discovered earlier that you can actually make this thing like last forever and it just like becomes stronger and stronger and stronger and just like murders the boss at some point, I guess. So that could be kind of interesting. But I guess it's like mostly like a push thing, right? And it's like not something you actually care about in speed farming, for example. But that could be like an interesting playstyle. Would a Warlock be stronger than Paladin? Who knows? I mean, Paladin is already, you know, nerfed a little bit, right? So goatee to on, be real gangsta. I would love to see next class be like a Var Shaman. That would be very cool. I would like a Shaman. I want to play like an enhancement Shaman, you know, like good old Stormstrike, Wind Fury, like vanilla style with two-handed axe. Oh man. That would be cool. Dog.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Wanna learn how to play Warlock? What's that? This is our lore mob. Yeah. IRL demon. He's Warlock man. Yeah, he's definitely ferocious enough for that. You're surprised that Warlock isn't a Bloodcaster or some sort of life leech? Yeah, there's surprisingly like little healing in this tree. There are ways to spend your life, actually. I think also like one of the metamorphosis things was related. Wait, let me see. Oh, where's my stuff? Okay, we are almost there, actually. This one. Grants 40% increased damage when you're reduced below half of your maximum life, but you also cannot heal above this threshold. So that's like a pretty massive downside. So I suppose you can still have barriers that actually go all the way to your maximum life. So that might be the idea, but there's like nothing with barriers on this class. So this class doesn't have barriers like innately. And this means you have to get like Temerity, but even Temerity doesn't work. Like, how do you do this, you know? Like, you can't actually stack Temerity when you don't reach max life. There's Soulbrand, but Soulbrand now lasts 1 second, so that's relatively useless. There's like a Bulwark, I guess. Like, Bulwark is probably your best bet or something like that, right? So this would be like something that like just needs to be paired with Bulwark, basically. And maybe there's something else, you know, maybe there's like new aspects or whatever. So yeah, there's like ways to spend your life. There's ways to like not even be able to heal like this. But there's like basically no healing. 2% increased damage for each 53 bonus maximum life you have. Here's bonus life. So you can, for example, take this. Oops. And realistically, this sounds like kind of crazy here. Grants 2% maximum life. And then, okay, depending on how this will scale, right? But let's say you get even like a few procs of this, and then you stack life. And I mean, life is like the #1 defensive stat that you care about. You know, you're gonna have a lot of life. So even if you get like, you know, even like 10 times this bonus or something, right? 20%, that's a kind of good upgrade, just like for being a metamorphosis. You know, that alone is already worth a skill slot, basically. And very likely you can stack a lot more than that. Or you take the 40% extra life, and then you can do this at the 40% damage. So 40% life, 40% damage, but you can't heal above 50%. So 50% of the 40% increase is 70. So basically it would be at 70% of your normal life with a 40% damage buff. So that is the other option, I guess. Per 53 sounds really strong. I'm not sure. You probably see somewhere how much life I have here. You can check. Maybe we see how much life I have. If I open my inventory somewhere. Maybe at the end of the dungeon. I get some loot. Okay, here. Shit. Yeah, that's 1,400 toughness. I have no idea how much like life we have there. But these items seem relatively like life server. Let me check. What is a 426 item power glove right now on the life server? Okay, that is 11 life. So I guess it doesn't really translate. And we're level 40 here, right? So my character in the planner has 120 life with just the glove and level 40. So I'm pretty sure I have more life than that, right? Because I'm pretty sure toughness is nothing different from just like life multiplied with your damage reduction. So if they didn't change that, I'm gonna look at this. We have 120 life, and we have 15% damage reduction, and becomes 142 toughness. So basically 120 divided by 0.85. Yeah, so that checks out. So in that case, you know, this guy has 1400 toughness. Obviously there's a bunch of more armor and so on involved. But I have like a few hundred life at least. Maybe 500 life. So I would get like 10 procs of this effect, and this is without like, you know, temperers, endgame gear and so on. So it kind of depends on how this scales up. But yeah. Realistically, you're gonna get probably way more than 20% out of this at some point. Do penguins have knees? What the fuck? I'm gonna say yes. Anyway. Does Warlock use Int or Will? It's a willpower class. Which weapon types can Warlock use? Yeah, I said this earlier. I think it's dagger, axes, maces, swords, all two-handed as well. Focus. I think that's it. They mentioned it in the live stream. No scythes. F. There's a scythe for the Twitch drops though. Is there scythes? Did I say scythes? I'm not sure. Maybe. I guess it would be kind of cool, but maybe they wanted to keep this like as a necro thing. Five skills of Fortify. Yeah, Fortify is basically the only healing you have on this tree, I believe. I don't really remember anything that heals you. Maybe from the fragments or something. Yeah, so Dark Prison can fortify you. That's like one of the best ways to heal, I think. Dark Prison has this side upgrade here that gives you like 45 when you hit enemies inside a Dark Prison. So if you make a pull, and then, you know, can like hit them a bunch of times with like some fast hitting skill, and boom, you have like full 45 and you get like a lot of healing that way. So that's like a relatively effective combo. Why am I smart to have knees? I mean, I don't know, I just figured that, like, you know, they're walking on 2 feet, they probably have knees. I don't know. It seems like that's how it works. Okay, let's see if I find anything else here. Okay, so here's some stuff with the fragments and so on. Demonology skills gain 2% chance to eviscerate enemies that are already eviscerated. That could be very interesting, actually. That gives me some ideas to Fury Craft. I need to cook, guys, at some point. We gotta cook. FD4, go D2R. I played enough D2R in the last few weeks up here. We're gonna play D4 now. But I'm definitely excited to come back to D2R. I don't know, I kind of enjoyed it. And I'll probably do like another run next time if the timing is good. Especially if they kind of keep updating the game, why not? Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. So there is one upgrade on the Profane Sentinel where it says for every second that the Profane Sentinel is like targeting an enemy, it deals 25% extra damage. And I don't know, this might just stick infinitely. And you can just stand there and it'll just shoot and harder and harder and harder. I mean, you know, in practical scenarios, you generally want to keep fights short, right? And assuming that it doesn't interrupt the flow or, you know, immune phase or whatever, right? I don't know, after 1 minute, you would have 60 stacks of 25% damage. So 68 times 25. It's like 1500%. Times 15 after 1 minute, so the average of that would be like 750% bonus. It's quite a lot. Times 8. It's definitely good enough to consider for like some higher end content, I think. It might be interesting enough. The free gets Warlock too. Yeah, it's gonna be glorious. Just wait for the 40-year anniversary this time. Diablo 1. You missed the Destiny is at TLDW. I wanted to post it on Twitter, which I will do right after the stream. I'm gonna like go through my notes one more time then and have a TLDR on Twitter. I also made a recording, yeah, so I'm not sure if it's up already. Imagine people returning to play Diablo 1 Warlock. Yeah. Did they ever put like Diablo 1 on the Battle.net launcher with like a remaster version? They did this with like Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 1 and stuff like that lately. I guess at some point I will do Diablo 1, if they haven't already. But I wouldn't expect like any update for that. It's just like you know, for the memes, you know, and you play through it in like a few hours and that's it. So that's kind of interesting. So you lose, so you gain shadow form stacks pretty easily by just being like transformed as a metamorphosis like Abyss Demon. I think it gives you like 4 shadow form stacks per second. And then you can lose them by walking. I'm not sure how fast exactly. I guess you can try to like figure that out. And you can also lose them by casting stuff, I believe. For example, Dreadclaws has like the one upgrade where it spends a stack of shadow form when you cast it. So it's probably possible to like lose 2 stacks of shadow form per second-ish. If it's like start a step around and cast the Dreadclaws. Maybe there's better ways of losing shadow form stacks. And you definitely get them all back easily. So like this you can get 2 dominance per second instead of 1. Which is not like particularly crazy. But it might be enough for something like this. So what I'm thinking about is this guy. The Rampage dude. How long does it last? 10 seconds. So it costs 10 and it lasts 10 seconds. What about the side upgrades? This is like side... No. Okay, so nothing here really increases duration or something like that, so it's 10 seconds. Wait a second. Okay, here we go. So this is what you have to do. You need to recall shadows, and you extend his duration. It gives you plus 3 seconds every time you do another step. So you cast the guy, and then you just like another step as much as you can to increase the duration. And you can probably make this guy like last half a minute plus at least. And then you can do this, because you won't really have to spend any dominance on anything else. You just have this dude. You get 65%, 0.65% per dominance consumed, which is not really that much, man. That's actually very little. When you have 30 dominance, which is the cap, you get like 20% damage. That's actually so shit. For what it costs you, man. Right, really? I mean, you can literally just do this. That's like the same shit. It doesn't cost you anything. It's giving you options. I mean, okay, there's technically, you know, the difference that here you need a recast skill, but I think basically anything that says Demonology and Abyss is also a recast skill. Like the Profane Sentinel is, the Rampage guy is, the Fallen, the Infernal Breath, the Abaddon, I think they're all recast skills. I'm not sure if there's any of them that is not a recast skill. And this specifically calls out non-soul shard demon. Yeah, I think this thing needs to be buffed a little bit. Because there's not really a way to like generate a lot of dominance. There's one way, which is a way you don't want to go. Where you can go from 30 to 45 dominance. There must be something else. Maybe there's something where you can get a lot of maximum dominance. And then this can pop off. But just your base pool of 30 is like not it. You need like some sort of like extra maximum pool. And do we expect tier list update on Maxroll after patch notes? We have our meeting on Saturday. So yeah, probably like Sunday then. Hey Jux, by the way. What is volatility? Volatility is like the buff for like the fire skills. Where they can like, when you have that buff, they deal more damage basically. And you can get volatility from various sources. So that is like one of the strongest ones here, the Abyssal Fragment. As long as you hex them a lot, basically stack hex, 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 and then they take 100% as a damage echo, which is quite a lot. So this is like clearly a pretty superior value over even something like this, right? Or something like this. There's 20% here, there's maybe 20% if you have, you know, all the dominance. And here's like boom, 100% extra echo, but it removes the hex. So I need to like have a lot of hex application basically to make this worthwhile. Causes occult abyss skills to apply one additional stack of hex to enemies while you summon its power. Which is relatively easy to do. Occult abyss skills is like Sigil of Subversion, which does that easily. The Umbral Chains, which does that easily. Thanks, what's up by the way? Ventura, appreciate that. Volatility can now stack up to 3 times, increasing the damage of empowered skills by 10% and life to consume by 1% per stack. I'm not sure if like any of the skills normally consume life. So I guess it just like adds the life cost. Command Warlock also silence the life to fortify you for 8% of your maximum life and cause Warlock to pay 100% of the life cost instead while you siphon its power. Okay, so I guess you kind of just like slowly kill your demon. And then you have to resummon him at some point. I mean, the fantasy is kind of fun, but... Okay, so volatility I believe is a 50% damage buff, and then with this thing you get another 3 times stacking 10% buff, if I understand this correctly. And they're always empowered. And consume, here, and consume 4% of your life, so and I see now. Okay. So you always get a 50% buff. So I think this is actually particularly good when you don't have any source of volatility otherwise. I think there could be setups where you just spam your fire skills non-stop and you just like want to have always empowered and you can't really get enough elsewhere. Then you just take this. But 4% life cost is a lot. You're gonna drain life really fast. Twisted Fragment. Consume 1 stack of hex on targets on hit to increase the damage against the target by 25%. Occult Hellfire skills. Occult Abyss skills can now be empowered by volatility and cause explosions, dealing 50% damage when hitting an enemy for the first time. That seems like extraordinarily shit. 50% weapon damage for the first time. Every 50 wrath spent grants 1 overpower. Like, one thing that is kind of interesting is that there's so much text on this, right? It's like, and it's not necessarily even related. Okay, Occult Hellfire, Occult Abyss, okay, but then there's like this random overpower thing, right? He's kind of like out of place. And then also like here, like these things do a lot of things at once, I feel. That is a very strong effect, I think. Inferno Fragment. Oh yeah, Volatile and Demon Form, Hellfire Gust causes you to emanate fire for 2 seconds, dealing 30% of that damage to close enemies periodically over 2 seconds. So this is a little bit like Jaguar Hall on the Spiritborn. You hit stuff and then you echo it around you. That's gonna be kind of wild actually for some skills. Like if you like just kind of like run into packs, like you do like some big explosion, jump into the next pack, and you arrive and you explode with like the previous damage basically. And then, you know, the pack goes boom as well. So that sounds kind of cool. Warden Fragment. Violent Demon Form, lose 1 donuts per second to extend durations. Okay, this is like the one with the Profane Sentinel. What about the Abaddon? Wait a second. If an enemy survives for more than 5 hits on Paladin, each subsequent hit increases the damage towards the target by 2% and extends its lifetime by 2 seconds, up to 60 seconds. Okay, I mean 2% stacking is very little, right? Like this is like way less scaling than the Profane Sentinel. Profane Sentinel is 25% per second. And this is 2% per swing. And this guy doesn't even swing once a second. So that's like 20 times less ramp. Can someone explain the shared mana pool setup? It's like D3 Demon Hunter, if you know that. There's like primary resource, that's like a normal resource, and then there's the dominance, which is like slow regeneration, and you can barely influence it. It's used for like the kind of like big demon skills. I'm wondering if there's any other like sort of ramping mechanics like this, where this shard would be useful to extend the greater demon duration. PDR is not on. Demon Form also increases damage of Hellfire Demonology skills by 30%. Okay, so what is Hellfire Demonology now? That is like the Terror Swarm that follows you around. That's like the Lunatics, I guess. I guess it's like all the Arcfiend stuff, basically. But I think if you want to be transformed into a demon and just do damage, you're probably better off with this fragment instead. And I think it's not hard to have volatility, yeah. Transform the demon and gain demon form variants. It's kind of interesting. All overridden skills will be at least the same rank as Metamorphosis. It's kind of cool. Okay, that's like the Sin thing where you get resources. This is the one. Adds its ranks to Hellfire skills and only replaces non-Hellfire skills. When it also grants volatility while active, and each Hellfire skill cast increases your damage by 8% but burns you for 8% maximum life over 3 seconds. That has a lot of burn actually. Dude, I'm not sure how it's supposed to sustain this shit. Like, there is so much self-damage you can do on this class. Either with the burn here, or with like this fragment. What was that? This one. Occult Hellfire skills consume 4% life, and then goes up to like 7% life. Does the Doom Reliquary release on Season 12 launch? Yes. Hey, February? What else is a greater demon here? There's like Blazing Scream, but you can just like tap that to reset the duration. So that is like completely worthless. So for Rampage, it's also not really a big reason. There's like no scaling on the Rampage really. No, actually I think one of the side upgrades has like a thing where like it kills your small demons. And it gets like larger, but I don't think it gets more powerful. Alright, let me see. Is this one a greater demon skill? Wait a second. Yeah, so wait a second. So Tyrant's Grasp is a greater demon, but it has no duration. So I don't think this actually interacts with the fragment here that extends the duration. It doesn't have a timer. There's this thing where it transforms you into demon, but I don't think this would matter. Here's this thing, it reaches for you and pulls away enemies for 5 seconds. So that's like one thing, maybe. Summons an abyssal pit for 10 seconds and consumes non-elite enemies. Knocking out, hiding them in stealth. Recast to pull additional targets into the pit. Like, what is going on this skill, guys? It hides enemies in stealth for 10 seconds. Recast to pull additional targets into the pit. Yo, Momo. When is the expansion? It's the 28th of April. Thanks so much, by the way. Okay, so here's the thing. This has a 7-second duration, and it's a greater demon, so we could extend that. Becomes a channel skill. Demon explodes. The explosion damage is increased by 10% for each time the demon's breath hits enemies. So realistically, you want to cast it more often and not less often for this. Yeah, so realistically, I mean, this is a 15-second timer already. Like, you don't really care about extending any of this. I think this fragment is really only good for the Profane Sentinel. I think this is something for Profane Sentinel, which is kind of weird, because this happens to be on the Fire fragment, right? That's like the Vanguard one. And the Profane Sentinel is an Abyss thing. But okay. Okay, here's another thing. It's not just that, actually. It is also the Terror Swarm. Because there's a Hellfire Demonology skill. The Terror Swarm that follows you around is actually that. And it has a timer. And there's another thing, which is that in demon form, you actually get a special attack that allows you to generate dominance. You can actually generate it while in demon form. Is this ritual here a greater demon skill by any chance? No. Okay, this is a backpack demon. He's actually Hellfire. This is like the Hellfire version. So that works with the fragment. But then we can't do the other ult, I guess. This one, yeah. This is also the Hellfire version and also stays with you. So both of them do that. But you can't have both because they're both ults. Interesting though, actually. I'm gonna note this down. New class looking OP. Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to judge from like a level 40 demo. But I think it's gonna be pretty good, yeah. I'm just kind of like looking at some of the options and like, you know, kind of just like wrapping my head around some things. I mean, I've been looking at this, but there's like still so much more to discover. And I'm just kind of like thinking about like, okay, what are combos, what are options? You know, now that I can just like sit down and I just like read the tooltips again and I'm trying to make connections. And it's kind of interesting to do this, actually. It's a very interesting exercise. And this also like tells you like something about the like new complexity that we have suddenly with the skill trees. Maybe Warlock is like just generally a bit more of a complex class, I guess. With like all the interwoven like mechanics, keywords, you know, this kind of stuff. But it's gonna be kind of similar on other classes, I guess. We have to think about, okay, like how do you connect this with that? They heard they're removing all passes on the tree. Does it mean they're also gonna change all the affixes for those passes? Yes. So yeah, there will be like some shake-up of, you know, unique items and so on that come with passes. Like Sunburst Neck, Arcadia, Griswold, I guess. Like, you know, half of the power of Griswold is just like the passive ranks on it. You can get like 6 ranks to one of them with like a GA, and then like 4 ranks to the other or something like that. And like, I don't know, 50% damage boost or something from those things. Windows second wind for Rogue is gonna be an aspect now. I think that would make a pretty cool defensive aspect. This evisceration fragment really intrigues me. %2 chance to eviscerate enemies that are already eviscerated. It doesn't sound like much, but it can produce a lot of fucking demons if you want. Like a lot. Like, I would say something like 20 plus demons a second is probably realistic. For example, with bombardment. Sigil of summons. We need like the hell, but there's like the Hellworm guy. So the Hellworm guy, he kind of like copies your skill. So if you do anything with like lesser demons, it copies that. And you can have like a bunch of like a little army, I guess, if you want. You can have like Agrom, which is like one of the social demons. So actually will have Agrom anyway. If you choose this guy, you have Agrom, and Agrom summons 5 little dudes. They just kind of like attack. So they will all have this. And then I guess you start the whole evisceration stuff with Rampage. So you do this. 100% chance to eviscerate elite enemies that are not already eviscerated. So I kind of like get it rolling. Now the bigger problem is like, how do you do this on enemies that are not elite? You need to figure something out for that, I guess. But I think it would probably like melt elites. If you have like a bit of an army, you have this. And you like, you know, build into eviscerate stuff, which is like dots and whatever. I think it could be kind of interesting. Combining those two here. This sounds like a very fun kind of combo. So here. Oops. Yeah, so eviscerate, it does this, yeah. It's just it's like a lot of bleed damage. I think we can see it on one of the tooltips. So Hellion Sting has this. Okay, it says eviscerate for 600% damage. So I'm not 100% sure if the eviscerate is like exactly the same from a Hellion Sting or this one, but I think so. I think it's the same eviscerate. It's like a keyword. So it seems like it does 600%. And that bleeds them over 12 seconds. It's like a lot of damage. And it just comes down to how fast you can proc it, I guess. So Hellion Sting can proc this pretty easily, but only on one guy. You can proc it a lot on one guy. And there's not that many eviscerate effects. So Rampage actually has like a built-in eviscerate chance, I think. Yeah, 5%. I'm not that crazy. But then it becomes 100% with this upgrade against the elites on the first hit. And then once you have it rolling, it just rolls, right? Because he's going to keep eviscerating when you have this fragment here. Why does it just close? Interesting, at least. So let's see bombardment. Warlock is any expansion, Nitro Ninja. Okay, bombardment is probably the best way to generate a lot of demons really fast. So smash down 4 demons into the ground. Everything we see here is ×2 from the Hellworm, so this is 8. Each cast within 3 seconds counts down more demons up to 4 additional. So the 4 become 8. Okay, let's multiply ×2 at the end, right? So that becomes 8 per cast. And 1 additional, so it's 9. ×2, so it's 8, okay, it's 18 demons per cast. And I think it will easily reach something like 2 casts per second, right? With a bunch of attack speed, maybe more. So we're talking about potentially something like 40, 50 hits per second, where you will have this eviscerate chance. And that can be in AoE. So you can like giga spam bombardment into packs and eviscerate them. All non-objective doors in every dungeons now automatically open. I wonder how this actually works under the hood. You know, it's like you load into the dungeon and then like do you hear the sound? Like are all the doors actually opening? Like I wonder how they did it. I'm playing PoE 1 season tomorrow or skipping. Yeah, I figured I would play it a bit, but you know, it's like rough with the timing, and now we suddenly also have so many things to do here, and I feel like I'm just kind of getting drawn in with like theory crafting now, and then we have like the season 12 stuff I need to prepare. So realistically, I'm not really gonna go very far, I guess, on season 12. On PoE. Should have come out like a week earlier, maybe. Too many fun things is a good problem. Yeah. I agree. That's a kind of funny one. It's kind of a shit one, to be fair. Like, this one is too weak, I think. Considering what some of the other fragments can do, I feel like this one, okay, you have unstoppable, nice. But if you really want to be unstoppable with a much smaller opportunity cost and even other benefits, you can just use a Nair rune if you want. And get a concealment buff from the rogue or some shit, or like Ghostwalker aspect on your boot, right? Like it's relatively easy to get unstoppable, I feel. I get paid unstoppable. I was thinking about unhindered with Ghostwalker, but either way. It's not that crazy. It sucks that WoW Midnight is super fun. Damn it. The idea of this fragment is kind of cool, I think, but it seems kind of weak compared to some of the other choices. Like, it's just like some somewhat situational defensive use, doesn't really give you anything. Like, I don't know. The idea is cool, though. It sacrifices your demons when you get crowd controlled and you become unstoppable. Can you play this class now? No, that's an April. There you go, now passively spawns a wild child, lesser demon every 1 second. Summoning Grey Demon increases the spawn rate by 50% for 4 seconds up to 150. Additional stakes do not refresh this duration. Okay, let's say that somehow we generate enough resources that we can actually spawn 2 guys. Okay, Command Echo no longer spews wild children, instead causes all of your lesser demons to explode. Yeah, okay, so you just kind of get rid of them, so you don't want that anyway. Ah, I forgot about this part actually. When 50 of your lesser demons die, your next greater skill cast has no resource cost. So I was just like talking about this combo with like the bombardment stuff, right? And we said we can get something like 40 to 50 kills per second. So you can actually proc this like non-stop. And the greater demons, I mean, there's some interesting ones there. Abaddon, you can just spam Abaddons. You can spam Rampage. And Rampage does have... I think it might be not such a bad idea to spam Rampage, actually. Warlock is not in Season 12. You can play it on D2R, that's true. You get a bit of a taste, I guess. But I mean, the D2R Warlock is, you know, not anywhere close to like the craziness that the D4 one will have. But it was fun. D2R Warlock was pretty good. This patch note sucks. A new monster affix has been added to Sapper affix, cause the infected enemies to drain your resource. Yeah, we'll see how bad it will be, I guess. I remember in Season 1 they had this effect with the Millionth Heart and the Millionth guys, and that was really bad. But I mean, resource is not really a concern for anyone these days, so we'll see. Wait a second. Just realized you can actually fill your dominance very fast. So there's like this effect on the abyssal fragments where you spend 2 sticks of Terraform per cast. Okay. Now the thing is, it only works on recast skills, and the thing about recast skills is you generally don't want to spam them. You want to like sometimes tap them. Like here's an example of playing in the background right now. So this is a big abyssal dude that we summon here. This guy on the top left here. This is a recast skill. And the recast skills usually have like this behavior where, you know, you kind of like plant the guy there and then you recast it and it goes somewhere else. Or like the Profane Sentinel, like the totem, it turns around and then shoots in the other direction or something like that. So you don't really like spam it. You could spam it just to spam, like to spam away your Shadow Form stacks for this, I guess. But every time you do this, you get 1 dominance. So let's say you do like 2 recasts per second, just spamming it for no reason. And you get like 3 dominance per second this way. You can fill your dominance in 10 seconds. It doesn't seem impactful enough though. What build I'm going to rock in Season 12? I'll probably start with Wing Strikes, because I've actually not really played it very much, just on a PTR now. and it's very good. I played a lot of Shield of Retribution, but I definitely gear up Shield of Retribution because that's probably going to be the push meta. I expect Shield of Retribution will be the #1 build for Paladin, which is really cool. I really like that. Played a lot of it already in season 11. So it's gonna be fun to push with it. Haven't played since season 2. Excited to join back. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that has happened. And soon there's gonna be a lot more stuff. Okay, what I need to do is I need to make like a fucking like I don't know, like a map, like a mind map or whatever. Like I need to connect all these things somehow visually. Like I just realized, okay, when you play this ritualist shard, it says while you have at least 4 stacks of overpower, your occult abyss skills apply 1 additional hex to enemies on hit. And an occult abyss skill is, for example, the Umbro chain. So that's initially a core skill you can just spam. This is like a potential like main skill candidate. So you can just get your hexes from that. You don't even need any other source of hex. You don't need Doom, you don't need a sigil, you don't need anything. It just happens. And then you also have the fragment on that same shard, which is like, in my opinion, probably the strongest one on this entire thing, which comes from the same shard, which is the 100% damage echo from Hex. So you stack it 4 times by hitting 4 times with the chain, and then you get the 100% echo, and then it removes the stacks of Hex, but you just get them back anyway because you keep spamming. And then you even get a second stack of Hex if you press the button. You have in mind to start with SSF? I mean, I play nearly SSF anyway, so it's not a big difference for me. But yeah, we don't have official SSF right now, so I will not like strictly play SSF if I feel like, you know, I need an item or whatever, and I might trade for that, or like, you know, usually I will trade for boss materials, not items. Most of the time I sell runes and buy boss mods, so that's kind of like my thing that I do. And I just farm Belial and stuff. Occult Hellfire skills have first one chance to grant volatility for 4 seconds when cast. Sounds like it's gonna kind of have perma volatility like this pretty easily. With the 40% chance. Unless volatility is consumed. I'm not 100% sure if volatility is consumed after use or something, but I don't think so. It says it lasts for 4 seconds, right? So now it gets really interesting. Occult Hellfire skills and Occult Abyss skills. So you You want to use both, but I'm not sure how you would do that. And again, realistically, this occult abyss thing is kind of whatever. That seems like so shit, actually. Like, this whole effect here seems like so shit. The first one and the last one is good. But you have to, like, pretty regularly get hits with other hex skills. I should basically mean Sigil of Subversion. And then every 50 Wrath grants 1 overpower. Dreadclaws is not an occult skill, right? No. Dark Prison is an occult skill, but I guess it doesn't hit anything. Create a shadowy totem for 8 seconds. So it doesn't actually do any damage, so I guess it doesn't actually do this. Cast Dark Prison, refreshes and creates a link. Dark Prison now lasts longer, they can only have one at a time. Then prison ends, all damage, all enemies within take 20% damage. It's kind of interesting. Non-elite enemies within the prison cannot die while it's active. Recast to collapse the prison early. What can we do with that? Something pretty good we can do with that, actually. I got Chewy. Unkill, why use Revenge and Hubris if you have no thorns? So Hubris is mostly for like a resource scaling on the stepping board. It's just like very strong there because of the magic nodes. And Revenge, since you already have the thorns, you just do that. So it's like a nice glyph. You also get thorns from Armored Hide, otherwise. It will be 3. It comes with the expansion, so I need to have the expansion. I wonder if there's like any other use cases for this Dark Prison stuff. Like it's kind of like a pretty unique mechanic that you can force enemies to stay alive. Non-elite enemies within the prison cannot die while it's active. So you basically force all the enemies to die at the same time, right? You make a poll, there's enemies with elites and normal monsters, and you make sure everything dies at the same time. And there's certainly some advantage you can get from that. Besides just Ahu Rune. It's a very interesting effect. Okay, so here we have the Occult Hellfire combo. Chain Aura, creates an aura around you, reducing damage coming from outside by 35% and slowing enemies by 80%. Dark Prison is now a Hellfire skill. And there's Weaken, there's Cooldown, there's Hitting Fortifies. This Dark Prison is a very good skill. Reduces damage coming from outside by 35%, slowing enemies within by 80%. I mean, this is kinda nuts. Plus the Fortify. Dark Prison is just like a very good skill generally. And if you go fast, you don't even need cooldown on your build, you just have this. And you're just chilling. You're just gonna reset it. The Weaken is not that crazy. It's nice, but maybe get it elsewhere. After playing both the 4 classes, Paladin and Warlock, which impressed me most? Huh. Hard to say. First time I saw the Paladin, I was definitely quite impressed with that, but on the other hand, I guess Paladin is not as innovative as Warlock. You know, Paladin is like, it has like a very expected outcome, right? And what they did with Warlock, there's a lot of like crazy stuff they put in there, to be honest. So I would say maybe Warlock. You know, for the Paladin, you know, okay, it looks amazing, you know, the visuals, it feels good, and so on, right? So, you know, first time I pressed Falling Star or something like that, you know, that was amazing. But, you know, we know Paladin, right? Like, even before. Like, you know, a Paladin is a Paladin. You kind of have, like, a relatively clear picture, I guess. Here's a very interesting effect as well. Look at that. Tooltip. When enemies attack the tortured wretch, they are enraged for 2 seconds, gaining 100% increased attack speed. But taking 25% damage when they hit targets. Somehow I can't really think of anything where this would be useful. Like passive thorns is not a thing, and even then they would attack the tortured wretch and not a player. Unless the enemies are unstoppable and they start ignoring the taunt. There's like the attract thing, I guess. Enemies and demons kill close to exclamation. So this seems like the generally way more useful option here. The other one is funny, but I'm not sure what it would be useful for. Yeah, I actually have this upgrade now. So this is like, I have this upgrade here. I cast it on a guy. You see they're all taunted. This is a taunt icon. So one guy taunts all of them. This is like the skill. So they all attack this guy. And some of them actually died. They actually just killed themselves by hitting this guy, basically, with this other modifier, which is kind of funny. Yeah, so I did it on the elite. You can actually see this in action here. Wait, I need to write this timestamp down. 151. Let's see how long it takes for the elite to die. So I'm doing this. I mean, the elite does die from that, right? There's actually so many targets here. There's like 20 guys hitting this guy, and even though they just do like 25%, I mean, elite just got murdered. But I'm not sure how fast I would kill it myself. And you have to like exactly target the guy. Let's see if I find some other elites here. Here's some blues. How long does this pack take? I did that tracked again, okay. These guys are like all half dead here, they're like fighting in NPCs or something. I'm trying Profane Sentinel here, just like to zap the elites. Okay. I think Warlock will be Spiritborn release OP or Pally release OP. Well, that just depends on what is gonna be bugged, right? Like, Spirit Bomb was not supposed to be that OP, I guess. It just happened to be, like, very buggy. It wasn't even that many bugs, right? It was, like, basically, like, 3 or 4, like, layered bugs working together that made it, like, so ridiculous. So if, like, 1 or 2 of them had not been there, it would have been okay. I would definitely expect the Warlock to be, like, you know, a little bit overtuned, and I think they even said this, like, earlier in the Q&A, that, you know, they're gonna just make it kind of strong for launch and whatever. And it makes sense since, you know, it's, like, a relatively complicated class. You know, there will be, like, a lot of, like, aha moments when you play this. Like, even now, like, I've played this, and I already looked at the stuff, and, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? And even now, I'm just sitting here, and I'm looking at, like, the basics of the fucking class mechanic for hours. And I keep having moments of, oh yeah, I could do that, you know? So there's gonna be so much shit to discover on this class. When is the season 12 trailer's coming out? It'll be like on Sunday, I guess. Yo. Doorway Sniffer. Thank you so much for the 5 subs. Appreciate that. Have you noticed if this way can proc decently during the gameplay? Yeah, so the Rampage guy, the big demon, he can like do 100% chance proc on the first hit against elites. So that is like a bit, like for farming and stuff, this is really good because it's guaranteed. You throw this guy into a pack and everything is eviscerated. So if you're farming at the right tier where this is just enough to kill the pack, this is perfect, right? And then there is a Hellion Sting, which is like the basic skill, you can just spam it. And I think it has a 45% chance, but only against your main target. So you kind of have to like one by one eviscerate them up. But this is actually very strong. So eviscerate is pretty good. I'm not sure if it will stay that good because it's dots. And dots are like not really a thing in this game. And maybe this is like the attempt at making it a thing, so I guess we'll see. But at least early game, I think. Your first time chatter, actually, the Doorway Sniffer. Thank you, man. Don't you think that being able to transform into a butcher so easily and frequently, even at low levels, makes such an iconic character lose its legendary status a bit? I mean, there will definitely be some sort of like saturation of way too many butchers, I have to say, yeah. I don't like that too much, but on the other hand, I mean, like, it's like a season. And, I mean, why not? If they, like, maybe cut it back a little bit and they you know, if, like, what remains after the season is the lair boss, right? And if the lair boss is just, like, a cool boss fight and that kind of stuff, then why not, right? Imagine a map full of butchers. I mean, they were a bit secretive, and they said there's, like, you know, more stuff to discover and whatever, so who knows? I mean, the thing is, you're gonna see a lot of butchers. Like, if you farm Infernal Hordes with this bloody sigils, you're gonna see, like, literally a butcher every 10 seconds, and Night Dimensions as well, and so on. So it's kind of like... I do agree that it loses, like, its status a bit, but on the other hand, I mean, butcher has been kind of, like, trivial for a long time, right? We're not really scared of butcher for a while in D4. And I mean, just hoping that, you know, when they rebalance the game and stuff, that it would also take a look at this kind of thing. I am not playing right now. Let me see, where's the other thing? Oh, I just now realized the twisted fragment. Maybe this doesn't mean that it's like the first hit ever against an enemy. Maybe it just means it's the first hit of that skill cast against anything that triggers the explosion, right? This is probably what it means now, just think about it. So you just get like 50% extra weapon damage. So in that case, it's actually not that bad. It can be empowered by volatility. Oh, Occult Hibiscus can be empowered by volatility and cause explosions. Huh. This could actually be better than I thought. When does it come out? In 2 months. Oh, I'm getting tired, guys. Oof. Any other fragments here that I didn't talk about now or think about? And some of them are relatively simple, like this one. This was like, you know, very simple. Weaken, execute, cooldown, easy. Okay, Abodian gains increased cast speed and movement speed and cleaves on its attack. Erupts brimstone during command Abodian, launching periodically while moving. And 6 when dismounting. Each brimstone deals 35% damage. That seems like so bad. I guess the movement speed makes you faster when you ride it. And cleaves on attacks, so I didn't really notice, like, I tried this guy briefly, I didn't really notice he was like doing that much. But I think that's like unique that we saw that is about Abodian. So what are the fragments that I don't really find a use for right now? So here's this thing, where you like explode all of your lesser demons for 75% damage. I'm not sure, this doesn't really seem that enticing. This seems very weak. This seems potentially like a build. This, like, I don't know what to think about it. Maybe an Abodian build. This could be interesting for like Profane Sentinel especially, or maybe some other like greater demons like Rampage, to just extend them. Actually, kind of interesting. So you can just like cast a bunch of the Rampage dudes, and then go into demon form and just like try to like out-generate the drain basically. How much do you get? Let's see if I find like some clip of demon form here. But I'm not sure if I hover over the skill. But you see how my dominance goes up when I hit? It's like, I don't know, 5 per hit or something like that, I would say. 1, 2, 3, 4 per hit maybe. So there's like half here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's like 4 or 5, I guess, that they regenerate per swing. 3, 4, 5, 6, Yeah, so how many seconds is this? Yeah, okay, I think it's 4 per swing. It was roughly 6 seconds. It's 1 regeneration per second. And then 24 from hits. It was 6 hits, so 24. That checks out. So I think it's 4 dominance per swing. Ah, yeah, we're actually looking at... There it is. Yeah. Gotta take a screenshot of that. Demonic Swipe generates 4 dominance. Now, I'm not sure if that works with like resource generation or something. And the attack speed is not particularly fast, I guess. 1, 2... Actually, can I see this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so something like 2 swings per second is probably doable. Let's say 10 dominance per second with regen. I mean, 10 dominance per second is a lot of dominance, to be honest. That's a lot of dominance. It boosts the Hellfire Dominology skills, though. Wait, on which fragment are we? Okay, this is like the Vanguard one. Yeah, probably it's like there's not really a lot of synergy here. Wait. Can you have multiple of these? Summon a demonic eye for 15 seconds. There's nothing really preventing you from having multiple of these, right? So you just put like 1, 2, 3, transform, start clawing, transform out, put 1. Yeah, and you kind of transform back and put another 1 and so on. You kind of just like stack up your big guys. Like, I was thinking about this Rampage guy. Dominance costs 10, summons for 10 seconds. And there's Eviscerate again. Also, I just realized this Eviscerate is 4,000%. That is a lot of damage. It's actually kind of interesting. When you look at this, the average damage is actually exactly the same as the average damage. 5% of this is this. This is just 20 times the average damage. Is that the same on the Hellion Sting? So here it's times 10 with a 5% chance. So this one is like undervalued basically by half. It should be 1200 if it was the same as the other one. Interesting. Like if you have like 10 of these guys rampaging, can I see this a little bit? Let's see. Here's Abyssal Titan. So how fast does he hit? Actually, I would have to go with like another Like where's the like, normal rampage? Do I have this even somewhere? I think I did mostly the abyssal one. So let's just see this guy. I think he might have hit the same frequency. Here. Am I gonna use it? Okay, here we summon him. One, two, three, 4, 5. Actually, he might have a different moveset. I'm not sure if he has the same moveset as the other guy. Also, he hits that twice with this. Each strike from Rampage sends a second smash forward. So it's gonna assume that hits twice. In that case, this 10% eviscerate chance actually becomes more like, as 5% becomes 10% basically. And then if you assume they hit like, let's say once a second, I'm not sure they skip attack speed or something, but let's say they hit like once a second, times 2, so 10% chance per second to get an eviscerate. And you have like 5 of these dudes maybe, and then just like stack them on top of each other. This stuff is actually gonna go kind of wild, pretty fast, I think. Even wow, it's Warlock theme, like they buff it just to be in sync with Diablo. I'm not sure about that, but didn't you just like drop the expansion? Will it be Torrent 5 of Season 12? Almost. There's like Infernal Hordes, their bosses, and Nightmare Dungeons. For the expansion, will Paladin probably be balanced? Meaning Warlock will be broken OP? I don't know. I could imagine that the Warlock will be generally a little bit above the rest, despite Paladin also being like technically like an expansion class. But you know, Paladin has already gotten like, you know, another pass and then another one and so on, right? But yeah, I don't think there will be any shortage of like OP builds on like any class, so. When they're dropping patch notes, that was a few hours ago. There's a lot of interesting stuff there to try on this class. Also, this guy can have more dudes that have what? 2, 4, 6, it's 8 summons actually. I thought he can have 5 summons. But actually 8. Yeah, I think it's gonna be bench time for me, guys. We're gonna do more tomorrow. Oh, I'm very tired, man. And that was a lot of thinking. So I'll see you guys. You're gonna definitely do, check out more of the Warlock stuff tomorrow and patch notes and builds for season 12 and stuff, I suppose. This is a new season. New season's on Wednesday. Right now I'm not playing here. This is what I recorded this in January. PoE tomorrow, yeah, good luck to everyone who's playing PoE tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see if I'll do PoE actually. Maybe I'm just gonna be like chilling here. Okay, I'll be back like early tomorrow at some point, and we're gonna do cooking. Looking raid. I'm looking for a raid. I guess I could just raid Maxroll. Not sure when he goes off, but let's do it. So enjoy, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.